Habu's like, there's no shot. No shot did he just BM well played me when he's actually about to win through something incredibly scammy right now. That was just an incredibly diplomatic and well-mannered concede from your opponent. And Habu, we can break the news to you right now, my friend.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory.
That is why we do this. That is why we play this game.
Hello everyone and welcome to Masters Tour Vashj'ir. We've got another weekend of Hearthstone for you coming up where a few hundred players are going to be put through their paces in a long format tournament. I'm Raven and joining me is Lorinda and we'll be bringing you the action for the first round of the day. Lorinda, how's it going, mate?
Going great, Raven. I say it every time on day one, but day one of these events where we get to find out what the meta is, what the new cards are going to do, or the new card is going to do. Really excites me. Looking forward to getting into it and seeing what this meta is going to be. Just can't wait.
Yeah, as we said, there's going to be a ton of Hearthstone coming up over the course of the weekend, so make sure to stay tuned there, even though it may be slightly difficult if you're in a certain time zone like we are, where it's coming up on midnight at this point, but still there'll be a lot of action to check out and VODs to watch, of course. But as we can see there, 345 total players from around the world are going to be duking it out all weekend. It's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss, 4 rounds each day, and then we, of course, as you may well remember from previous Masters Tours, be cutting to that top 16 on the final day and find our champion at the end of that. And it's a big deal, this one, Lorinda, because we've just had very recently the Summer Championship, which was the top players from the first 3 Masters Tours of the year, and now it kind of starts again. The cycle begins anew, getting ready for the Winter Championship, which is going to be the top players from the next 3, which this being the first one. So a lot of options here for the players to get off to a very good start.
Yeah, and I think it's worked really well so far. I think that top 16 was a fantastic Summer Championship. I think we got a lot of the best players regarded as the best players, and the players now have a feel for each win really does make a difference in these tournaments. Okay, Habu Gabu went 0-3 in the first one, dropped, but he was under so much pressure in those second and third tournaments to make the top 8, which he did to get the points he needed. I think we might see fewer players dropping out now, more players battling on to get 2 or 3 points, even if they don't like their lineup. But yeah, the system's working. We have the world champion in there. What more could you ask for? I think it's going to be interesting to see who gets off to that flying start at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, it really is. Like, for the first half and casting, you know, a championship event again was pretty great. And like you said, the quality of play there was kind of ridiculous. And, you know, we have no doubt we'll see that a little bit later on in the year with the winter one. But just looking at it, just a quick reminder of the schedule here. Of course, it's 4 rounds of Swiss per day. So 4 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and then that top 16 cut on Sunday. Looking forward to it again. I think we both, I think the majority of the casters, right, just have that appreciation for a Swiss tournament where you get to see players not just be, you know, single elimination or even double to an extent, but because of this, the format now for the championship where wins, total wins across 3 different Masters Tours, that even players who, you know, go 0-2 in the first 2 rounds have a lot to play for in the next few as well. So as you said, every win's important, every match is important. So we'll see how the players do in this kind of like weirdly new meta. We've had some buffs and nerfs very recently, but also we had the inclusion of 1 new card, which has definitely shaken things up and put a lot of the player base sort of on either side of the line, right? Some players love it and think the decks created by Renethil are fantastic, and some people think it's just massive bait. And guess what's really good to find the answer to that? A huge Swiss tournament, which is what we're going to have right now. So I'm looking forward to that. But let's check out the prize pool, Lorinda, and see what's going on over there and what these players, other than wins, are playing for.
I don't understand, Raven. I can't do this without TJ. I don't know how numbers work anymore. I'm so used to doing this with TJ where we talk about $500 a win, but it's significantly more than that if you win it. It's 14 large in your pocket for first place. That's a lot of money. 10,000 for second, and you can probably read the rest of yourselves, going down to 2,000 for making that final cut to get to the final day.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at those 2, the top 2 places there, for 4 grand extra is a nice little bump for winning one additional match of Hearthstone, but also the winners go straight to the championship that I was talking about earlier, right? So it's not even just the 14, it's that plus the spot in the championship, which will then no doubt account for even more cash money as well. So a really big opportunity for players to actually go first place, as we said, is made up of the amount of wins in total for the majority, but the winner of each of the 3 Masters Tours just goes through automatically. So can put their feet up, maybe we take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to the Futures Masters Tours as well. So yeah, definitely a lot to play for, especially when we get in that top 16. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, Neil. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, the question for me is going to be all about Druid. Do people go for Presto? Do they go for alignment? Do they go for 40 card alignment? All 3 of which have been discussed by all the playtest groups, and I don't think there's any answer. Personally, I'm on the side of 40 card alignment, but I know you are not, Raven, so...
We will see how it goes. I may form my opinion as we go through the weekend. Just, of course, a quick reminder, it's going to be Conquest format, the go-to format for competitive Hearthstone, of course. And I think maybe now more than ever, although this has often been the case, where the 4th deck question seems like a big ask this weekend, because when we've been looking at, the players have been tweeting out the deck lists and lineups for this weekend just half an hour or so ago, but just looking at what those 4th decks are, again, personally, I don't have tons of faith in Rogue right now, but it seems a lot of players do. But for me, that in the lineups that Rogue is in, it feels like the 4th deck, and then the slightly different sort of slower lineups where people are starting questioning, Warlock, for example, with Renethil in, is that good? Is it bait? I'm excited for this one, Lorinda, because whether you like the Renethil sort of style or not, or the decks people are playing it in, I think what's just true is the player base is very split and undecided, right? So I think either way, we're going to get some form of answer this weekend.
Yeah, one thing that's been very hard, I think, for the players this time is... Okay, how you normally build is you get the old decks, you then tune them up with the new cards, adjust. But this time, your aggro decks are designed to do 30 damage, and suddenly they're having to do 40 damage. So you can't just burn people in the face and finish off with a couple of burn spells anymore. You need to have that board presence, that sustained board presence for 10 extra damage. That's 1-2 extra turns of damage. And I don't think the players have necessarily had time to really tune up aggro decks to deal with it, which is weird, because normally how a format works is you start with the aggro decks, you hit your opponents for 30, and then the control adjusts. But this time around, I think everything has been reversed. It might be the aggro decks that are not tuned well enough. But talking of aggro decks, we have some in this opener, Raven.
We really do. These are the first 2 players we are going to feature as the first round of Swiss here, and both players are quite famous for slightly different reasons, I would say. McBanterface, of course, America's Grandmaster, came on into Grandmasters, I would say, late in the overall scheme of the life of Grandmasters, but definitely made an impact with his just extremely solid play. And then we have Donkey, who's a player we know very well, as we speak to Donkey a lot, and not only a great player in of themselves, but also just the creator of one of the most used Hearthstone websites ever, which is tracking tournament results, placements, and everything you could ever really want for the game, and especially for the competitive aspect of the game, which, believe it or not, interests Lorinda and myself greatly. So yeah, I'm excited to see Donkey on stream. I don't think we've seen Donkey play on stream in Masters Tours too often. I feel like even though they compete a lot, they're not really a regular on stream as much as we see some other players. So really excited to see this happen.
Yeah, and there you see, 3rd Masters Tour, overslept at the first one. I think got a match loss from the first one for submissions. Possibly
I remember that.
This is even their 4th appearance, and that one doesn't count on the stats. Not even sure. Used Donkey's site for Donkey's particular stats, so not quite sure which way around that worked. But yeah, since then they've been improving. 5-3 record in the most recent tournament they played at Undercity, and it's just regular 150, 120, 83 on the leaderboard. Nothing amazing, but also most of you watching out there, you try getting regular top 200 finishes. Good luck with that. And gatherer of stats. I mean, I've been a gatherer of stats for many years, but Donkey does it, so well. And massive shout out to Donkey for all that work that they put in.
Yeah, also as well, if there's ever going to be a tri-desk caster team based on usage of flamingo shirts. They now have their third person, right? There's Sottle, there's TJ, and now there's Donkey with that flamingo shirt. Greatly appreciated there. But yeah, check out Donkey's first list here. It's going to be the Priest, and it's a deck I like a lot in this meta. I think this goes under all the fancy things people are trying to do. People are jumping on Druid with Presta or without, with alignment, for example. People are trying to like test out these slower Renethil decks, and I do think Wig Priest actually just gets there. That you pile on a lot of pressure, make minions that are just too really big to handle, and also even against the Presta Druid, even though they're playing low on curve minions, with the Wigs, like your minions are just bigger, so you can just keep trading.
Yeah, and Priest is another of the classes that's going to be interesting this weekend. We're going to see a lot of Priest, but Boar Priest is also fighting for the which Priest do you bring slot. So one for Raven, who I know is very much in the Wig Priest camp, but we'll see how that goes on over the course of the tournament. But Banterface's profile, we talked a lot about him earlier on, but yeah, won his very first season as Grandmasters. I think Raven summed it up really well there with the just did nothing wrong. You know, not the flashy lights and emotions that some of the players bring, although has got a lot more emotive recently, but just very hard to pick holes in his play. And when somebody does pick a hole in his play, it's usually himself afterwards with some extended tweet as to why something went wrong.
Yeah, and looking at this as well, he's going to be queuing the Rogue first. We do see slightly, we see a Rogue ban on one side, where Donkey's lost their Rogue, and on the other side, Banterface has lost his Shaman there. So pretty interesting the way the bans are going, because obviously the lineups aren't mirrored, so that Shaman being a priority for Donkey over the Rogue here. And again, Rogue, it is what it is. It does what it does, but my question is like, even like, what was it? In the Summer Champs, it didn't feel like it was doing too great, at least for me. It just feels like a deck that every time you see it win, it just about gets there. And it worries me that the more time goes on, just about getting there might not be enough. You know, regardless of whether we're talking about the extra health from Renethil or not, or we're just talking about the just continued development of the meta, this deck hasn't really changed for a while now. Obviously the wide paw nulls getting sort of rebuffed helped the deck a lot, but for me, I'm still a bit skeptical, and I think I just always will be. I think it's just sometimes you have these certain archetypes where they just don't really gel with you, so you just think, oh, it's okay, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to test the Rogue is not so much this particular match we're going to see now, but it's when it runs hello, words? Okay, good start. When it runs into those 40 health decks later on, it's not a deck that does 40 very well. It's going to have to be played creatively to find ways to keep minions on board, sneak extra damage through to what it's normally used to doing. This isn't one of those. Donkey has brought all 30 card decks, including the Beast Hunter, which I've seen played as a 40 and struggled mightily against with Rogue when it's got 40 health. But yeah, we'll see how that goes on. But Donkey in this match, I think, is a decent favourite, honestly, with this lineup. I think that the Druid may struggle a little bit here. I think the Demon Hunter may struggle a bit here. So on the side of McBanterface. So going to be interesting to see if McBanterface can turn this around with all that extra experience he has at this level.
Yeah, I do like Donkey's lineup a lot, and I think, honestly, maybe except for exactly the Rogue, this is pretty much the lineup I would have submitted, or at least close, right? I like Demon Hunter at the moment, I like Hunter, and I like the Wig Priest, so we'll have to see how this goes as we get into game number one. Donkey going to be on that Wig Priest on the top, and McBanterface on the bottom on the... I saw some Thief Rogue, which I cannot get behind, and I will not call it that. But what Boat Rogue, I'm much happy with that show. Sorry, I just got distracted by Donkey's camera. Is that a bow tie in the beard?
Yep, they're dressed for the occasion here at the Masters Tour. First time on camera, loving it.
Making sure I didn't have to put my glasses on. I wasn't seeing it right. Oh,
okay. There's the wig.
Yep. Good opener here for Donkey. Not really got the Naga you want for turn one, but does have a Naga, at least for now, which can really help out push some more power with the...
Hello, Donkey. How are you? Glad to see you settled down into round one and you got into round one. All the best.
Never bring a sword.
And
Banterface gonna, without the option of any tradables in hand, gonna have to just quickly reveal that yes, they are on the rogue, and it definitely helps, right? Philip going down on turn 1, not really the play you're always looking for, but against a deck that is almost solely reliant on sticking minions, yes, you will take a 3-1 that challenges a Slither Spear, for example.
yeah, also loving this from Donkey, just getting settled down. First time on, again, a big cast. They played some pretty decent-sized tournaments recently anyway, but first time on one of these massive casts here at the Masters Tour. Just taking time to get everything done, I hope. Yep.
Choosing not to coin anything out, of course. If they did coin out the Elemental, then things would get a little bit tricky and weird with the wig as well, but no major reason to rush right now. But with this pickup from Banterface, it's getting to the point where Donkey will start falling behind on board relatively quickly. The Samaro's okay to have, but again, Donkey just missing a sort of cheaper Naga to actually play.
Yeah, looking a little bit awkward, but again, having the Samuro ready, nothing scary against him yet on the board, should be absolutely fine for the time being. As we can see, Banterface doesn't really have anything to occupy the board yet, although nothing of preparation wouldn't sort out off the top.
Yeah, also as well, just the Defector is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, it's a good amount of stats, and when your opponent's not playing any stats on board, like, anything's better than nothing here, so that could still cause some issues. So Donkey definitely needs to look at something. Shadow Word Devour, not bad. Already has a Bless in hand, so I'm not sure if that one's required. Maybe another Thrive would be fine as well. Yeah.
Okay, the only problem Banter has is the curve here. Also a question of whether Banter just wants to get this Gone Fishing played at some time soon, just because it's speed, right? Really don't want to do that with the boat already in hand, but you need to get the board set up. I was probably hoping for something he could play here.
I'm actually looking at Mida right now.
I'm going the other way. I'm looking at the Kodo, but I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I just don't think the Kodo ever does anything.
It's a 3-5.
Yeah, and Mida's a 4-6. That's strictly better.
Yeah, but one costs 2 and one costs 4. I think Mabanta had to work out, do I think I'm playing my Asheran next turn? If so, I want to play a Kodo alongside it just to keep something on the board. There's a good chance you maybe have to trade both minions in, and then the Kodo just sits there as leftovers.
Yeah, definitely fits the immediate curve better. I do think, though, honestly, if I was in that spot, I probably would have just played the Defector instead of doing Reconnaissance that turn. Donkey's still in a rough spot. Second Bless being picked up. I honestly wonder if at this point, like, there's just a hard consideration for coining out either Samuro or just go Radiant Elemental. I don't know, like Thrive and then Priestess and then Wig or something like that, right? Just to do something. I think the more turns this waits, it's very reliant on exactly Samuro dealing with the board. And don't get me wrong, Samuro probably can deal with the board.
Right.
But there needs to be almost like no response from Banterface to really feel good about this.
He might be looking at a 6 mana, so turn 5 with a coin. Radiant, Samuro, double Wig, clear your board. Good luck, deal with that. But is taking, obviously, decent damage in the meantime.
One thing you do have to be a little bit scared of against this priest is going too wide, because it means like disgusting size minions can be made with Shadow Word Devour. So that's definitely just something to bear in mind. One of the reasons why McBanterface may have been holding this Asheran Defector.
Yeah, and the Rogue doesn't deal very well with minions once they get past about 10 health, right? They just sit there and kill you if you're the Rogue, which will allow Donkey to tidy things up. Let's see how patient they are this turn.
That's a solid pickup.
Yeah, I think that's you just play it and sort of pick up another thing to do next turn, and then next turn pop off. Still on 20 health. Got to be a bit careful with the burst from the stabs and scabs, I guess. But
Yeah, most importantly, it does just activate the wigs, right? By playing the. Like you said, though, still going to be another 7 damage minimum next turn.
yeah, I think they're
And also,
okay.
this deck doesn't really run heals either, so.
Yeah, it's not like other priest decks where you're on 20. It's like, lol, I'm back to 30 or 40 straight away.
It's outside of hero power. I mean, close to just being a rogue at this point, right? the priest in this deck, because spending 2 mana to hero power a lot of the time isn't something you want to do with this list. So you do have that sense of damage permanence. Gonna go for Illuminate off the Nargling, I think.
Banter might be getting a little bit suspicious here as well. It's like, what is my opponent doing? Don't forget as well that Donkey does have the Priestess in hand, so on the pop-off turn there could be a lot of mana spent, a lot of things played. To switch the board around in just 1 turn, which will be next turn if I've read the situation right. So it'd be something like Samuro, Coin, Radiant, play some Wigs, play a Priestess, then maybe a Bless or whatever as well with the extra mana. Loads of things going on there.
Anafe's just going to play Vessel. Makes sense. Just put forward some more minions. Looks like he may have lined up a trade there. Yep, take a good Devour target off the board.
But here comes Donkey. Pretty sure this was planned several turns ago.
Yeah, Treasure Guard, great pickup as well.
Sure.
So much health on that thing. That's one of the real killers in the deck, actually, because the attack being low doesn't really matter. And because of the way the wigs work, the stacking that health and then you just drop a Bless is absolutely huge.
Priestess Raven is going to be insane with the Bless on the Samuro as well.
Yep.
Absolutely nutty turn, as we've come to expect from this deck.
Yeah, I mean, Donkey doesn't even need to use a Bless here, right?
Sure, yeah.
Use just the 2 wigs and save the Bless for the other minions next turn to win.
Yeah.
If it's just wig, that clears the board anyway. And then just have Bless for the Elemental and the Guard.
Sure. Yeah. I read half the pop-off, but there's so much more, obviously, and that's just lethal next turn.
There is a whole lot of nothing here for McBannerface. 16 is too far out of reach with a taunt. Donkey trying to calm themselves down, just saying, yep, come on, just live. And that is a lot of this deck, actually, is you build your board, you know your plan, you make a 1 to 2 threatening minions, and you're like, just don't have an answer. Just don't have an answer. And as soon as they click that end turn button and your minions are still alive, you feel very, very good about the game.
Yep, and no problem with Scabs until 8 mana, so 2 turns to get this done before potential accidents. And a minute ago we were saying, oh, look at that health total going down, 16. Oh no, what will the priest do with no healing? Well, this is what it will do with no healing.
Yeah,
It'll murder you.
McBannerface does get to kill the Treasure Guard, though, this turn, with Extortion and Stab. Which is a pretty big deal, right? Significant amount of damage lost. That was a Bless used by Donkey as well.
Yep. Banter trying to get to 8 mana intact, so potentially clear the board with Scabs and then maybe change it around from there. But here we go again.
Another Treasure Guard's big, I think.
How big's the Queen's Guard going to be?
I don't think it matters because it won't
Sure.
be until this turn. So the treasure guard needs to be there because there are worlds in which Donkey actually just dies next turn.
Yep, that's fair. That's very fair. Every time I think there's not enough there, I have to keep adding up to make sure there's not enough there. It's so much.
Yep.
Make it stop, Raven.
Yep, finish with the bless. This feels like a much better bless than the guard last turn because you just cash the damage in right now. Putting him all the way down to 9. There's smite. Not quite enough.
No. And it needs to be enough.
I give up.
Yeah.
And you can see though as well, right? Like, yes, the recent smite nerf to 7 mana meant that it was unlikely, especially with the Wicked Stab used, that the lethal was going to get there. But with the Treasure Guard number 2 from Donkey, that was just the extra layer, right? Because then your opponent has to push through 5 extra health before they can get to yours. So a really big win there for Donkey. I think they played really, really well there. The setup, as you called it, you could see early on, and that was the benefit, having both Wigs and Samuro in hand. Means that you can play like this, and that was the turn we saw there. The real big sort of flip the board kind of turn. And again, it's one of the weaknesses that Rogue has, is they kind of just play some stuff for a while, right? Like, yeah, they get 3/3 stealths and things like that, but it's just no singular thing Rogue does is super powerful, and they're just playing like weird little minions for a while, and then late game they have the options of Wicked Stab, Smite plus some Pirates to charge and stuff like that to end the game. But until then, their board presence is relatively weak, and Donkey just saw that and adjusted to it really well, which means he's going to be 1-0 up so far. They're going to go on to the Fell Demon Hunter now, a deck I also like, along with that Wig Priest, and a deck I've been testing a little bit, especially since we do have that 40 health meta to an extent right now. But I do think Demon Hunter's still got what it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks. We were discussing sort of, will it be Demon Hunter, will it be Rogue? Obviously, in Donkey's case, it's both, but overall, it's one of those decks that's competing for the 4th deck in your 3-deck lineup slot for people with sort of the lineup that Banterface has, where the Rogue is very much the afterthought in this deck as the first 3 are the main crux of his lineup. But yeah, Donkey gets to play them all and hit people in the face all day. If Donkey can dodge those 40 health lineups, might be in for a very good day, but we don't know yet. This is one match, isn't it, right? There's going to be a lot going on. We've seen on Twitter there's definitely 40 card decks all over the place here, and that's going to be a real test for Donkey when they run into those.
Look at this so far, though. Sigil being picked up turn 1. Does have a Vanguard to drop out soonish anyway. Has been on the receiving end of a nerf itself, going down to a 2-1 instead of 2-2. But still, just the way the hand is shaping up here for Donkey looks very, very good. Early Perdition, Kurtrus in hand now as well. But mainly just Donkey. It does look like that they can just drop the Vanguard this turn, even though it can feel a little bit bad, just to get that Spectral Sight unlocked for next turn. I think that's by far the most important object here for Donkey.
I think so too, and obviously, once again, against the Rogue, yeah, that is actually a Rogue. I'm going to get it wrong at some point this weekend, but I'm still awake at the moment. It's not a Paladin. Just be careful. I think it is okay to occupy board. First couple of turns, sometimes you can force the Rogue to actually come out of cheat mode.
Reporting for duty.
Does look like Donkey's going to play a slightly slower game, though. Probably going to drop Vanguard plus Hero Power now, which is fine. Is going to get chomped by the Null, more than likely, next turn. But still, this just is a little bit more efficient, especially when we're looking at the Kurtrus in hand, right? Donkey got an extra attack off instead of playing the Vanguard last turn, and still has time to Predation. To Spectral Sight anyway.
Yeah, and this is a huge deal for the match, this one. This is the sort of the one unfavored that Donkey has in all of the whole grid, basically. in my opinion at least, which isn't always the right opinion, but I think this is the Demon Hunter versus the Rogue is their worst matchup of the whole match. So if Donkey can take this one down in an incredibly good 2-0 lead.
Banditface does have the null available. Could go for tradable first, but that would, if anything, help the other null more than the one he currently has in hand, right? So have to make that call right now. Could really just use the extortion if he really wanted to anyway. Oh, he's going to go Shroud for the double null. That's just better, actually.
Yep. And he means not to double null, I don't think so. Because next turn you want to coin out the boat and off you go. And Donkey is going to struggle to come back from this one.
Definitely doable, though. We can kill the 2 nulls pretty easily right now.
Yeah, with Kurtrus in hand as well, there's some long-term play there to try and swing the board back. But that's from where we're looking at Donkey's hand. Looking at Banter's hand, it's just lovely. Couple of boats into Krakatoa, into Edwin, into Scubs. Like, it's just looking really tidy for Banterface.
There's the option here now of Fury plus the Murloc to come down to activate it. Doesn't look too terrible. Depends how scared Donkey is of these nulls. He doesn't necessarily have to be scared of them right now.
I don't think you're scared of the nulls. I think you're scared of what happens if you don't kill them, because then there's going to be more stuff. And that's when Rogue's in its element, when it's getting wider and wider and you're not controlling it as it goes. So I think you have to be scared of the fact that your opponent has got rolling,
right,
or got nulling in this case.
Now, the autopilot option here for Banterface is, of course, just coin boat for the next 2 turns at least. But there is an option where Banterface can play a little bit differently. Maybe go for the reconnaissance, maybe go for hero power to trade away this, and then have coin Krakatoa first, just to try and leverage ball control that way, and then go into boat, and then see what happens after that. So even though it looks like very straightforward, and that might well just end up happening, Banterface still has options, right? It's not just a simple 1-2-3 kind of play.
I quite like the idea of stalling the turn, going into coin Krakatoa as well. These are the choices that I associate with Banterface getting right, where it's 2 choices there. Do I go slow? Do I go fast? And then he goes into the tank, and then he just picks one and goes with it. These are the choices I associate with him playing very, very well.
Now there's an even harder choice.
Yeah.
Gone fishing now to not only draw an additional card, but buff Edwin Van Cleef, or save the Gone Fishing for boat, coin, go fishing next turn to get the instant activation. Looks like he is going to save it and try and go for the big pop-off turn next. And now Donkey has to find a way to get themselves out of this situation, because, again, it's not looking good as of this second in time, but there is just Kurtrus next turn, right, which can solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Just go back to Banterface's choices there. The extra card, the extra stuff on board there in the short term, he's got enough cards. The main problem is already how to efficiently use the mana, right? So just sitting here and waiting for the Krakatoa, I think, is a good idea. It's not like the Edwin is needed for cards in this particular setup, because this game's going to be over before he runs out of cards one way or the other.
Yep. Donkey going to get the attack in and use Fel Barrage to actually clear up the Van Cleef. Really nice play here. Again, even though it looks like Donkey's been behind for the majority of the game, they are opening themselves up to just a strong Kurtrus.
Yeah, and because Donkey did not apply any pressure on this turn, the Banter's like, okay, then, well, I'll just put a load of 3/3s down and save my crab for later. All this lot. Still on 29. Got the board. Got crab at the ready. Emergency Scabs is also there, which is really hard for Demon Hunter to do much about.
I actually wonder if this is Boneglaive this turn with the Vigil.
But I'm not laughing because it might be wrong. It sounds good, but it's the most Raven play ever. I'm in trouble. What should I do? I know. Hit him.
I mean, what
You
does
might well be
Fortress
right,
do this
honestly.
turn, Lorinda? That's my
Nothing.
question.
I'm not laughing at you, Raven. I'm laughing because every time there's always a situation whenever I cast with you where you're probably right, but it's still the most Raven play ever. Right or not?
Look, you go back to basics. How do you win a game of Hearthstone? You make your opponent's portrait explode. How do you do that? Hit them in the face. So if you're ever
Yeah.
struggling of something to do, just hit them in the face. You're still kind of doing the job, right?
Yeah, you've got to do 30 or 40 damage.
Time grows short.
Or 712 if you're playing against Priest.
It looked like a predation pickup there for the dredge.
Hit him!
Exactly what Donkey will want, right? Like at this point, can't really do much about the stealth, so go face, and guess what else goes face? 0 mana, deal 3 cards.
There's so much damage. The first thing Banterface has to do, yeah, you can see Banterface counting. Can I take 20 next turn? Because if not, play the crab and hit your opponent for what? 16 and have a board full of stuff. Just looks like game over.
Yeah, does look pretty strong. Uses the 1 claw. Trade into the taunt, pushes tons of damage and still has a lot of power on board. You are absolutely right. It's going to be a big one here. Kurtrus can help to an extent here. But again, I think the biggest problem for Donkey is just no Naga means that these predations are still, I was going to say full cost. Okay, 1's 2, but you know what I mean. They're not 0.
Yep. Like you say, Kurtrus tie these things up. Can lethal even be avoided though?
So 5 armor, put him to
12.
yeah. Can kill off the Krabatoa.
Sure.
And 3/3. That's 369.
13. Yeah.
Oh, where's the 13?
What are you killing?
The 6/5 and the 3/3.
Okay, so that leaves 4 and 3 threes is 13.
It won't be a 4/1, right? Because the Krabatoa.
Oh, it'll be a 2. Okay,
Yeah.
then there's a hero power. Sure.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Either way, extortion does it. The Philip Flinger would do it as well, right? With the amount of damage. So still plenty of damage there, but Donkey did go for the only Oops. Hope you didn't hear that, because I just knocked something over.
We didn't hear you crashing things all around your living room, Raven. It's great.
Donkey did go for the only play that potentially kept them alive to try and steal the game there, but it wasn't good enough. And Banterface gets the Rogue over the line, so even the series 1-1, and the Rogue is done. So I guess the next hurdle, arguably the Demon Hunter, although we've not had a chance to check out the Druid too much as of yet. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of this series. I do think Donkey got a little bit unlucky there, because I think if they just had a Slither Spear at any point in that game, this changes pretty dramatically, right? Because even at worst, that we could have started either talking about lethals or just killing, what, 3 of the 3/3s instead of 1 of them would have been a really big deal.
It's one of the talking points about this deck, especially if you talk to somebody like Meaty about it, is how much card draw do you need in the Demon Hunter? Donkey has got pretty much the bare minimum, but it still was that card draw that ended up sort of cluttering up the hand. Really need to get that early curve and then draw cards later, and that's just not how it worked out for them in that one. But now, Raven, something that I was going to bring up in the opening, as you know, and something I'm sure you're happy to see. Beast Hunter, but only with 30 cards. I found the 40-card version of this might be better for aggro games. What do I know? What do you know, Raven? You know a lot about Hunter. You tell me.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because this deck is a pretty high value deck, right? You can see just from the selected breeder, revived pet, and the Asharan Sabers as well, right? A very high value sort of chunky deck. So you would think, well, the extra health means that you don't die early as often, so you can start pushing out these high value targets, right? But on the other side of that is, well, if you're putting 10 extra cards in the deck, everything you're doing is less consistent, right? The whole point of at least this version is your discovers are very clean. Your dredges are normally quite good, and that you can just get to those sort of key cards that you need to do the high value things. I'll be honest, I haven't had time to jam a ton of the 40 card version, so a lot of this is my assumptions, but I think that's definitely going to be an interesting factor, and it might even just end up being meta dependent, right? Is 10 health more important to the hunter than consistency in the mid game? We'll have to find out, but this is going to be the alignment druid here from Banterface, which is the Renethil version. So this is, I believe, the first 40 card deck we are seeing on stream. You can see the extra cards there just tucked under Prince Renethil himself. And yes, this might not be the deck you've seen the most if you've been playing a lot of ladder. I think the Prestor version is more just generally popular, but this has been showing some promise as of the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I personally think this is the better version. The argument being that the extra 10 cards in your deck, in Druid in particular, aren't that bad for you because you've got so many ways of finding stuff that you should still be able to find your stuff. But obviously, it does raise the failure rate of the deck, but also with alignment, the failure rate is largely built into not getting to cast your alignment because you're dead. So you're giving up the chance of dying. You're giving up the consistency of the deck to some degree by having more cards. And against that, you're getting 10 extra health, which means if you do get your alignment, you should be able to do the things. And it's going to be very interesting to see who's got this one right. And we will find an answer. There are going to be a lot of druids in this tournament. I don't think anyone's really agreed going into this tournament what is right, especially, as you say, because ladder is full of people jamming Prestor because it's the new deck. You know, everyone knows how alignment works to some degree. So it's like, oh, you know, if it's a bit more inconsistent, we'll take our chance. But nobody really knows yet. It's day 3 of the meta. Let's find out.
Yeah, really good pickup there as well from a Banterface at the start. Just getting that Druid of the Reef, being able to trade off the Slither Spear. That closes down so many disgusted options from the Hunter of just dropping, any of the buffs early on that Slither Spear and starts just making an almost unstoppable minion. So that was a good response. Donkey has managed to drop another Naga down as well to start with that Naga's Pride and options of Ramming Mount in the near future. So still a lot of pressure coming out for Donkey, and Banterface, after already using the Druid of the Reef, has quickly got to the point where there's no real answers right now.
Yeah, and already we're seeing the downside of the 40-card deck, where Moonlit Guidance and Aquatic Form just, not quite as good as they were because you're hunting through more stuff to find your useful cards.
A pretty good cycle though, Aquatic into Aquatic. Gonna be Coin Okani here.
Looks like it, yeah. Wow.
I don't know if that was much of a time issue, but I wondered if the other Aquatic would have ever been worthwhile there. Obviously, Banter knows 2 of the 3 cards that would have been offered, but I was just thinking of just drawing a card anyway, but I guess that can happen next turn, but only with 3 mana.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see if this pays off. This is dramatically going to slow down Donkey's game plan, but at the cost of Banterface also going a lot slower. But it really has put a hole in what Donkey wants to do here, especially as it's not immediately obvious what's going to be countered here. So going to have to test.
I think if I was Donkey in this spot, I would have assumed it would be Spell. And weirdly enough, this might just be caster vision, but I think I would have looked at Selective Breeder to try and get an Asheron Saber to then make up the damage to trade away the Okani the turn after, but still really tough call to make. And the second it's not Spell, you feel very good about life.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is also one of the crazier things about Renethil right now is what it does is, well, okay, we can talk all weekend about whether this is powerful enough or not, right? The plus 10 health, which, yes, everyone would love more than, 10 extra health, but not everyone would love 10 extra cards, so it's kind of that mixed bag there. But the fact that the actual card itself is just a spider tank is pretty good, right? It's just a fine card. It's not like it's a big clunky, like, 9-drop that gets stuck in your hand. It's just a 3-mana 3/4. That seems absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. Hadn't even considered that, to be honest. It's just a card that
It's just a good card.
garbage, but you're right, it's fine. It's a spider tank, it's fine. Did I say it's fine enough times there? I think I got the point across by agreeing with you 27 times.
Yeah, this is big, though, now for Donkey. Going to be the little beasties coming out as 3/3s, but most importantly, the Asheron Saber in hand. So,
Hello?
we can start getting there.
40 cards, who cares? Just hit the best 3 cards in your deck. No one minds this.
Druid doing druid things.
Absolutely.
Okay, though, Guff isn't strong.
No, Guff's fine, Raven, yeah.
Yep.
The spammy is going to be important here as well. And I think that might be what Banterface is considering, though at the end of the day, probably will just trade away 2 minions, decide whether to take the value trade or not is important, of course. But yeah, this looks absolutely sensible. And with Guff coming next turn, with spammy in hand, with Nourish in hand, Banterface looks like he's set to really get going towards that alignment.
Yeah, it's looking quite good. The Guff has kind of changed everything right now because it's just the acceleration that Guff is offering with Banterface is huge. Donkey, though, again, I think just with this Saber, all things are possible. A little bit unfortunate that this 3/1 is just such an awkward trade.
My blood boils for war.
Yeah.
Oh, just going to leave it. Okay. I didn't know whether it was going to be the other way around, where the 3/3 goes into the 3/1 that way and just does it, sort of use the rush to kill the Renethel.
Got you.
Yeah, he's just going to leave it up and let Banterface decide, but at this, there's only one decision really to be made.
How quickly do I play my Guff? Donkey looking a little low on ammo right now, and this is where you're seeing this 40 health coming into play on the other side as well. Like, they just haven't even got Banterface down to below what your normal starting health would be, forgetting the fact that Druid's absolutely nonsense when it comes to armor and stuff anyway, and has allowed Banterface to really get a foothold in this. Going to start drawing through the deck, obviously, and with some of the big stuff in the deck, might not even need to alignment, but probably will at some point.
Yeah, this is still fine though for Donkey again. This is not Face Hunter. It's not like if they don't kill them in the first 6 turns, then the game's over. As you can see now, Mountain Bear being picked up from the randomly forgot the name of the card, the Breeder. So there's that Revive Pet. There's more bears in the deck. There's still Hydrologen. There's all sorts still available there for Donkey, and also as well there is just Beaststalker Tavish, which can start putting out a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Too. So by all means, not out of it yet. But of course, you just going against Druid, you never want to see them just drop Guff on 5. Never going to be fun.
And again, I'm going to labour this point because it's there to be laboured. Like the extra health here, just allowing Banterface to take a leisurely sort of turn off of just getting in 1,000,000 mana, ready for those nulls for next turn, for the spammy setup, for everything he needs to get control of this game. But that being said, the damage is going to start coming in pretty heavily now, like you were describing. So definitely not over.
Yeah, really interesting as well because Harpoon Gun in hand with a Saber on board. That'd be really nice. Start doing really crazy things very soon. I do think it's Mountain Bear this turn though. Just spend the mana to get it down now and it'll only get cheaper, right? Whether it's from Revived Pet or whether another one's summoned from the Saber, like it's still gonna look good here.
Which of these nonsense cards would you like, Maven?
Yeah, I actually think it's Raid Boss, honestly.
I think it might be as well. It makes the most sense. Obviously, you've got to have a consideration whether the thing your deck is meant to do is going to help, but the other thing your deck is meant to do is just kill them, like this.
Yeah, this just gets through the bear too easily to be ignored, right?
Yeah. And everything else. And it's gone. It's all gone.
Oh, not too bad.
What do you go for with Akani here? Spells with all the zero cost stuff. Minions because they're going to damage you.
Kind of interested as well now, right? Because it looks like they're going to go for bear, but I was looking at another saber and just stack them and then start just chain pulling them with the harpoon gun. Could have been pretty interesting there, but I imagine this is going to be Sunken Saber to come out for Donkey.
Mm-hmm. They're weaving. Hero Power weaves down to 13. Uh-oh.
We also know, right, that because of the aquatic farm, that one of the Celestial Alignments is bottom of the deck.
Yep.
Which is a pretty big deal. There's still 24 cards in there, so McBanterface, if he wants to do the Celestial Alignment shenanigans, needs to find the other one and needs to hope it's near the top.
Double null now, though, as well as something else. Not really the hit that Banter was after, though. Can draw another card effectively for free with Guff.
Even with the double null, though, there's still the chance that the Slither Spear gets to go face. There's 3 damage from the weapon. And also, there's just the Saber that they're going to draw, which means that's just going to summon something else as well, which could just be King Crush.
And now you start looking, are there any clever spammies you can do?
I don't think so, not with...
I don't think so either, but, you know, what you start to look for. Now you've got to do something, Banter.
It's going to be Innovate Self Alexstrasza, right?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only thing that looks even remotely safe for a turn. It's still scary.
Very much so. And now Donkey's going to be able to put the Akani onto minions with all this taunt in the way. We'll slow down at least one of the gnolls. Well, we'll slow down the amalgam, I guess, but from...
Let's see what comes out from the Saber first, because
also
this could change everything. Okay, pretty good.
Oh, it's a lot.
Obviously, they don't have Rush. The Rush effect is a battle cry from Hydra. So, yeah, won't have Rush, but that is still simply a lot of additional stats. And with the Okani there to back it up with additional hero power, looks pretty solid so far.
Unless they set up the spammy now. I'm not big brain enough to work this out, but if you put the Alex into the 5/6, you have a 3 health minion.
Can't get 2 though, right? I think.
Can
you can.
2 ones
Raid
from the heads.
The raid boss into the 2/4.
Or that, yeah. I think Banter's already working on it. So, down to 10, 8.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Yes, Neil kind of gets played for minion here. Oh, spell. Did he run out of time?
Possibly. Or possibly was just scared of something we're not thinking of. I think the clear's there. You've called it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's there.
You gotta be scrappy.
Yeah, Bannerface is going to drop the minion first, just to double check.
Wait. Okay, sure. Yeah, the heads get
Oh, it's fine with the heads.
space.
Kind of filthy, honestly.
It's actually pretty disgusting, yeah. Donkey annoyed at themselves for not seeing that coming, but...
This is fine, though. This is the biggest King Crush off the top you've ever seen.
That rope's burning again.
18 cards in the deck.
No earthen scales, which is what I think McBanterface was really hoping for from that draw.
Yeah. Okay, well... yeah, McBanter's like, no, just one time, don't do it.
Oh.
And yeah, now Miracle Growth and Banterface will swing it around into his favor, and the Druid's going to get out of here intact. It's what I like. I will say a lot of kind words about Banterface, but this is another thing that I like about his play. You and I have jammed this Miracle Growth already, I think, Raven.
I just wouldn't have even queued Druid, if I'm honest. But
well, yeah, there's that as well.
if I got forced into playing Druid, I would have... well, you've got to make sure you've got enough space. I would have probably played a Null first, but yeah.
Yeah.
They're Alex, okay. Well, that solves that problem a slightly different way.
It does. Next step, make sure you've got lethal next turn, which every play does, but there's Earthen Scales for the safety.
Yeah, that's a very quick get out of the game now. So close, but so far, yeah.
Found the exact tease as well. Looked for the dragon with that in mind as well. And Mabanta takes that 2-1 lead and is left with just his own Demon Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Donkey. Like, weirdly enough, Hydra can be a very weird card to be pulled from Saber because, yes, it's a lot of stats, it's a lot of stuff, you can duplicate them next turn. It's good, right? It's not terrible. But because the rush effect is a battle cry, and then we saw the interaction with the spammy Arcanist, like if that Hydra was like another mountain bear or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then like this game looks very different because as we can see here, the spammy Arcanist just absolutely blasting the board away was just such a big deal. And I do wonder, not that it would have mattered, mind you, if Donkey wanted to choose minion, but maybe ran out of time on the Okani. There was still a small minion played out by McBanterface anyway, so it wouldn't have really made a difference. But still, there is just that small factor to think about. But you are right, we are moving on into the next game, and McBanterface only has this Fell Demon Hunter left. And again, we saw what Demon Hunter was capable of in the Rogue matchup, even though Donkey lost that as Demon Hunter. Considering that their opening hand was not great, there were still options for them to win, right? But
yeah.
Bannerface had to do all of the broken rogue things to win. So yeah, I have high hopes for Demon Hunter this tournament. Honestly, I think it's strong.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing a reasonable amount of it. I think, like I said earlier, it'll be replaced by Rogue to some degree when you've got the choice of one or the other. But Banterface choosing to bring both, and Donkey choosing to bring both. So what do I know? Donkey queuing up the Hunter first makes a lot of sense to me. I haven't seen so much of the 30-card version, weirdly enough. The 40-card version, though, I think is pretty good against the Demon Hunter now.
Yep, I still think this is just fine for Hunter in general. Again, the bear, huge deal. The biggest worry that Hunter has is, and I honestly a lot of decks that play minions have, is that Dread Prison Glaive. The ability to just push so much additional damage through minions is a big, big problem because, you know, you could have the bear in the way and then suddenly they just glaive you for 5 and then swing again into a 2/4 anyway. Can be a little bit scary as they get kind of the best of both worlds, so we'll see how it goes. Now though, Donkey just pondering their mulligan right now.
Yeah.
A little bit slow, but very powerful. Going to keep a Face Naga plus Barb Net. It's not bad.
Yeah, just planning to get something down. Donkey needs to forget that last game, get on with this game. Part of the tournament experience, part of being on the stream experience, where you want to show your very best Hearthstone to everybody in the world. And just because you lose a game doesn't mean you're not showing some good Hearthstone to us all. But when you first get streamed, I think even you've been there, Raven, and I've definitely been there, you feel like you have to play the best game of Hearthstone you've ever played. Well, that's not always the case, right? You just play good Hearthstone, that's fine.
Oh, the first few times I was streamed, I played so bad. And it was a combination of me just being bad at the game, but also the nerves of just knowing you're being watched, right? Like, it adds that super weird like thing. And you make really weird plays when you're not experienced. So, yeah, but Donkey knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Donkey's done that even. I'm just saying that Donkey's obviously a little bit down on themselves right now, and that's just nothing to be worried about. Just keep playing. Get back to 2-2. See where Game 5 mirror goes.
Bobnet's going to be okay, though, just cleaning this up, keeping everything relatively even. Donkey will need something to just take them over the line towards that bear. But once the bear comes down, when there's revived pet, things get very slow indeed for the Demon Hunter. And even McBanterface now really have great options. The Slither Spear hero power, but realistically, Chaos Strike's going to need to be played because hero power would almost certainly like float the mana, and then you're using a Dread Prison Glaive charge anyway. So yeah, I really do like the Chaos Strike, even though it doesn't help you punch through a minion. With the Glaive, it's still pushing the damage.
Yeah, and something you're saying about the Glaive, though, the finishing blows, obviously being able to do damage basically through taunts and killing minions at the same time. That's all well and good, but you have got to have done some damage before you get there and be in the range to take that damage, you know, that you're taking from the bear yourself, assuming it's going to be a bear that gets traded into.
Right.
But Banterface's board is not particularly menacing. The thing that's saving him right now is that Donkey's board is also non-existent.
That's true, but I do think Demon Hunter in the early game has the ways to deal with almost all of the boards from Hunter. I think that Demon Hunter's weapons, buffs, Fell Barrage, minions themselves are often generally stronger than Hunter. The way Hunter like beats up Demon Hunter early on is with Biscuit ramming mount on minions that they've stuck earlier. But without sticking them, it's a little bit difficult. Even now, there's an option here to go... Oh, okay. Bannerface looking at Vanguard. I was looking at just Fell Barrage and Metamorphin, honestly. Using the hero power as well.
What if he's thinking that the Vanguard might never get through an explosive later, so let's just get the 1/1s now out of the way and use them?
I was more just thinking put 4 damage to face with the Fell Barrage.
Sure. Yeah, I know.
And that Metamorphin is pretty big.
Also true. And Banter may be going to change his mind.
Probably just doing the old maths.
The old maths.
Oh, okay. Going the complete other way. Just dropping the Murloc without the buff, which is fine. Again, I think something you can get trapped into a little bit with this Metamorphin is that you have to buff it to play it. Well, of course not. That's not how the card works. You just get more stats. So just getting 1 extra minion down, and this is kind of the best of both worlds, right? Where you just play more stuff and tell your opponent, well, they have to deal with it. And as you mentioned, the explosive trap, well, it's not coming out this turn because it's only turn 5. So at worst, Tavish comes down next turn. So it means that Banter gets at least 1 turn's worth of attack. But this was a good solid response here with another Nets and now a buffed Slither Spear, sorry. Means that Banterface is got a bit of a reduced board now.
Yeah, and he's got reduced damage. You're talking again about the glaive and what it can do, and I absolutely agree with you. But if you haven't got any buffs because you've used them in the early game to push damage, the glaive's only going to do 0 damage. You've got to get the exact kill. And at the moment, if Donkey can survive 1 more turn, Banterface is out of cards. I talked about that card draw element earlier. Let's have a look. I think Banterface is also just on double Spectral Sight, so may end up just not having the juice to get over the line here. But there's 1 more turn for Donkey to survive, and this is going to be the tough part.
Yeah, just not getting to the bear, a lack of harpoon. It's been a really big issue in this game. Like normally you just need the weapon. It's so good being able to fish for beasts and make them cheaper, or just drag the cards that you actually need. So this is just going to be revived. Wait, it can't be a revived pet, right? There's been no beast played.
There's nothing, there's nothing to revive. Banter praying. That's a good pickup for Banter.
Yeah. Although there's a high chance that it doesn't create lethal this turn, right?
It probably does not, but let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the board.
Just because a lot of the spells are actually weapon swing damage spells, so Banner has to swing to get the card, right?
We'll get the extra buff on the Slither Spear as well. Multi-strike. Oh my goodness, he did attack into the right thing. And he saves that now. That's so good now going into the bear, though.
Yeah.
I get there.
So multi-strike goes to 3, hero power goes to 4, pushes 2 1/1s in to kill the bear, push 4, then there's 2 2/4s. That'll be 2, 3. No, it's not. Oh wait. Yeah, it's fine, right?
I can't do it. Yeah, I think it's fine because the second attack gets through.
Yeah, but
It doesn't get
only
a second.
attacks for 2 and doesn't push the extra, right?
Oh, it's
Oh,
fine
never mind.
now.
Yep, even easier now. That is going to be game to McBanterface and series to McBanterface. So he wins 3-1 over Donkey. A little bit of a rough series for Donkey, honestly. I think he played well. I just think the Hunter just didn't give him what he needed at the right time, right? We saw, especially in that game, just nothing early enough to be relevant. Did keep the face Naga, but it got cleaned up nice and early. So yeah, real tough one there for Donkey. But congratulations to McBanterface getting off to the start you want in this tournament. A 1-0 victory in the Swiss round so far. So looking good for McBanterface.
Yep, same old from Banterface. Very solid, considered play. Getting it done. Another win in the books. Not a huge amount to talk about in terms of decisions made. There were a couple of points where he just paused, had a long think, worked out how he saw the game unfolding, and guess what? It unfolded the way he expected. Talking a little bit about this, though, getting the extra damage early on, realised he was going to run out of cards, so did kind of go all in early, and look how that worked out for him. That all-in very early on, turning into basically an exact lethal. I know he got a couple of extra damage in, but he was absolutely out of gas as he got to this finishing line.
Yeah, it was really tricky, and again, you look at this hand and it sort of goes to what I was talking about with the 40-card Hunter, is that look how much Donkey struggled without Harpoon, without a normal Saber, without some of the, the cards early on that really get the deck going. Well, if you add 10 more cards into the pool that it already has access to, those openings get less and less consistent, because even though you could say, well, you can play other 1 and 2 drops, right, but other 1 and 2 drops aren't Harpoon, right, which is such a crux of the deck. So it gets pretty difficult after that, and even the revive pet, there was no beast to revive anyway. So real tough one for Donkey there, but again, congratulations to McBanterface. That was it for our featured match of round 1. But of course, if you've watched any more Masters Tours in the past, you know that we take as much coverage as possible from other matches throughout each round. So we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, there'll be more round 1 Hearthstone.
Welcome everyone to Masters Tour Valish. We are jumping into some of the other action from round one here, all around the tavern. A great first match, and as a big McMahon's Face fan, I am very happy that he was able to get the job done, even if it does mean Donkey taking the loss. But of course, for this remaining match, I am joined by Vashj'ir. How are you doing today, jumping into today's action?
Doing great, Derek. Knowing that somebody is struggling to pronounce Vashj'ir even more than I am, just going straight for a card name instead.
I'm sorry. I'll get it next time. Actually, no, I won't. I'll make a trend of it. I'm going to get it wrong every single time on purpose and go out in a blaze of glory.
Doubling down. And we do have a very cool match to fill out the rest of our round here between Tice and Jetpack, which is another one of those classic Masters Tour situations of a very, very well-known player and somebody that's a bit more off the radar, maybe getting one of their first competitive real pedigree on the board here. We'll be jumping in from the second game, and based on the lineups here, we are seeing quite a bit of class diversity, which is something I am very, very excited about going into this Masters Tour. But the choices from Jetpack in particular are pretty spicy, as Warlock and Warrior are highly underrepresented in the tournament.
That's right, yeah. It was a really difficult tournament for me to predict exactly what we would be seeing. You know, there's some of the big contenders that we were thinking, like a lot of Mage, probably a fair bit of Demon Hunter, even though it's flown a little bit under the radar recently, is still just a very powerful deck overall, even considering the nerfs to it recently. But like you say, some of the unexpected characters making an appearance here, which we love to see. Warlock is a deck that I in particular have seen a lot of very, very varying opinions on. Where do you think it stands now in this very heavily nerfed metagame?
I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of Warlock at the moment. I've seen many a good player bringing it in their list, like Gabby with a heavily teched out Warlock with the quest in there, even a Dreaded Mount for Boar Priest, and it just feels like you can run a very, very diverse toolkit with the addition of Prince Renathal in there, and that 10 health does benefit Warlock a lot in some of its weaker matchups like Rogue and Demon Hunter. But overall, I just don't feel like the power level is quite on par with a lot of the other decks in the meta, so I feel like that could be a struggle point for Jetpack. He also does have Warrior, which is a deck that is still good at doing what it's meant to do, right? Prey on aggro, but now has a bit less flexibility in its toolkit because it doesn't generally run from the depths anymore. Nelly got heavily nerfed, and now you can't quite kill your opponent as consistently. We do see Jetpack starting off with perhaps his most conventional deck here in the Boar Priest, which is one that I'm always excited to see a new player queue up first, because I feel like this is a very binary skill check we can look at for whether a player is up to Masters Tour talent level.
Yeah, speaking of one of the, the other player in this tournament, in Tice, I was casting his Tice's Tavern tournament last week with you, actually, for that matter. But for this specific match, I was casting with Pocket Train, who I think is probably, I think it's fair to say, the best Boar Priest player in the world, at the very least the most experienced, having just spent his entire life for the past couple of months just jamming Boar Priest on ladder every single day.
What a life indeed.
Yeah, I know, that is quite a hellish existence indeed. But he is a very, very interesting person to talk to about the deck, because there's so many small decisions that you don't even think about earlier on that come back to haunt you later on in the game. But I think you're absolutely right in saying it's a good skill check deck, because even though it's a very, very difficult deck to play, when you're playing it, there's a lot of very common themes, very common rules that you just have to learn. And if you don't know them, you're not going to be up to the standard. It's a very homework sort of deck where you just need to put in the correct number of games. And it's a deck that I think, against the likes of big Spell Mage, as I believe we are seeing here from Tice, should be in a pretty good spot for the most part. Unless you get messed up very, very terribly by the Barbaric Sorceress in order to get your amulets up to uncastable levels of mana. For the most part, the big threats from Mage come online a little bit too slow compared to your combo capabilities.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that assessment. On average, I feel the Boar Priest is ahead, but just like you mentioned, the Barbaric Sorceress is a win condition for the Mage if they manage to get a big swap on that, on an amulet in particular. That can mess up the whole turn from the Boar Priest to get the combo activated. But also there is just the classic thing that Mage can do to win any single matchup in the meta, which is like a turn 5 Belinda followed by a Drakefire Amulet or Rune. Generally, Amulet, of course, being the ideal one, but we don't see that option available for Tice just yet. Whereas for Jetpack, he's off to a pretty good start. Gets the switcheroo one turn later than he'd like, but it's still a decent way to cycle through the deck.
Yeah, it's not a bad start. He's got a lot of the good cards. His hand was looking very shaky before some of these pickups came in the form of the switcheroo off the top in order to activate the Hand Maiden as well. For Tice, given that there's no really obvious power plays here, there's nothing in his hand that screams like you want to go coin Valish or coin Sorceress or coin one of the big spells. Do you see the merit of maybe just trying to like use the coin in these next few turns to get as many stats online as quickly as possible? Is it anything other than just a stat vomit in these turns?
I do see merit in using the coin potentially to play Evoker, but I don't think it's worth it because it's less stats than actually playing just the Null here. And I really favor just skipping on the Treasure Guard because if you play that, you potentially overdraws Tice if Jetpack removes it that turn. So I think Tice hits a win-win situation here of being able to play a lot of stats and hold on to the coin.
No waves can sink this ship.
And I really call it a win-win though when it's not a Belinda hand. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It does just feel so much worse, doesn't it? Again, Sorceress can kind of get the job done, especially against a deck like the Boar Priest that runs so many cheap spells. But for the moment, it's just an arena deck. Straight up, you're playing the best statted minion you can every single turn and hoping that you get the job done. The one tricky part of Tice's hand, though, I guess could be the Blade Master Okani as to when you want to play that. Do you think that has any chance of really disrupting the Boar Priest's combo?
It does, depending on whether or not Jetpack has Shard of the Naru in hand, because I think rule of thumb of playing Okani against Boar Priest is to pick minion counter because they don't generally have minions that they want to dump to get rid of that, and they need minions to clear the Okani in the first place. But the one counter to that is the silence option, Shard of the Naru, which just removes the minion counter only at the expense of 1 mana from the Priest. So we'll see if Jetpack trades that away or holds on to it. Generally, I think it's fine to trade it because you don't expect the Okani this early. I feel Okani is more likely when it's either protecting a very high threat board or going into the combo turn and trying to disrupt and buy the mage one more turn.
Well, Boar successfully dead. I don't think there's really anything you're afraid of against this mage in terms of having your Boar transformed. Silence, again, does not make a difference. It still died. As long as the 7th Boar has the death rattle, then you're absolutely fine. And so here...
Fringe scenarios with Rune of the Archmage, and it's very, very unlikely.
True, yes, very true. I guess we'll worry about that when it comes to it. But Tice finally letting rip with the Blade Master Okani, which I do like. I think there's a slim chance at this point that you can counteract them from playing Xyrella in order to clear the board. And honestly, in this matchup, I think that's about as best of a shot as you're going to get, especially when the board is actually pretty respectably sized now.
Yeah, it's true. It's a lot of damage that Tice has been pushing, even though Jetpack has healed most of it back up. It's the most threats that Tice is going to get for the foreseeable future because his hand is chock full of tech cards at the moment.
Wow, there is Xyrella off the top with Shard of the Naru, so there's clear potential. But it's still a little bit awkward. Like Flash Heal, not quite doing it. Gift of the Naru, same thing. So maybe it ends up being a wild Pyro turn, although I've got to say, I don't think that clears off much damage at all.
Really tough because the Pyro only has the 1 health on it as well. But Jetpack, I think, correctly realizes that this is probably the last board state from Tice that he can abuse to get cycle from. It's unlikely that post Xyrella as a clear, Jetpack would have that many damage minion targets. So I like that he's going in with the Cleric this turn, has plenty of healing even if he has to tank some damage next turn, can go for the clear next turn, and just gets the cycle going right through here. Okay, he can still end the turn with Xyrella if he likes.
Yeah, that's, I think, just a guaranteed clear now, or 5. Oh, no, yeah, sorry, 1 million with the Flash Heal factored in as well. Yeah, very, very nicely done. Clearing the board and getting the card draw done. It's all just going to plan for Jetpack right now. I think the one thing he really needs to be doing now is get trading with those amulets to really juice them up in time for the combo.
And for Tice, the problems do not stop here because he can play Treasure Guards to keep cycling, but at this point, the Belinda would be too late, and he's miles and miles away from playing a Drakefire Amulet. Goes with 1 Starfish, 1 Treasure Guard. I think the Starfish is important to make sure that the Cleric cannot cycle anymore. Just on the off chance that Jackpack doesn't have any other draw effects in hand, maybe Tice could buy himself 1 more turn with that Silence, but we do see this switcheroo. I think it still pulls at least a Pyro from this point.
Pyro and a Cleric. Oh, perfect combo to go with the other gift on the following turn. Obviously, it's, I guess, not necessarily quite so clean as all that, because you do ideally want to save the Pyro to go for the big sword turn where you kill off all the boars at the same time. But it can still be achieved with a Shadow Devour in a pinch.
It can. And I think it's for that reason. You say it's in a pinch because you can only clear like 1 layer of boars with 1 Shadow or Devour. The difference with Pyro is that both amulets you can play and kill off with that 1 Pyro. So I think the thinking for Jackpack is to save the Pyro to remove any chance of shenanigans. And if you know you're not using the Pyro, might as well just commit the other Cleric this turn and gets the cycle through. He is missing the amulets from this point, but the other boar in hand ready to be killed by the Pyro could mean that Jackpack is popping off at any point in the near future. There, however, is the old Barbaric Sorceress from Tice. As long as he uses the coin first,
Yes.
potentially snipe something amazing.
And he's guaranteed to be able to play it here. From his perspective, maybe he was hoping for 3 mana to hit the amulet, but this is absolutely fine. A 12-12, another 12-12 is a game-ending amount of pressure for Tice, which comes at the hands, actually, of a play that I didn't think was necessarily so obvious, which was to trade the Drakefire Amulet. Like, 1 mana on this turn was quite a lot of mana to spend when you could just go stats, 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 and hope to get there that way. But I think it was a very clever realization that he is currently not winning this game. He needs to hit one of these high roll cards. And that's exactly what he did. And now potentially in a spot to close it out next turn.
Yeah, that is just a lethal setup on board thanks to those Deathwings. And the crucial factor is that he's seen Xyrella, which is really the only way that Boar Priest has enough reach to kill 12 health minions. The breakpoints on Pyro don't quite get there. The one thing Jackpack has going for him is that Tice has swapped the cost on a relatively unimpactful spell from Jackpack's side, the Holy Smite, but I don't see a way that Jackpack can survive. He can kill everything but the Deathwings, but just a little bit of burst from Tice would still end the game after.
He does also, I believe, have both amulets at 0 mana. And I think this one is at 2, and the one in his deck is at 3. So if he had drawn the other amulet there off of the trade on the Shard of the Naru, then I think he could have actually got himself in a situation where he just wings for lethal in 2 turns. It would have been very close. It might not have worked out quite, but it was a lot closer. Whereas here, without getting the sword on this online on this turn, I think the Deathwings are just a tad too much.
Yeah, there's just no hope without the sword, but even if he had gotten the sword here, the fact is he would have to swing into a Deathwing to not die over 2 turns, and he would still die because the other Deathwing could go first, could go face. Just not a situation that you're able to get out of as the Boar Priest. And for Tice here, 25, 26, 27 damage. Not quite lethal, but it's fine.
Yep, no way you can dig for it either. You just have to make sure you are killing off or at least silencing the Wild Pyro. I don't really think even then it matters all that much. But it's still the correct thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, I think I like the silence here. Just not missing the 12 extra damage face, but also making sure that just in case, for example, Jackpack had enough spells, including a Holy Spite, to clear off 1 Deathwing, given the Pyro sticks on board with its effect, I think this is the line that always takes the victory for Tice.
Yeah, I guess maybe if Jackpack could have set him up in a situation where he can tank one of the Deathwings and still live, given that he has Flash Heal plus Desperate Prayer, it would have been really, really close. But in this situation, there is absolutely no chance whatsoever. And so for Tice, after a game that started off with just a whole lot of nothing for 5 or 6 turns, just hits that one miracle that you need on the big spell mage, and everything just falls into place. A great start to the game in a very tough matchup.
Yeah, turn around in the blink of an eye with that amazing Barbaric Sorceress top deck, and also just the fact that his Drakefire Amulet did not disappoint. Hits the big dragons pretty consistently, but the difference between an 8-8 and the 12-12 is that an 8-8 can often still be cleared by Pyro plus Holy Smite. Maybe not the other 8-8, but 2 12-12s, that's just impossible for Boar Priest to deal with once they've used their Xyrella. So for Tice there, that was, I think, already a lock as soon as he saw the results on that amulet. But it is only the first game of this series. We do still have, what's this, a Druid, Priest, and a Rogue for Tice. I'm gonna double check what got banned from him, just a sec. I think it was mutual Druid bans here, so Tice still needs a win on his Rogue and his own Priest.
That's right, and he is going for, wow, not the, yeah, neither of the expected ones, neither Boar Priest nor Wig Priest. It is Renathal Quest Priest, which I truly hope that we get to see a look at some point, because this is an absolute monstrosity. I mean, I saw him playing it on stream the other day, which I had on like my side monitor, but I did not believe he was actually bringing it to the tournament, which is very, very impressive indeed. But I mean, if it's going to be able to beat any deck at all, surely it should be Prince Renathal Warlock on the other side. That must be even worse than whatever that disaster is from Tice.
Yeah, I mean, that Priest, I think, will have the time to play the Xyrella quest reward and find the Purified Shard to instantly win the game. And they should generally have time against this Warlock, especially one that is teched not quite for this matchup. It has the quest in there, which I think is exclusively kept in the mirror matchup. I don't know if the quest is useful in any other one. It also has the what is this? Double Rune Mithril Rod, which I thought has fallen out of fashion even with the Renathal Warlock, which as an archetype I also thought fell out of fashion after 2 days of the meta.
Yeah, fell out of fashion despite it hardly existing 3 days ago. But it is going to be Tice instead on the Rogue first, which is the Thief variant, I suppose, as players have started calling it, with Contraband Stash Jackpot in there as well, which I think it is one of the more subtle but bigger impacts that Renathal has had, which is that for me, I would beforehand 100% have been on the pirate boat version of the deck. You just go all in on getting these pirates, getting down Mr. Smite, doing that damage, because it could very, very easily deal 30 damage. When you start moving up to 40 damage, that actually becomes pretty difficult for the Rogue to do, especially with Mr. Smite up at 7 mana now. And so with this change over to Renathal being in quite a few of our players' decks, in the Druids and the Warlocks in particular, I think it's very respectable for Tice and all the other players to go for the Thief variant instead, just to have a bit more of a board-focused approach, which is probably going to be pretty strong in this meta.
In the meta, sure. In this matchup, I am uncertain, because I feel like against Warlock, even if they're at 40 health, you would rather still have the Smite in there with the Fillet Fishers for reach, and most importantly of all, the Edwin, which you can potentially step back to your hand for a lot of burst with the Mr. Smite. Even though Tice can generate tons of value and build board after board, as long as he gets some minions from other classes to replay with Tess and Contraband Stash, he doesn't necessarily have infinite time, because the curses do stack up pretty quickly against this Rogue. That Shadowcrafter Scabs being in hand early, though, is a pretty important one, because it means that the Warlock can't necessarily get ahead on board later, and that's where Tice can start to swing things around, because I don't expect that anything Tice plays in the early game is going to stick.
Probably not, yeah. Even when you're juicing your deck up to 40 cards, which obviously lowers the consistency somewhat, there's so much removal in Warlock, especially with the Curse package in there, which Jetpack is clearly going for as his main win condition, that you can quite happily kill off anything the Rogue can play in these early turns. Tice going for prep into Shroud is a bit of an awkward one because it does mean that if you draw Null, which he has done, it's not quite cheap enough to play. But with the jackpot slotted in as well, works out very nicely. Well calculated by Tice, leading him up into just a pretty good situation for these early turns. He's got Trickster into Refreshing Spring Water, which, okay, is not insane, but it's a way to just keep that hand economy nice and high.
That's right, it is some cycle. It's a hit and a miss, I think, fair to say, from the jackpot, where Light Bomb is terrible in the matchup. You are not the defender as the rogue, you're the aggressor. You don't need board clears generally. The Spring Water is, like you said, decent first cycle, but it's not one of those amazing cards that you want to see, like Miracle Growth, Drakefire Amulet, or even Garden's Grace to just start pushing more damage, and applying Divine Shield as a very awkward thing for Warlock to deal with. Off of this Reconnaissance, even though I did just say the Rogue is not the defender in the matchup, the Gigafin I still feel is the best option here for Tice. The others are too low impact, and you can get in a situation where maybe you stuck a board and the Warlock plays some taunts in the way. The Gigafin can allow you to push more face damage.
Yeah, I was very tempted by the Razorfen just to have a 3/3 to just throw online. But I guess, like you said, you know, even if a 5 health minion is a little bit tricky for the Warlock to clear, a 3 health is just almost a perfect utilization of their mana for pretty much every card, removal card that they have in these early turns. And so just taking a slightly bigger one instead does make sense on the Gigafin, as the curses finally start rolling in for Jetpack. They're going to start ticking away, and like you say, for Tice, you would, I agree, probably rather have that damage-focused approach, because any games that go long definitely start to favor the Warlock with those ticking up of those curses.
Right. Tice does hit double spell from the Spring Water, which is great, gets to refresh that mana, but honestly ends up using it on some pretty low impact actions. Just another 3/2, and the dagger up doesn't value removing the curse because this is just the 1 damage one. I think that's completely fine. And Jetpack here actually goes for Demonic Assault. I was wondering if this was the Coin Rune Mithril Rod, because I feel if you're running Rod in your deck, you just want to get that online as soon as possible.
All right, Tooth. Pretty important discovers all around here, given that there's a contraband stash in hand. So we want to get some high-impact spells here, which probably comes in the form of Spirit Mount. Yeah, they're not fantastic, are they? But it's playable right now. You can just go Spirit Mount into probably Gone Fishing as well, because I don't think there's any especially important dredges that you want to be hitting.
The one thing to think about is that Earthen Scales targets only friendly minions, and Spirit Mount is any minion. So thinking about what your contraband stash and chess will replay later on, the Earthen Scales is guaranteed to hit something positive. So I kind of like the Earthen Scales pick for the long game.
And actually, to be fair, I was going to say the health isn't relevant, but that's just not actually true against against Curse Warlock as well. If you can play like Tess, for example, later on, getting yourself 7 armor with an Earthen Scales could be absolutely huge. And the spell damage is probably not that relevant. So I think I actually would have got that wrong, and I like Tice's choice a lot here.
Okay, the Rod finally comes down for Jetpack here. Doesn't have a lot of cycle, but he does have this crucial combo of Bran and Zakul with the coins saved in hand and potentially going to be discounted by the Rune Mithril Rod in the near future. That is a lot of healing on demand, as long as he can tick the curses up to at least 4 and then 5 damage, I would say, from the Zakul and Bran. And he does have this Abyssal Wave for the next turn, so it's looking fine for now. That extra 10 health really giving Jetpack a lot more breathing room here. But Tice, we can see he's already considering just tempo Gigafin because he doesn't really have any other good tempo options. Blood in the Water, not great here.
Yeah, exactly. And even though the expected clear is Abyssal Wave, if you can call any play expected in a 40-card deck, it's just the only thing that sticks any amount of pressure on the board. Like the Blood in the Water, yes, you know, you are sticking a 5-1 at the end of it. But if they don't have it, then this is by far a much higher amount of pressure. So I do think this is just the correct line.
I honestly think Tice should be happy to see an Abyssal Wave because it's not a customer, which would have cleared every single thing.
True.
Which is also a 2 of in the deck. So fair enough. Tice gets to stick one more minion here. That's the Tess, which currently doesn't replay too many threatening things. It's just refreshing and earthen scales. So I think
And the
he's gonna
Gigafin.
hold on to. Oh, true, the Gigafin, right. I almost feel like that's a rogue card for the all frequency I see it in rogue versus warlock these days. But
Yeah, it's actually true. Although it is, in this instance, actually in both decks, so who knows? It could be some Gigafin on Gigafin action. Always exciting to see. But I do like this from Tice. It's just the most amount of pressure when you factor that in, which is all you need to be doing every single turn from here. Don't need to get greedy, because again, he's correctly realizing this game's got to end fast. Eventually, the Warlock will steal the advantage back. So let's close out the game now, which means with all this pressure coming online, what has Jetpack got and what does he need to hit in the next turns to maybe swing this one back?
what he's got is a whole lot of curse synergy, but he's not in a position to make that lethal yet. So what he needs is an entitled customer right now. Nope. Demonic Assault is a fel spell, not a shadow spell, unfortunately.
Any way to draw a card? No. I mean, if you could tick up the quest anymore. The rod any further. This is the kind of hand that you might be able to start pulling off some tricks with like the Drain Soul as well, just to heal up a little bit of health. But the mana's just really, really tight.
Right, and Tice has also remained at 9 cards here, so at most Jetpack could put one more curse in Tice's hand. Branzakul hardly does anything here. Tamsin Drain does look like it's the best that Jetpack can put together with the Knoll first, of course. But can he stay alive? I guess, yeah, pretty reliably, right? You remove a 5/4 and either a Tess or the Gigafin main body. You leave either 11 or 10 attack on board.
And then the following turn, you have, what would that be, 2, 2, and 4. So you do actually have access to Bran, Syracuse, plus the Zakul, right? Which, if they leave you hand space with which to fill up their hand with curses, it's quite a lot of healing, even if it's not any removal. Maybe enough to just tank another wave of damage from their development.
Correct, but I think Tice will be aware of that and will not leave much hand space available for Jetpack to maneuver. So there's plenty of ways Tice can play cards that replace themselves in hand. The Tooth, I think Ajara will be active post-Tooth as well, and it's still tempo hitting the board while keeping his hand space nice and curse-proof.
Yeah, even the Contraband itself, right, to get yourself a couple more cards drawn, another Gigafin, as well as potentially something off this Tooth to start off the turn with the Prep to fit in some more mana.
Right, so Ajara is on 2 more spells to be played, so if he does want active Ajara this turn, I guess Tice would start with Prep. I don't really see him using Extortion this turn. Prep Gifts?
Time's ticking.
Kind of looking at Buckler. Is that weird?
Oh, and he okay. So the Spike Shell gives him a copy, right? So it replaces itself in hand.
Yeah, okay.
I like this line. It goes Blood in the Water over the Queen Ajara, which is still a nice middle ground. 7 cards in hand isn't too many, but is it enough for Jetpack to stay alive? Crucially, Jetpack can still weave in a tap to get that Rod activation finally going through.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, he needs to tap to get the activation, so he actually can't go Bran, Syracuse plus the Zakul all on the same turn, even with the coin factored in as well.
That's a bit unfortunate. So at best, it is just Branzakul here, which is not enough healing, I don't think, to get the job done. So Zakul concede, is that what we're seeing? Basically.
Pretty much, I think, yeah. Or is it down? Tice 2-0 up. Just winning games with good decks here, right? Not messing around with any of these slightly weirder archetypes. You know, his Priest is the last one involved, which does change the story somewhat. But Big Spell Mage and Thief Rogue, this is the kind of the winning formula for all of these Master Tours. It's why we've seen Gabby win 2 of them. And very often the winner of these Master Tours setting the metagame with just what are the 4 best decks in any format. And even though, as I said, that Priest does very much go against that that formula. Tice is very nicely painting a picture of what this metagame actually is in what was quite an undecided field going into the Masters Tour.
Yeah, I did actually catch a bit of Tice's stream just exactly yesterday, and I was there at the moment he said, "Is 40 card Celestial Druid just a bait?" Because he kept losing with it when playing on ladder. And then he said he didn't want to play Prester because it seems like a lottery deck, which fair enough. I can understand that assessment, even though I feel like it's the nuts. And then somehow his mind went to, what if I play Quest Priest? He's been playing it on stream for quite some time, and I guess having a decent win rate with it to convince him that it's good enough to bring to the Masters Tour. And I will admit, this is a deck that I have zero experience on, but the Renathal in there does, you know, on paper give you more time to find your Xyrella. To find your Purified Shard later on. I am, however, a bit skeptical as to whether Purified Shard is actually the win condition in this deck. Like, how often are you gonna find it with a 40 card deck to begin with? Maybe you just win off of control, which I think is more likely.
Yeah, I've played against it a surprisingly high amount of times over the last few games I've played it. I didn't think that players would be jamming it in the last few hours of the season, which ended 2 hours ago, or the first few games of the season since that started up again. But I've been playing against it a bit with the mid-range Murloc-y Shaman that a fair few players have brought here to this tournament as well. And against that deck, they very much did feel like the Purified Shard is the win condition. It's the card that you really need to hit to actually finally get over the finish line, given that it's just such a dense board battle back and forth. In this matchup, I think we can quite heartily agree, no, it's not going to come online before the boar priest can kill you. I think this has to just be an overwhelmingly favored matchup for the boar priest, right? What can Tice possibly do?
Yeah, it's miserable for the Quest Priest. There are some scams he can pull off. Like, we can see two of them in hand, Okani, Mutinous. I don't think Jackpack is going to play into Okani, like throw a boar into an Okani. That's one way you can instantly lose. The Mutinous is a lot harder to pull off because, especially with one boar in hand, you cannot guarantee as Tice that you're able to eat one that much later in the game. Looking down the list, there's also Najak Hexen, which is something to think about. So basically all the scams revolve around Jackpack leaving his boars vulnerable, whether they're in hand or on the board, but it's not difficult to make sure that doesn't happen.
That's right, and there's actually the fourth one in hand, right, in Drown. Actually, as well, if you play it, it just gets it right onto the bottom of the deck straight away. Which does mean that Jackpack is in a bit of a weird spot where his boars are not safe on the board at any point if he just plays them and leaves them, but they are also not safe in hand from turn 7 onwards because Mutinous could get lucky and snipe them. And so, to be honest, for Tice, if he was ever going to win this game of Hearthstone, he has the perfect hand with which to do it. It's just maximum disruption at all points along the way.
True. This top deck for Jackpack is enormous, though. The Shard solves a lot of his problems because he didn't really have a good way of playing around Okani into minion there. All of his minions are valuable here, perhaps Xyrella even the least valuable. I think if he didn't draw the Shard, the turn might just be like play Xyrella to get that effect just out of the way so you can freely play minions on the next couple turns. But now with the Shard, he has the liberty to play some boars on the board. That being said, he probably wants to kill them off immediately if he plays them. So is this ever a Pyro as well?
I think given that you have a switcheroo in hand, I would rather see the Pyro saved to go for a really big Cleric Pyro draw turn, like especially when you have the Gift of the Naru having been found now as well. Because even though mana can get a little bit tight, I think again, as long as you're pre-turn 7 for the opponent, you can just still get that really perfect pop-off with the Pyro, the Cleric, and the boars slotted in there as well.
Yeah, I like it. The only problem I was looking at for Jackpack was hand space. Like, I thought he had to dump something, but True the Thrive was actually just replacing itself in hand, and it wasn't Switcheroo, which would have let him overdraw the next turn. So I think he's fine to delay a little bit longer. Finds the Cleric now, has the gift in hand. So the setup is there. The question is, what does he dump this turn? I think it's Desperate Prayer.
I think so too. You can't really afford to overdraw with 2 amulets left, right? Even with the 2 pigs in hand. it's annoying because you really want as many spells as possible, but I guess it's fine to just go Pyro, Pig, Cleric, Coin, Gift next turn.
Yeah. There's also a line where you dump a cleric because it's not super necessary with the other one in hand. But again, this is a priest mirror. Even though Hunter Ace advised you never play around anything in a 40 card deck, if Thais had some other way to abuse that cleric on the other side and make Jackpack overdraw, that's one of the few ways you could also lose the game. Well, we have hit the expected problem for Thais, which is he's not playing a curve deck, so
Right.
out of threats.
And it's not the 4 mana he needs, it's 3, isn't it? Because he's only played 2 and 4, given that the Gorilla Bot went down to 2 as well. So he can't even progress quest.
I need to correct myself, though. He is playing a curve deck. In fact, the quest literally tells you to curve out.
Yeah.
But he's not playing like a threat-heavy curve deck. A lot of these options are just removal-based, and he has not hit the minion threats, unfortunately. So Jackpack starting with Pyro into Think.
Yeah, that's always happening.
Yeah. So Bor, you coin. There's 4 damage targets on board. You have Cleric Gift. It will draw you for 5. And I think you do have the hand space for this. The only question was whether you start with the Cleric on board before the coin. But I do like this order better. Oh, he doesn't play the other Bor. I'm
Yeah, he's
surprised by that.
left a Boar in hand for the moment. I mean, you still have mana to go Boar plus spell at the end, which probably should do, because now it's just in a situation.
Oh, it's 2 health.
Oh, it's a 2 health, so he should have gone earlier, right?
Well, he can
'cause
still kill with the Devourer, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you play it earlier, actually, it gets healed by the gift, so it's +1 draw. So it.
Okay.
I do like this line
Of
of
overdraw.
from Jackpack. Yeah.
Yeah, it did mean that he was reliant on drawing a Shadow Word Devour, but it was pretty likely to happen.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Big difference all these little adjustments to the health totals make in the deck. Thais, kind of a sitting duck. He has Mutinous, but he's seen both boars played out already.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can munch a Handmaiden, which slows them down, but that's really the best you can hope for.
There's also just the Pyro itself being on board being so problematic because that sticking around potentially means the pop off for Jackpack 1 turn sooner. So I think Thais ends the turn with Drown here after he picks Witcheroo, I guess. No, Disciple, okay.
Can you actually imagine unironically bringing a deck that runs 2 deep run engineers in it and isn't mech mage? Like, it's embarrassing playing it even in a mech deck. This is something else.
Strictly an arena card.
Literally.
All right. So Jackpack needs to just consider his hand space for the Handmaidens. I think this is both amulets done now. Yeah, he traded a 1 and a 2, so as soon as he finds both, those will resurrect the appropriate amounts of boars. That's the other Pyro now as well.
Yeah, and I think I would rather have that be not on the bottom of my deck, even if you don't get any discount, because I think it could. It's very much looking to be a turn 8 sword swing this game. Possibly, if he can redraw the upgraded amulet.
Right. Dump a flash heal here, I'd assume.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm just trying to think of what happens if you draw Priestess Valish off the top. I don't think you would be playing that on this turn. It's only been 1 spell so far and 2 with the flash heal. Okay, but he's actually holding on to the other amulet because I guess that one's upgraded enough and he just needs to find the other.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason to trade it when it's a crucial part of the combo anyway. Thais, prayer hands for I don't know what. Okay, Pyro, that's probably the best target to hit here. It now creates a situation where Jackpack needs to play 1 amulet, the one for 2 boars, have the boars naturally die, and then wait to play the last amulet and use the Shadow Word to trigger the sword. So now that means Thais potentially has a window to drown a boar?
No, right? Why can't you go amulet, devour on an opposing minion?
You can't amulet because only 2 boars.
Oh, 2 boars have died. Sorry. Yeah. My bad. Okay.
What
Right,
you can
are.
do is amulet for 2 and then devour and then let the 3 boars naturally die. But at some point, you have to let boars naturally die. And that's
Right.
the tricky part.
Yeah, okay. And so there's no more...
There's a smite.
No,
but only one-
smite. Can that do it?
Well, that means you can play the other amulet now because there's a 3rd board dead in the pool. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. He found it.
Nice. With the Valish, gets the mana to play Shadow Word Devour and removes the window for Thais to play Drown. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it was a nice spot from Thais to maybe get himself the 1 extra window to get the disruption by killing off the Pyro, which he did manage to hit. But for Jetpack, it's just it's too much. And even though he's swinging into minions here, we know that Zyrella, in order to get extra charge swings, will lock this one out. I don't see any cards for Thais that could be good enough to swing this one back. And so that's just going to be it. Jetpack taking the win as we expected, despite Thais doing everything he possibly could, as I think we saw Simi peeking in right at the end of there, just as he went off cam, to get Jetpack up to 1 win here on the board.
Yeah, what's she thinking? Oh man, my man's playing Quest Priest.
Can't even show her face.
Not a great place to be at. But, you know, Thais still has 2 attempts on it. It definitely has a shot against the Control Warrior. Maybe. I mean, there's still a Kazakhstan in there, but let's say Jetpack gets a terrible draw. The Kazakhstan's at the bottom. Maybe we can see the Purified Shard actually come into play.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very, very different deck when you take out the From the Depths, since that has been nerfed. It goes much, much, much slower. Kazakhstan obviously only available on turn 8, absolute earliest, and very, very likely a whole lot slower than that. So I think it's still a fine situation for Thais to be in. Because again, you know, that was a somewhat slow quest progression. Quest progression was not his biggest priority by any means at all in that game, so he therefore was not prioritizing it. But he still would have liked to curve out. But this Quest Priest deck, you know, I have seen it curve out pretty close to perfectly. A lot of these cards, even though I mock them like the Deep Run Engineer, do allow you to get a lot more consistency and a lot more flexibility in terms of the cards you discover in order to complete that quest, which is obviously his biggest concern when going up against the Curse Warlock and the Control Warrior.
So for Jetpack, the question, I think, is exclusively how to get Kazakhstan online as soon as possible. So you want card draw and you want ways to get the Kazakhstan in hand. The Dredge effect from Gorger is pseudo card draw, you can say. Like putting a card that you would rather have way at the top than at the bottom can equal more card draw later on. But perhaps the more important part of his hand is this Forged in Flame, which ideally can draw him 5 cards with Rukara. Make no mistake, I don't think anything else but Kazakhstan will allow Jetpack to threaten Thais, especially from 40 health.
My man puts 40 cards in his deck and then throws his hands up in the air when he draws them.
You're putting so many words in Simi's mouth. We're sorry.
Yeah. Obviously, I am trolling him so much. This is a pretty unfortunate draw. Thrive could be a good way to smooth out the curve. Okay, that's a 2. Then it's a 3. It's pretty off curve. But it's quest completion. Again, the most important thing that he needs to hit. And in the meantime, it's not like Jetpack is doing anything himself. He's not playing any dragons in order to activate Kazakhstan. And honestly, there's not really anything else that he can do that's good for this game plan. Everything else is just very, very slow indeed.
All 3 options are dragons. Amalgam is the most flexible, but it's not guaranteed to have a target anytime soon, let alone a dragon target. Perhaps you just take the Drake, yeah.
Yeah, he could just go 4-on-4 here and then save Switcheroo for the following turn, just to like be more mana secure. But to be fair, Zarella, even in these slow matchups, can be very, very potent.
4-on-4, the spiciest Battlegrounds curve. Yeah, I do like this switcheroo. Oh man. Deckpack kind of just feels like a sitting duck here. Granted, Thijs doesn't have a way to clear these minions yet because his Zarella has no healing to go alongside her, but now Thijs has a different option to progress quest with the Drown instead. I think that's decent.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, honestly, the fact that it goes on the bottom of your deck is good because you don't really ever want to see these cards again anyway, so you can just shove them down there and forget about them. It would mean that he's overdrawing, though, unless he plays the coin, right? Or unless, sorry, he finds something that's discovers something playable for 1 mana from his deck.
Not too many of those, but he actually hits one in Call of the Grave. However, it replaces itself in hand, so maybe you take the Trawler because you can actually play it while spending coin. You can also just accept the overdraw. I don't think that's too much of a problem for Thijs.
I'm fine with that. I mean, the rest of his hand very much just plays itself, right? You can just go 5-6 and then 7-8. Everything coming together and then just praying that you draw your one-off Purified Shard for the game.
It is 5, 6, 7, 8, but unfortunately he's entering turn 6 without the 5 played yet. So at minimum, the quest for completion happens on turn 9.
He's got time. I think he'll be fine.
We'll see how fast this Kazakhstan can happen.
Man, now, you know what? I was mocking Sotul for his constantly being so upset at calling it Control Warrior beforehand. But now I see what Control Warrior actually is. I start to understand why he was so upset, because this looks very, very different from the Warriors of old. This is just so slow. It's doing nothing. It's just control.
And if this is what control is, I'd rather we call it the wrong thing every single time. All right. Thumb Cycle. Galvangor, that card goes face.
It does go face, and it can go face next turn with all the armor being gained as well.
Probably have to take shield block for more cycle. Anything that gets you closer to Kazakhstan, the card itself, rather than activating it, I think, is the way to go for Jetpack. Yep. Ice has to play a 5 cost now to finish this stage of quest. Going to overdraw off this Death Rattle, but I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, 100%. As long as he doesn't burn quest reward, it's fine.
Take Desperate Prayer to overdraw less, I guess.
Sure, yeah. I don't think you're catching any. You're not going to be catching them off guard with Whirlpool.
Actually, that being said, is overdrawing as Quest Priest just positive at this point in the game, because it's technically less cards out of your deck, and as long as you don't overdraw by the time you don't overdraw the quest reward itself.
Yeah, it's true.
It's technically higher odds to find the Purified Shard.
Yeah, I think a card burned is roughly equivalent to a card drawn at this point. I agree.
Yeah.
As long as you're not drawing more card draw, is the only way that could go wrong.
There's just nothing that Thijs really cares about in his deck at this point. He has the 7 and the 8, so that's guaranteed quest completion by turn 9 if he wants it. Probably not turn 9 because he has to make hand space, I think. So maybe turn 10.
Wow, Jetpack just plays the Mutinous. I was going to say, like, his one chance of winning the game might be the fact that you can't complete quest and play 7/7 Zarella on the same turn. You just because it has to be a 7 or an 8 cost card in order to actually complete the quest. But Jetpack's just going for it here, I guess, thinking he might lose on tempo anyway. I don't know. I felt like that could have been used as just a Hail Mary to try and win a disastrous matchup.
That was also my first instinct. Maybe Jetpack's thinking is that there's so many minions in the deck anyway that it's low odds to eat it with Mutinous. Maybe he thinks higher odds of winning is Turbo Kazakusan and of course buying more time by playing just best board every single turn. Gets him a better Kazakusan than average or a safer spot to play it. I am honestly not sure. I don't play either of these decks.
And weirdly enough, the Mutinous eating the Amalgam there was kind of the good outcome, even though the only other option was Captain Galvangar, because it just means that Kazakusan is so difficult to activate now. You have to find basically your entire deck before that's even going to be playable at all.
Yeah, Jackpack's only played one dragon so far, right? The Onyxian Drake.
Yeah.
So 3 more necessary to play Kazakusan, and that would mean Onyxia, another Onyxian Drake, an Amalgam, or an Amalgam and whatever it discovers.
Yeah.
Ideally, you don't have to play Onyxia because it's too slow. Yeah, Tice can just get the quest reward here, right?
He can
Goodness.
with Zyrella. So you're right, there's nothing that he'd be terribly afraid of. It's just what does it do, and is he ever afraid of this board? You know, this is kind of scary what he's seeing right now, admittedly.
True. I just noticed he's at 18. I'm so sorry. Like, how did that happen? He was at 40 a while ago.
Oh, and also actually Zyrella would activate the Spirit Guide, right? So it would draw 2 cards and then complete quest. So I think actually Zyrella would have overdrawn the quest reward there if Tice had gone.
Good catch, good catch.
And so he decides to just clear the board and heal for 1 million instead, which I think is also going to be winning this game.
Oh man, this hand from Jackpack. It's nothing.
It's less than nothing.
Queen's trove is forbidden.
So if Tice still draws 2 from Zyrella at this point, he needs to wait 1 more turn, right?
Right, yeah.
He's at 9 cards right now, so he needs to have 3 spaces in hand to get the quest reward.
Yeah, I mean, he could just go Thrive, hope to hit Whirlpool, of which there are decent odds because there aren't that many spells in the deck. And then again, just go for it that way. But I think this is an equally reasonable way to go about it, just by applying pressure. You know, it's not going to win you the game, but it is just going to make it so they can't stick anything themselves, and then you just go for Zyrella to win the game.
Seems good. A cycle for Jackpack. Conditional cycle. Oh yeah, he can activate it right now with the Shield Shatter. The nerf worked out for him.
Strict upgrade. As I do agree 100% with Jetpack in going for the cycle game plan. I think that you know, Fatigue quite clearly has absolutely no chance of working out whatsoever. So it's just a pure draw through to Kazakusan and pray that that'll get you there. Ty's done the maths that he should be able to get the quest in hand, or the Zyrella, sorry, in hand with this play, which I think again is correct. Hopefully no disasters. There we go. Perfect.
Zyrella Sanctified. I was trying to remember what the heck her title was because we need to distinguish Zyrella, the hero card, Zyrella, the quest reward, but I strictly just didn't know the name of the quest reward, Zyrella.
I don't know the quest reward names of any of them. Scabs the 7/7, Tavish the 7/7. I think that's more or less it. All right, well, there is Kazakusan in hand, but still need 2-3 more dragons, right? In order to be drawn for it to be playable at all.
No way he's thinking of just tempoing that. You'd never win the game that way.
That's just a concede, yeah.
So it's just a strict pass from Jackpack here.
And then from there, it's just a pretty straight up game plan from Tice. He has ways to tutor out the Purified Shard with obviously the Spirit Guide in hand, maybe Call of the Grave can get him another one, Thrive in the Shadows, of course, as the main one to get it as soon as possible.
Misses, but Witchery is cycle.
Yep, absolutely taking that.
Now he does have to be concerned about hand space again because there is something that he doesn't want to overdraw in the deck now. So after taking Switcheroo, the turn's probably just Viper. Oh, okay, Sorceress, yeah. True. Quest gone, so it doesn't draw anything.
Okay, there's a tradable. Rancor. Oh, into swing. Okay, that's one way to give yourself an extra draw.
Every last draw is precious. He's down to 5 cards in the deck, but I think he knows the bottom. Like the other Amalgam and the Onyxia are at the bottom. We saw that from the Dredges.
Oh, that's
right?
true, actually, yeah.
So he literally needs to get to the end of that deck.
Hey!
You will be purified.
Just not the same without his sound effects, is it? This is why we watch the man stream, never on mute, and never any doubt that Tice would get it done. The Quest Priest with Quest Renathal Priest, a deck that I was poo-pooing to no end beforehand, and still honestly have my doubts, but there against 0 win condition Control Warrior, turns out that's a matchup that it can win. So good job, Tice, you got the job done, and he's up 1-0 in the Swiss.
Yeah, congratulations to Tice with a lineup that you kind of called 3 good decks and a Quest Priest. I think that's a decent assessment of it. I will join you on the poo-pooing train. I really don't think this deck is worth running. Chugga poop. But maybe Tice can prove us wrong. There's still 7 more rounds of Swiss. If he wins, if he gets top 16 with this deck, he is unquestionably the greatest Hearthstone player alive. Like, he obviously has a great resume to support that at the moment, but this would be the final cherry on top. It's greater than having every player have less earnings than you in the history of Hearthstone, which is currently, that is Tice's pedigree right now, but it would be a greater achievement to even make top 16 with this Quest Priest, I would say.
I agree, 100%, and I'm sure that will be much more rewarding for him than all his very, very much amount of money that he has won over the course of his Hearthstone history. But either way, that does mean that we are all done, I believe, with action for round 1. No other matches left to come, and I believe all the matches pretty much wrapped up. So without any further ado, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, some of the action from round 2 will kick off here at Masters Tour Vashj'ir.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Vashj'ir. I'm Raven, and joining me, I'm kind of joining Derek since he was just cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm joining Derek to cast the first match of round 2 of the Swiss. It is going to be Luna versus Pathinka, I'm going to go for. You'll understand why when you see the name. There you go. I challenge anyone to pronounce it better. But yeah, it's going to be a first match of round 2. And again, another a bit of a mixed bag in terms of lineup once more. I think regardless of thoughts on meta, thoughts on Renethil, I think something that's very clear right now is a lot of the players have very different ideas of how they want to approach this tournament.
100%, yeah, and it was great to see a little bit more closely Luna's thought process going into this tournament, because she was one of the recent additions to the Meistertournee Offen Gruppen, one of the premier Masters Tour practice groups, expanding their field into a little bit more of the Americas representation, which is great to see, given that it's pretty much Luna and Monsanto as the two only last remaining hopes for North America at this point. But yes, she did have some very, very strong opinions on the metagame right now. Some of those, I think, were agreed upon by the rest of the group, but some of them were very much her own opinions, her own spin on the metagame. And one thing that I can absolutely agree on is her diehard appreciation of Shaman. It's a deck that I've been incredibly impressed by over the last couple days of testing it out in anticipation of the Masters Tour, and even drawing a ban away from Pathinka here, clearly demonstrating the power of the deck. But another deck that was a bit of a surprise for me was this Beast Hunter, which has been everywhere on ladder in my experience. A lot of players have been testing it out, and for once I'm actually starting to believe there might be something here. I've been a big doubter in any kind of non-hyper aggro hunter for the longest time, but this definitely feels like there's something going on here.
Yeah, really interesting list as well. Definitely not what I would call super standard or what we're really used to seeing. There's the Click Clocker and the K9tron as well in the list, and no Tamers, for example, so no duplicate beasts on offer. And also just the one Saber too, which I know a lot of players do just play one, but because I just like the card so much, I play two no matter what, because I think the card and what it does is super powerful. But still, definitely excited to see what that hunter brings to the table. But checking out Luna and her lineup again is that sort of big spell mage, the Wig Priest, the mid-range shaman, which has been banned away as you mentioned, and then the rogue again. And for me, the priest definitely ticks the box. The big mage, even though I personally don't really like the deck, I can appreciate it's strong. But I think once more we're in that point where I think it's that rogue that is the deck that has to get over the line.
It does start to feel that way, doesn't it? I think for a lot of players as well, in, again, the Meistertournee Offen group, the Pirate Rogue, the Boat Rogue, whatever you want to call it, was kind of the doubt for them, because it was a bit of a weak spot in the recent Summer Championships. It's a little bit shaky on ladder as well, and when you start to compare it to all the broken things that different decks in this metagame can do, you start to wonder how it's even playable at all. What is this deck doing that makes it special? Like with Wig Priest, you know, you have these ridiculous turns where you can give yourself like plus, I don't know, like +7, +14, something ridiculous like that in a single turn just from these wigs. Big Spell Mage, you know, you're playing 5-6 mana, very, very early Drakefire Amulet, Rune of the Archmage, that can just win you the game on the spot. Whereas the Rogue, you know, it's pretty fair deck, in all honesty, especially if you're not playing the Thief package. You're going 5 mana 6/6 off the Asharan Vessel. It's like the best thing you can do in the early turns. The Wild Paw Knoll, yes, very powerful, but have been nerfed recently back down to 3 attack. And so I think, especially as I've said before, when there's a lot of Renethil knocking about, I think Rogue starts to take a big hit, especially this version that does just run the full-on damage, the Pirate package with Mr. Smite as well. But given that Pathinka does not have any of the Renethil decks, I have hopes that Luna will be able to get it done. But I am right there with you that I think it could be the weak spot in both of our players' lineups.
Yeah, and we are going to see a matchup I believe we saw, or at least I saw in the first round as well, with just to see how good the Hunter actually is. It's a different Hunter, of course, but again, it's a tough one versus Rogue, because I think this is why Rogue still is sort of hanging on, is some games you do just pop off, right? You just get the draws, the sort of early draws well, you get the nulls down early, then sort of smoothly transition to like Krakatoa and the boats, and then that's often pretty good, right? You know, if you need some extra spell damage to end the game, great. But if you just don't actually do exactly that, it can suffer just a little bit. So let's dive into game number 1 and check out these mulligans. And for you, Derek, is Shroud of Concealment an auto keep? Because we've seen it in different versions of Rogue in the past, where it is one of the best cards in your opening hand. But this deck does work just a little bit differently than some others, some other similar Rogues we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing you're looking for off of it is obviously to have it be the first rogue card you play, and then draw nulls off of it, because then they still get the discount, because you are, while the spell is being cast, you're still not in rogue form, so it still discounts them. But that becomes a little bit awkward because you have prep in hand, so you would much rather go prep into the Shroud on the same turn in order to get them down, but then the prep is the first rogue card you play, so your null might not be cheap enough, so it gets a little bit difficult there. So I am perfectly fine with Luna here throwing it away with no nulls in hand, no guaranteed way to be able to cheapen them. It wasn't necessarily going to be good enough, but the way this has worked out by getting Cutlass and discounting Shroud, it literally could not be a more perfect series of events.
Yeah, this is just one of the best openings, if not the best, that you can get, right?
Disgusting.
The turn 2 Shroud into double null, and then the problem here is if you just cast your eyes to the top of the screen, Prothinka's opening is not quite as strong, I would say. There is the Harpoon Gun in hand, but
Yeah.
that's where my sentence stops, because that's really the only shining light of this hand so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. There's something going on here, right? With it, the fact that it's almost, it's purely big beasts in the deck. Being able to go coin into Pet Collector and then have the follow-up of the Revive Pet afterwards in order to get yourself another Mountain Bear, another King Crush, or a Hydralodon. With it already in hand. Basically, King Crush or Mountain Bear is the kind of play that I think could salvage this one for Prothinka. However, Luna is not slowing down.
Yeah.
It's just another couple of Phillip fighters, which are very difficult for Hunter to deal with. Mida is a fantastic turn 4 play as well. This is the filthiest start to a game for Rogue I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? Harpoon Gun comes down here, which is fine. Prothinka's going to take a look at what's on offer here on the It has to be Saber, and I think
It does, yeah.
Saber trade Revive Pet next turn. I don't know. There is the coin into Collect, as you mentioned, but it's so tricky.
Well, at least the Saber means that your Pet Collector is guaranteed to... guaranteed to get yourself the Azar and Sabers. You need to have it die, so it means the Pet Collector is still an extra full turn away.
Yeah. I mean, Pet Collector could still just rip King Crush, right? Like, there's still just... and all the other bear. So there's still things, but...
It's 5 or less. Yeah, I think I was confusing you, sorry. My bad.
This is just... I think it might just have to be like Saber and then just go for it next turn with Revive Pet. And I think with this coin onto... Yeah, coin onto Clocker kind of shows that that's probably going to have to be the plan.
Man, that's so bad. Like, this just never, ever gets there, does it?
And it's the fact that there's Midar here, and then there's just Wicked Stab Dagger next turn, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're absolutely brutal. Not only the double nulls in, like, the perfect outcome, but double Phillip, and then the Midar on curve. It's just... there's just nothing Prothinka's going to do, or can do.
So trade Azar and Saber, kill off one of the nulls. You take 3 damage down to 9. There's 7 on board. So Dagger, you're not technically dead. And then next turn, you can try and go for this Azar and Saber, or the Sunken Saber, sorry.
Right.
Into getting yourself the Mountain Bear to pull things back. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just not going to work. The Wicked Stab can clone things out no matter what. Even if that wasn't there, I think we can see it's just such a slim chance for Prothinker to be able to even get there at all.
And this is rough as well, because Prothinker is actually playing a list that has sort of more active early game than others, and just whiffed on drawing it big time. Like no K9 the one drop he got was obviously here with Clocker on turn 4, which turn 3, sorry, which is just isn't great. So yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate. But again, if we're talking strength of Rogue, if that was your opening hand every game, Rogue would be the best deck in the game, because that is absolutely brutal. And Luna is going to take game number 1 in rapid fashion.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing that Prothinker could do at all. I think it was a good setup from him, because it did mean that there was, if he'd survived one last turn, the possibility to go for those kind of plays that can turn things around, right? He still had the Pet Collector in hand to get himself an Vashj'ir and Saber. He would have drawn one off the top with a swing of the weapon as well, right? Which could have then been playable for 1 mana. So he was making these kind of powerful plays that can really start to turn things around. But in the face of a turn 2 double null, obviously that's not going to be good enough. Even down at 3 attack, Luna was still able to get things done. Which means, I mean, right out the gate, Raven, the deck that we were thinking might be a struggle point for Luna was just the easiest win of her absolute Hearthstone life.
Yeah, well, we got made to look rather stupid, didn't we, this game? But yeah, it was pretty brutal. And again, I do agree. I think Prothinker did what they could do here to try and just defend and give any possible out. But one of the problems as well in that scenario was Hydra was in hand, one of the Mountain Bears was already in hand, which makes the likelihood of ripping them from the deck obviously lower, because there's only 1 instead of 2. It was just downhill from the beginning. But I think the important factor, when you, for want of a better phrase, when you get absolutely dumpstered like that in game 1, forget about it. Never happened, move on. It's like, because there's nothing you could have done, and it's easy to just crack on. It looks like Prothinker is taking a little bit of a break from the Hunter, moving over to the Demon variety of Hunter here, jumping over to that for the next deck, and I don't blame him at all after your Hunter draw doing that to you in game number 1.
Yeah, it really was something else, wasn't it? And it's the kind of thing that I was going to say I thought Prothinker could struggle with, because I hadn't heard of him as a player before. I thought that he might be a newcomer here, but actually he's been around the block in Masters Tours. This is his 6th Masters Tour, and he's yet to go negative in scoreline, which is a very, very impressive feat. Even if he's never made better than 6-2, so has never made a top 16. That level of consistency is the kind of thing that doesn't go unrewarded forever. Eventually, you will be getting up to that scoreline where you're able to make it through to a top 16 and start looking at summer or fall champs.
Well, that's it, especially now. If you're just churning out 6-2s left, right, and center, well, that's going to start looking good, because then you only need one, like sort of one tournament to just cut you to top 16, and then you're looking easily in the running for a championship, right? That's really strong performances overall. We are taking a quick look at the Fell Demon Hunter. It looks very, very standard. There was, of course, the... I'm completely blank on the name of the legendary that was nerfed.
Aria?
Yeah, Carrier. That's gone now, and I've seen a lot of players just put in the weapon as well, the Bone Glaive, just to kind of... It's not the same, but it's still just more damage, something around that mana cost. But yeah, very standard list. I don't think there's anything too crazy going on in Fell Demon Hunter at the moment, too many crazy techs or anything like that. So pretty expected list there. And a list I do like, I do think, even though people are saying aggro can't cut it anymore, I think Demon Hunter is still very strong. And now Luna is going to be moving on to the big Spell Mage. And again, this is a deck that is just jumped massively in popularity with the help of a couple of cards, and also just the meta kind of shifting itself. This was a deck that did exist not too long ago as well, with this kind of Belinda plus the Drakefire Amulet cheese that you can do. But right now, super popular. Not a deck I'm personally a huge fan of, but a deck I can appreciate why it's strong.
I'm a huge fan of it. I queued up 2 games just before our matches started, and I drew Belinda both times. And surprise, surprise, I won both games. And then, yeah, when you don't, you start to see that it becomes a lot less enjoyable. But it's a cool deck, I think. I'm glad that Big Spell Mage has finally found its home. It's like kind of existed at a couple of points in Hearthstone's history, but I don't think it's ever been quite so dominant as it is quite here, being, I believe, the single most brought archetype to the Masters Tour at above 50%, which is cool to see. You know, again, it really does show that the progression of the Hearthstone meta is not something that happens automatically, right? You need people to come forward and say, I believe this deck is the best deck in the game. And then it starts to take off on ladder, and then it starts to really see high representation in these competitive tournaments. And for me, the big player was, again, surprise, surprise, Habu Gabu, playing this deck a whole lot, tweeting about how strong he believes it to be, and playing it a good amount on stream as well, perfecting that list as well, in my opinion. And it's cool to see that his influence is being felt more and more in the Hearthstone metagame as one of the most creative and insightful deck builders I think we have.
And one thing here that's going to be very interesting about this game is the weakness of this mage list might be preyed upon here by Bethinker, because one thing I've found when I've tried it or been playing it a little bit is when you just don't have like the good early game cards, you can get steamrolled a little bit. And if you're spending time trying to like tradable the Drake Fire Armlets back in your deck, you don't get hold of the armor gain that you need. It can feel a little bit clunky. You know, you can end up with like no Belinda, haha. But then like, you know, you've just got like a parrot and a couple of other things in your hand that don't do anything, and then you're like, oh no, I've got to wait more turns or I'm dead. So we will see how it pans out, but the Belinda pickup and about 100 coins, we can start having some conversations right now, because I will say that the coins in this matchup definitely benefit Luna on the mage way more than the Demon Hunter for Bethinker, because in some matchups the coins feel neutral, because obviously, well, you're likely to both get a coin, and certain classes or decks use coins in a really efficient way. Demon Hunter, I don't think so, because they're already so efficient mana-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not quite so much card draw in the deck now as there was previously, you know, with none of the nonsense that you were playing in order to facilitate an OTK package that you were in the good old days. It's still a good amount, of course, but not so much that you can just draw a million cards, spend all their mana on coins, and then still develop a nice big board afterwards.
Yeah, it's like the aggro kind of card draw instead of the combo kind of card draw, right? Where it's like a consistent trickle of draws as opposed to really popping off in any given turn.
Very true, yeah. But yeah, it's the perfect curve, right? It's turn 4 Belinda, turn 5 Drakefire Amulet or Rune of the Archmage, both of which I think would be absolutely fine. Obviously, the Amulet is a little bit better, given that they're not likely to have too big of a board by that point in the game, but you'd happily take either. And also just thematically, I think it works very well, because Mailbox Dancer, I think, perfectly portrays the emotion that you're trying to send to your opponent of a turn 4 Belinda.
Yeah, I do love Mailbox Dancer, because it's a card and art that has just been directly taken from World of Warcraft, where there are so many human characters on top of the mailbox in Stormwind.
Oh, really?
That is the human dance. If you type /dance, they do that. And you'd see people, because the mailbox is where you'd see loads of characters, because they get mail from auction house and so on. There's loads of people stood around it, and then there's always one just stood on the mailbox dancing, and they're just like thrusting their hips, and you're just like, oh, this is a great game.
Don't they sound like the coolest people around?
Oh, yeah. I promise I've never done that.
All right, well, for Bethinker here with the Metamorphin, that probably has to be the first port of call here, because even though activating Dread Prison Glaive would be nice on this turn, just to be able to get a bit of damage through, I don't really see it as the frozen anyway, so not available to do it on this turn. But yeah, just getting the Metamorphin set up as soon as possible, and I guess going for the draw this turn, given your hero is frozen, makes sense.
Yeah, Pelican coming down as well, like a good card.
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't think it was respected that much when it was announced, and now suddenly it's the best card in the game. It's kind of hilarious. But yeah, it's just awkward again. Like the early game for Demon Hunter is about pushing with those minions, and already Pratinka's just getting out-tempoed, which is disastrous when we can see that coin Belinda is on offer next turn. This just, again, feels like a game that is going to be very difficult for Pratinka to recover from, because Luna, yet again, has just gotten hold of the board.
And so the way that you can squeeze out some kind of an advantage from this situation, or make the best of a bad situation for Pratinka, is the fact that, you know, very likely, given that they've saved coin and have another one on the following turn, the expected play is, again, Belinda, which means they're not answering your board on that following turn. And so Battle-Worn Vanguard is a... oh, sorry, I guess the Pelican does help. But either way, you can get it online, get a couple of activations from it with the multi-strike, and then hope to push extra damage on the following turn. The coin would also mean that Kurtrus becomes available next turn as well. And Pratinka is opting to not go for the multi-strike instead, which, again, I guess is reasonable, because you could go for a big multi-strike play next turn to kill off the Belinda and then follow up with more damage face. And so I think the heart of the play is still very much here for Pratinka in terms of punishing just a single minion coming down.
Yeah, and I love this. Just the insta coins Belinda from Luna. Not even a...
Oh, yeah.
Or not even a... Deep Water Evoker. Okay. Do I need the armor? Nope. Belinda or nothing. Yeah. Just huge. There is the glaive, as you mentioned. So, damage... How much is there? 5, 6, 8. Okay, I mean... There is just the swing, right?
5, 7, 9. Yeah, you can get up to 10, right? Okay. With the coin slotted in as well if you wanted to, which is a huge amount of damage.
Wait, is it 9?
Oh, no, sorry, up to 9. Oh, no, okay. Sorry, yeah, with one of the 1/1s as well.
Okay, yeah, I was confused. It's still fine because he can kill it anyway, it's no problem. I was just like, oh, I know I'm tired, but I thought I could count to 10.
Well, I can't, Raven, okay?
Sorry. But here, though, it looks bad to tank the 9, but I think at this point you tank the 9 every day because it helps you push damage and put some level of threat on, right? If Luna, and again, this is unlikely, but if Luna whiffs on the Drakefire, there is a small window, right? There just is.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the Drakefire Amulet, if you hit big dragons that don't have taunts, there's a reasonable chance that they will have more health than Luna has on the following turn. And so then all of a sudden, Lady Cethino and Fel Barrage become very possible lethal options next turn as well. I think, again, sorry, it's really got to be said here for Pratinka that the real genius play was actually not going for what I was advising of using the multi-strike on the same turn that you went for the Vanguard. It was saving it for a big Belinda. I think he knew exactly what was going to be played from Luna and really cleverly set up a punish to that to have a chance in this game.
Kind of interesting, this, isn't it? Because there's Evoker, which would get, what, 9 or 10 armor?
Mm-hmm.
But there's also just Rune of the Archmage. I don't think Drakefire is the correct answer right now.
Really?
Maybe it's just me, but I feel like there's Perditions in the deck. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wondering if you just need something more. And Evoker, I don't mind either, because it's just likely to be a good amount of armor.
I mean, mission accomplished straight away for Pratinka. To be able to push Luna off of a 5-mana Drakefire Amulet is absolutely incredible at this point in the game. And now the decision needs to be made once again when weighing up damage versus board, because Kurtrus is quite clearly the strongest board option available to Pratinka here, which would also ramp up the amount of damage available next turn. But just Dread Prison plus the Chaos Strike on this turn, plus even a Metamorphin as well, is a pretty good amount of damage.
Yeah, I kind of like it, actually. Because you can even save the hero power, right? And... Oh, no, you'd still need hero power. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at whether you can still squeeze in the Sigil. But still, like, I do like just pushing damage here and not worrying about Kurtrus, because Kurtrus' biggest factor right now is if the Drakefire comes down, you kind of have an answer with the rush minions. So why not make the rush minions bigger? Right, you're still pushing damage. Why not? So yeah, I really like this. Just taking away some of that armor, down to 9 now for Luna. I'm again, Derek.
And Drakefire Amulet, I think here it just has to be, right? You have a decent chance of hitting Taunt off the Primordial Drake or the Sleepy Dragon.
Yeah, it's true. I guess you've seen enough buff spells now for the weapon attacks to feel safe.
Hallie? Whoa, no taunt. No taunt.
What is this now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Whoa!
That's lethal, right?
How much is that? 5? Yep, that's just lethal. That'll do it.
Because the dragons are too big.
Oh!
Wow, Demon Hunter gets there. I knew I had faith in this deck for a reason. And that was a early Belinda, Derek. That was very well played by Prathinka and rewarded massively for just being cool under the pressure of feeling like you are going to get turned forward Belinda. Like, that was crazy.
Yep, an absolutely gorgeous game from Prathinka. I think the lines he took were pretty much the only way to get through that game. It was a very, very narrow path, and he trod it absolutely perfectly. For Luna, the only other options that she had that game, which she was toying with, I think, were right at the start of the game. She could have gone coin, mailbox dancer, which would then still have given her the 2 coins necessary to go coin Belinda. I don't think that would have made a difference because the problem from Prathinka wasn't really early pressure on turns 1, 2, and 3. It was that big pop-off that we saw with the Dread Prison Glaive as well. And for Luna, you know, the real debate turn has to be that turn 5 where it was throw caution to the wind and just slam the Drakefire Amulet, or take the much more cautious route of gaining the armor and then hoping to go off on the following turn. I think if I was in that instance and I was just playing on ladder, it would have just been a slam Drakefire Amulet and pray for the good dragons. But I can totally see her thinking that there are so many draws for her opponent that just lose her the game on the spot if she goes for that.
Yeah, I think I would have definitely just done Ruin of Archmage.
Of course.
Cast it again with Pirate the turn after. Just be like, well, you know what? So, semi-seriously here, like, the position she was in, she needed something big to happen. And 2 dragons, like, yeah, you could have got a taunt. That's fine. It doesn't win you the game, but it's fine. And then, yes, there's the armor from the Evoker that we saw, but it was basically an Evoker pass turn, which means that, well, your opponent's just going to hit you again, right? So I do understand it, but I think, like, there's an argument that in that position, you're so far behind that you do just need Ruin of Archmage back to back to try and get, you know, potential Ice Barrier procs to freeze your opponent somehow. You know, just burn them, you know, just do something. You know, maybe that was the case, but don't get me wrong, I am not saying the other options were bad by any means. They all made sense, and I am a bit of an idiot, so I would have just played Rune. But we are moving on now. It looks like both players are queuing the decks they have already lost with. So Mage once again for Luna, and it's going to be the Hunter for Prathinka. Another interesting matchup, because we do see, again, one of the weird weaknesses of Mage is they don't really have a way to react because they need to be proactive at all times, right? Like, they don't really have the spells, they just have minions to play early, and then they make big dragons or do some stuff with Ruin later. Whereas the Hunter's ability to keep piling on pressure might make this a pretty interesting matchup for game number 3.
It's a very weird couple of decks going up against each other, where the variance in terms of power level for both decks is so high. Like, the power ceiling is astronomical, but the floor is just you know, it's 6 feet underground, right? Where if you miss the Belinda or the sorceress, sorry, for the Mage, then you are just doing very, very weak things indeed. And same thing for the Hunter. You know, if you're drawing your King Crush, your Bear, your Hydralodon, and your Pet Collector without being able to get the Vashj'ir and Saber properly working online, you just do nothing. The deck is so weak. The best chance you have then is an early curve in terms of 1-drops, 2-drops, and smorking out the Mage that way. But that's very unlikely to happen because the Mage's early game is actually not that bad in terms of just stats online from the opponent. And so for both players, I think it should be a pretty all-in push to find their power spike plays, because just going for tit for tat, I don't know, maybe one of these players knows it better than I do, but it would honestly just be guesswork, I think, as to who would come out ahead if you just play your decently statted cards on curve. You really would much rather just hit those power spikes.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky indeed. We do just have a disconnect, as you can see there, so we'll wait to see if that gets sorted out. Hopefully it will. But yeah, I actually played against some hunters that were actually running the watch posts. And I found that to be like a bit of a problem because, again, although Hunter wants to play on curve, a lot of the time they're really going for that turn 3 weapon, turn 4 saber, and start rolling from there onwards. So like the watch post, it was like turn 2 watch post, turn 3 watch post, and then they curved. And I was like, well, this is a disaster. Like, how am I supposed to deal with this? Because I was Demon Hunter as well. So, like, that was a bit of a problem that I was facing where everything was costing 1 more and they were just smoothly getting to the late game, which is where Hunter wants to be. So, a little bit scary overall. Looks like we are good to get back into the game. Reconnect feature kicking in as always. And a bit more pressure being put down there for Prathinka. But nothing too great to follow up with board-wise, but there is that Harpoon gun in hand.
Yeah, exactly. That can hope to smooth out your curve, especially if you can find the one of Vashj'ir and Saber, which would be the nutty draw here. I think undeniably, just to then dredge up the sunken version as well. But for Lunalove on the other side, it's a decent enough start to the game, right? She's got a decent amount of board control option. The Deep Water Evoker can gain her the necessary armor to see her way through this early game. I think both players have all the tools they need necessary to come out of the early game without falling too far behind, but still neither player has the power spike cards, as I was talking about, to really lock out this game. So it's really just anybody's shot at the moment.
Yeah, I do think if you're playing this mage and your opening hand is Deepwater Evoker, you're probably fine, right? Like, okay. It's just a good, it's a good step 1. You're probably just okay here. It's not fantastic for Prathinka, but I imagine it just has to be Pet Collector.
Agreed, yeah. None of these are beasts, right? So you're not getting the discount anyway.
Pet Collector is just the next best card, right? Potential Doggy Biscuit and next turn, or just a draw, for example, and then go from there.
Absolutely, yeah. You go Pet Collector, it's guaranteed to get you the Vashj'ir and Saber, right? And then you can have it die, dredge out the sunken version, and then with the Revive Pet and one of the beasts you summon out, the tools are there for Prathinka. It's going to take a good 2-3 turns for him to really start getting those stats online, but it's a trackable sequence of events, right? You know all the steps are achievable at all points along the way with all the tutor effects.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
A few pings there from the Reckless. Now this draw's going to be absolutely huge. Barbnet's going to be able to help clear this up with another swing. Going to need to find something a little bit better. Obviously, Prathinka knows 2 out of the 3 options, and they're both kind of bad. So...
yeah, I don't think you can swing here. I think you need to go for Pet Collector, have your Saber die off, and then use the Dredge to get yourself the Sunken Saber. Even though, you know, you do want to swing here and you're having a very weak turn without it, I just think the power of those guaranteed plays is too important.
I can see it. Just go Biscuit and Nets instead, maybe. Yeah, and just call it a day, unfortunately. It's a little bit rough. It does mean that you can just whip a hero power in, so it seems fine overall. Still, when you're just going a little bit slow and you don't really have a great game plan, or at least it's a slow game plan, against this mage, you are feeling a little bit afraid.
Definitely scary, but you have seen the coin be used on just a Reckless Apprentice, sorry, in order to clear off the board, which they probably would not do if they had the Belinda in hand.
Oh.
And so I think for the moment here for Prothinka, it's very, very difficult to make these reads when you can't see the hand. But if I was him, I think I would be feeling good here. I think he should be feeling positive about his position in the game. I mean, especially with this board, like this is just absolutely perfect. Pet Collector to get you the Saber, perfectly clears off the board. The weapon can be used to dredge out the other one. It's the dream.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Start of the recovery phase right now for Prothinka. And again, just with Revive Pet, this can start to get pretty huge and just start stacking exactly what he needs. Just really does need to get, I don't know, even at this point, I guess anything would be good, except for maybe Hydrolodon, right? Off the Sunken.
Yeah. I guess that might be a little bit rocky. It depends what board they play. But it could just be a very, very good amount of damage. And again, Spammy Arcanist is a dubious prospect against Hydrolodon.
Oh, yeah. I've already witnessed that one too many times for today, and that was once. So. Face again, definitely looking to be slightly more aggressive, retaining the health on the Clocker. I quite like this though, because I honestly feel like against this mage deck, if you're dead, you're dead. It doesn't really matter what health you're on, because your opponent's probably got 2 massive dragons or more on board, so like just trade a bit of health to keep your own minions up and start pressuring that way.
Luna, I've got to imagine, is going to be starting to feel the pressure now. Barbaric Sorceress is a fantastic pickup because any spell in your opponent's hand whatsoever, and you're very, very happy just to get that Rune of the Archmage possible. Because again, she needs to start hitting her own power spike plays, which Barbaric Sorceress does finally open up. I think you're probably okay with ending with Mailbox Dancer here. It obviously means you have to go coin into the Barbaric Sorceress, but that's fine. I think that Varden can probably find a better usage over the course.
I was actually wondering whether it's ever just Pelican, honestly.
Okay.
So there's nothing to trade into from the card you know is coming this turn.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point. It is a Death Rattle, so you could have disrupted their ability to summon any big beasts.
Yeah, because I think it's a reasonable assumption the other 2 cards probably aren't great based on that turn 3, was it? Or turn 4, maybe? So, like, just not playing something into this Sunken, which you know for sure is going to be in hand.
Okay, well, that's probably the best outcome for Luna, just because it's the lowest attack.
Yeah, minus the Hydra, of course.
Sure, yes, sorry.
It's going to start getting taken out of lists purely because of Spammy.
Yeah, true, actually. So I will say better than the King Crush.
Definitely.
I
wonder if it's worth just committing the Revive Pet here for the mana.
No time for games.
Or what, just to get the Sunken Saber. It's
Sorry, Squishy. I'm
not bad, actually, is it, to be fair?
Well, I was just thinking as well it either dies, which feels unlikely, or it pushes 4 next turn, right? Like,
and it also plays around Sorceress pretty heavily. I like it. I think it is the play in the end, having thought about it. Yeah.
And it might just pull King Crush and you win.
Very true.
It feels like the upsides are way more than like saving it and then the bear's got to die, then you just summon another bear, which is a very good card, but is it a game-winning card?
And so now the play for Luna becomes pretty much summon Hydrolodon for my opponent, and then hope to clear the board that way with Spammy Arcanist, because currently there's no way to make it work, right? Pelican, unfortunately, lays dormant for a turn, so you can't use that to give yourself a 1 health minion on the board. And the ping on the 3/2 doesn't quite work.
Yeah, not enough.
I even like Mailbox Coin. It's not really anything that quite works out.
Yeah, needed a 0 mana ping this turn, really, to make anything happen, right?
Yeah, I think you just have to take your beatings for a turn, and I do agree that it's Pelican. It's all of this stuff instead of the Barbaric Sorceress, as close as it is. Like, Sorceress just doesn't really do enough, and the Pelican gives you a slightly higher chance of being able to clear with Spammy Arcanist next turn.
Now suddenly the 3-2 and 4-3 to trade, I think I really wants. Would be very clean here.
Coin out the Mountain Bear as well.
Oh yeah, I'll take that coin, thank you. Second Mountain Bear, suffering from inflation. Or honestly, there's a play I don't hate, which guess what it is, Derek? All to face.
I like the way you think. So how does Spammy Arcanist interact with that? Basically, you're kind of just giving them a full board clear, right? I think they should always be able to get that done. But for Prothinka, the real big fear, the only fear here, I think it's fair to say, is Spammy Arcanist. Everything else is fine. And so by sending this all face, I think he's kind of realizing that Spammy Arcanist probably gets the job done no matter what here. So just get the damage through.
Yeah, and also in Luna goes to 7. You could just get a crush, and also Spammy Arcanist would have to be played, which then means that that's the turn.
Look at this from Luna though. Force them to take the coin and then Rune of the Archmage. Okay. Who needs Spammy Arcanist when this can get the job done instead? That is a whiff though. That is also a whiff. That's basically kind of a whiff for the amount of mana it's spending.
Oh. Okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, but the freeze! Oh!
Insane. Double Wildfire this turn as well. That's a 3 damage ping kicking out.
Oh my goodness, yeah. What a turn.
Yeah, I guess if we were being nitpicky about that turn from Prothinka, 1 minion trade into mailbox just to blow the coin was probably correct.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's normally what you try and do against Mage, right? From turns, 6 onwards, is if you have coins or could get coins, get them and play them, even if you don't spend the mana, just to stop that from happening.
And then you also get to just play Mountain Bear as well, which, you know, even though it might die to Spammy Arcanist, they might just not have it.
Right.
Well, if 1 rune was good, 2 runes can only be better.
Definitely how it works. Gonna set up the kill on the bear first. If there's any AoE, this will help clear the board, of course. Gonna start arrowing the enemies to see if anything's dead. Shattering Blast instant happens every time. Blizzard.
Whoa.
Jellyfish. Huge.
Oh, very dead jellyfish.
Board's getting ripped apart. Both taunts dead.
There we go. Board entirely disappeared now. The hero power not used on the previous turn for Prothinka, so the actual chance of getting lethal is starting to slip away. The Harpoon Gun is the kind of card that can maybe get you the lethal in the next 1 or 2 turns, but that taunt, that 3-2 in the way, is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, there's Revive Pet, Hydrolodon, Avish, Quick Shot. That's pretty much all there is to, I would say, make a relevant impact on the game. And even Hydrolodon less so because of the E-Rune, right?
Yep, good point.
I think this has to start with a trade on the biscuit, though, regardless.
I think I agree. I'm just wondering if you ever go with a swing of the Harpoon first, but he should know what options are on the bottom as well, right?
I think one's a Slither Spear.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Slither Spear, something. Really accurate guesses from me here.
Yeah, maybe a ramming mount again. I can't quite remember.
We are really good at this.
quick shot, that was it. Okay, that's a lot better. As next turn, all of a sudden we have lethal set up for Prothinker.
Yep.
But just concedes because that was just lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 damage hero power was enough to make it up to 11, and Luna got the win there. And that looked awfully close. And I feel a little bit bad for Prothinker there because everything was set up well, the pressure was on, and then that pesky Rune of the Archmage causing absolute havoc as it is wont to do. And one of the reasons why people are playing the deck, right? Weirdly enough, maybe this is just when I've been playing against it and playing it, but Rune of the Archmage feels more impactful a lot of the time than the dragons themselves. I feel like there are just no answers to the level of spells you can kick out with that. Whereas dragons do have some ways to be dealt with, but still a little bit unfortunate there. Everything just locking him down in the wrong order. Even the freeze on the King Crush, then the Blizzard as we see now with a polymorph for good measure, just locking out any chance of that extra burst damage.
Yeah, it was very, very nicely played by Luna, and I think the one slip up from Prothinker to leave that coin available to be put in hand of the Barbaric Sorceress to swap the costs around is ultimately what cost him that game, which means that Luna Love is going to be moving up 2 games to 1. Just the Wig Priest left over to take a win against either the what are the remaining 2 decks, the Hunter or the Mage from Prothinker on the other side as well, which I think is probably 2 decent matchups for Luna, right? The Hunter and the Mage both have limited removal in these early turns, which is very often exactly what you need against the Wig Priest. You need some very, very strong kill effects to keep this board locked down, because even though they have these big pop-off turns with the Radiant Elemental, with Priestess Valish in order to gain huge amounts of mana and buffs all on the same turn, for the most part with this deck, if you can just kill off every minion on the turn it comes down, that's enough to bridge you the gap until you hit whatever your deck is trying to do.
Yeah, very, very difficult for Hunter to deal with this, at least in my experience, because the Priest, if you look at a card like Mountain Bear, right? The Priest has Shard, which means is the one-way silence, so you could just get rid of that. And also the Hunter being able to keep up is going to be very, very difficult indeed, especially with an opening like this from Luna. Double Wig with a Murkwater Scribe as the opening. Wow, like, okay, let's play. Because even this, right, Prothinker's opening hand, pretty good, right? Like Slither Spear, Scribe, Quick Shot. But even that doesn't necessarily feel good enough to keep up with the just relentless buffs from the Wigs.
Man, you can almost hear her tabbing out print screening and getting ready to send that screenshot to everyone of just wig me, dude, of the perfect start. Like double wig plus the Murkwater Scribe, as you said, it's exactly what you want to see. And even though the rest of this hand is a little bit dubious right now, with a lot of spells and no Nagas, no card draw to back it up, it's still absolutely premium, and the onus is on Prothinker to turn it around.
We'll say though, Slither Spear into Doggy Biscuit is something you are looking for as Hunter here, and
that's insane.
This is exactly what is needed.
Like the one curve that keeps him in the game against this start. Oh my goodness.
And this is the only thing that can happen after this opening to Luna that's a big negative, is just simply a bad draw. Shard into Handmaiden, still rough because there's just nothing to target. You just need something to build on. And very, very rough for Luna indeed that the initial Naga got dispatched pretty easily actually from Prothinker.
Well, I guess be careful what you wish for, because with both wigs come every spell in the deck, apparently. Yeah. And even though that goes with the Handmaiden quite nicely in order to get it activated, if you have nothing to play, you can't. If you have no minions to play, you can't really play your spells because you don't want to buff the opponent's cards on the other side. So Luna Love's still really, really looking for a Slither Spear, or basically any Naga in the deck in order to actually get this Handmaiden activated. Because right now, it's like 2-3 turns at least before she really starts to kick this game back in action. Right.
One thing I will say, though, is if you haven't seen this Priest deck played that often, it is surprising how late in the game you can still win, right? That's even true. From an empty board, it is very doable. It's way harder than just steamrolling from the beginning, but it is still very doable. We're going to see the K9tron played out here from Pathinka. Looking at.
Yeah, I think you just take the click clocker
Yeah,
for
okay.
the summon.
Yeah, it makes sense. I was just looking at, you know, how viable Revive Pet is, for example, because you don't
Sure.
necessarily need the correct choice, right? If that makes sense
I get you,
all the
yeah.
time. Okay, Thrive.
Another spell. What is happening? Just playing a Handmaiden for the stats. Ugh. Disgusting.
Got to be done, right?
No, it doesn't. It feels too bad. I refuse to admit it has to be done. I
Okay.
mean, it does, but it still does.
No, you've refused now, Derek. I'm not doing anything else.
Naga's Pride? Just because it's like the most stats? It's really not good, but none of these options are.
No, it's not great. But at least it's not great and Pathinka's ahead.
Yeah.
As opposed to being not great and you're behind.
Oh, now Amalgam with no other Naga. I mean, I guess you just play it, right? Amalgam
I'm
double
just
wig.
trying to...
Oh, or unless you can go Thrive into the other
I wonder.
Devour. An Amalgam Devour.
Yeah, or even weirdly, Thrive into Shard of the Naru, trade into a minion that doesn't suck. Like it's
Yeah.
really bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, you know, you look at this hand and like a treasure guard is godlike. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Just like a different minion is insane here. Another Devour yet. Got to be done. Problem is, this is still just dead to weapon swing, right?
Just
Plus,
dead.
plus the 2-1, like that's the issue. The Devour doesn't actually push Luna's Amalgam out of range of just what's on board.
I mean, again, thankfully for Luna, Brathinka's hand is pretty god-awful. There's still nothing that can be done here.
Wait, Naga's Pride is okay?
Yeah, it gets activated next turn, but then that means you're not playing the Murkwater Scribe on this turn, which means you're floating even more mana. Like, I think you have to play it here.
Yeah, I think just next turn, the Naga's Pride, just to have a card you can get definitely
Sure.
play, right? Even if it's
Yeah.
just smaller. Okay.
There we go.
Well,
That's
there's
more
a
like-
minion and a dream.
Yeah.
Now Luna needs it to be Naga all the way down right now for this to work with Serpent Wig. I don't even mind the bless. Or maybe even one wig. Is that crazy, Derek? Am I crazy? Because if this dies, surely that's just game.
I think don't play anything more. It's not like there's any really strong, predictable plays that are going to come down. Like if it was going into turn 7 and you knew you could play around Hydralodon, then yeah, sure. Then you can play as much as you can to get out of range of that. Here, though, I think you just do everything you can to make you have more consistent gameplay. And with it living here, Luna has a few draws that can keep her in this game. Bless is not one of them, though. What are these draws? There's like one spell left in the deck.
Oh my. It's been talking this deck up this weekend, and this isn't doing any favors this game, is it? It normally works out better than this. A lot better than this, actually.
Especially when you draw double wig, like the only card that matters.
Yeah. And now it's all downhill because Luna's about to enter the dreaded turn 7 against Hunter,
Yeah,
where
yeah,
there's
yeah.
the combo of Mountain Bear or Hydralodon that can actually just ruin her day.
You said Hydra Loader there, made it sound like the Belter Loader from The Expanse, which I quite liked.
Good show.
It's a good show.
Taught me a lot of things about space. couldn't work out why the ships flipped, and then realized it's very logical why they flip.
Star Wars was not 100% scientifically accurate,
Yeah,
turns out.
who knew? No wonder my science homework was wrong when I was in school. From Star Wars. You know, yeah, it's just a nightmare. And now I said Treasure Guard is godlike. I think we're beyond godlike right now because this is just too much.
Yep, it's complete GG. Lunalove can concede whenever she's ready. There are no outs in this situation anymore.
I'll never be ready. Stay till the end.
I mean, it's the right thing to do. I don't know. Maybe I'm being stupid. Like, if you get a perfect draw of like the silence, but even then you don't have another Shadow Word Devour, which is I think the card that you need to swing this one back. It's yeah, it's nothing. She knows it's over, and it does mean that we are pretty much certainly going to be going to game 5.
Yeah. I think the big key here, however much we talk about hanging on versus not, or conceding versus not, is lack of concede. Well, something could happen, but if your opponent just plays one more turn, you probably die if you're going to lose. So it wasn't really a big change in time. We are going to go on to that last game, though, of course, as you said. It's going to be the Priest once again against the Mage from Pathinka. I'll just triple check. It is big spell, right? Oh, I don't even have the deck list up. That's not a great start, is it? I'm not doing my job.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I did do the cards for this, so I assumed it was. But this is, again, another one where it's why I thought Priest looked good going into this tournament, not only because of all the discussion around Renethel, but just the fact that people seem to be leaning more towards sort of slower decks in general. And I'd started just playing this Priest, and I was just killing him. Like, yeah, you enjoy your turn 6 and 7 plays, you're already dead. And I think yet again versus Mage, that's something that can definitely happen because the spells in this deck are just those Rune of the Archmage and the Drakefire Amulet, of course. And before that, you just have to say that if Priest and Mage sort of equal themselves on card quality, then the Priest will laugh at Mage in the early game, and there's nothing really there to stop them doing it. So I've got high hopes for Priest still, even after that unfortunate game there from Luna.
That is true, but I do think that, especially in the tournament lists, as compared to the ladder list, there is a little bit more that the Spell Mage has access to. Number 1, Double Smothering Starfish. That is the tech card against Wig Priests to just absolutely shut them down on these big pop-off turns, or at the very least force them to play in a more conservative manner. Even if you don't have it in hand, they're rarely going to be going all in on one big minion that can just lose to a Smothering Starfish. And even then, again, talking about it once again, the Pelican Diver is, I think, a very crucial card to find in these early turns, because it means if your opponent just goes Slither Spear on turn 1, being able to go Pelican Diver in response is very often the only answer in your deck to be able to clear it off, and it's very often a good enough answer to be able to stay alive in these starting turns. So for Pathinka, obviously, number 1, you're wanting to find Belinda. Barbaric Sorceress is probably a number 2 follow-up. But again, the Pelican, the Starfish, very, very important as well.
Barbosa Sorcerer, yep. Definitely the correct one.
That would be a cool card.
We are going into game 5, and as you can see, both players 1-0 in the Swiss so far. So this single game basically will propel one of them to a 2-0 start in the Swiss. And speaking of starts, Derek, Slither Spear, Wig, with Handmaiden and School Teacher in hand. Much better than last game.
Yeah, this is much more like it. That really nice balance of Nagas and spells, namely with only one spell in hand being the Wig, is exactly what you want. I would be very unsurprised to see like just tempo Handmaiden on the following turn. I don't think this hand really needs 2 of them to be getting the job done against Mage.
What about now?
It's probably just even better. We'll go with that instead.
Yeah, this is looking great. And this is what the deck wants to do, right? You know you've got card draw because you effectively bank it with the Wigs and the Handmaiden, but then you have the flexible nature of School Teacher because it's not only the fact that it's just a good card, it's a Naga, but it gives you another Naga. So School Teacher alone gives you 2 separate Wig procs. These are all words combined together that I never really foresaw myself saying, but I am. Is a School Teacher gives you 2 wigs, which range school, but weird. And there's Treasure Guard as well for Luna. So this is looking pretty ridiculous right now. This is the opening she wanted last game.
Yeah, slightly awkward numbers, obviously, in terms of actually killing off the Treasure Guard, but I think you still do it. You want to start banging down the gates at this point for Luna. You want to go for the kill as soon as possible, because with how high health minions, how high the health of her minions are becoming, a single draw of Bless off the top can pretty much just close this one out, assuming there's no Starfish.
And although I completely agree with the discussion we had about the Starfish being super strong in this matchup for the Mage, of course, it is one of the weird benefits and like the unique aspects of Wig is that it does its job and you get it back in hand. It's not like the old Librams or any buffs like that where it just goes away. You can rebuild them. So really the thing to keep an eye on is when Bless is used and if it's held for almost lethal or exactly lethal, because that's the way to try and beat Starfish, right?
Well, there is the Starfish found for Prothinka, which could deny a card draw and delete quite a lot of stats for that matter. But it's just not clearing the board is the problem. And like you said, the Wig is still in hand.
Really tricky, isn't it? The one other side of using the Starfish, as you said, like Prothinka does not know there's 2 handmaidens in hand, so denying the card draw is almost meaningless, but it denies a lot of damage still, right? Especially because it removes the ongoing effect from the Slither Spears that when spells are cast, they gain attack. So that's something, and maybe Prothinka's at the point where he just thinks, well, you know what? I just need a bit of time. And if I don't silence this, I ain't getting time.
I think you're supposed to play the Evoker here because, number one, it allows you to greed out the silence effect whilst also mitigating the amount of damage you're taking, right? Because you're still gaining the armor. And it also actually means that you have a big spell in hand, which means the pickup of Barbaric Sorceress becomes a lot stronger any point going forward. And with Coin in hand, it could have been like, you know, if you're in a truly disastrous situation and you need to say, right, the next card in my deck is Barbaric Sorceress, then it would have allowed for Coin Sorceress into either Drakefire Amulet or hopefully the Rune of the Archmage in order to swing this one around. Whereas here for Prothinka, even though it's the immediately stronger play to go for the silence, the actual top deck ability is like pretty much just Belinda in terms of your chances of swinging this one around now.
Okay. The Priestess is definitely the card that opens up the biggest pop-offs, right, in terms of buffs, but not necessarily for this turn because, well, there's not really been many spells played. Well, 0, actually. But still, good to have in hand here. I think this is just a easy-going, just play a Wig, do a trade maybe, and just carry on with your day. But slowly but surely, Luna is piecing together a very explosive-looking hand. Even deciding to push everything face, not even going for the trades, assuming, I imagine, that Prothinka will do it for her.
Not a bad pickup either in Barden in order to basically give yourself one turn of absolute safety on the other side. On Luna Love, but again, what are you building your time to? What does that allow you to do on the following turn, which is currently nothing? Which is why, again, I think in this situation it should end up on Evoker because it gains you that armor to make sure you're a little bit safer and just gets a big spell in hand, which is still good with this Barbaric Sorceress, but it's kind of just almost playable. I think with Varden in hand, there's a decent shot you'll be able to bridge the gap into just playing Rune of the Archmage for the full 9 mana on turn 8.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because I was going to ask you about what you thought of the Evoker and then coin one of the 2 drops this turn as well.
Yeah, good point.
They both kind of have merits, right? Watch Post and or the Freeze. But I do get your point. If it is going to be Rune, which it is, then maybe the coin just has to be kept in hand because there's no Mailbox Dancers that are available. There's nothing else right now that really ramps that spell up. So I guess that's just the last-ditch attempt. But here now with Thrive?
There's so much available, yeah.
Well,
wow. That has to be
Pop
now
off.
a guaranteed second wig, right? Yeah, there's a lot that can go on here.
Yep. We're not going to take a look, though, because this isn't as straightforward. There's no Bless in hand currently.
Right.
The Devour to just put health on something, which, again, if you know you can dig to Bless, which she can, because she's got another Thrive with this Priestess, then suddenly things start stacking up.
Yeah, the numbers weren't quite so clean as I think Luna had anticipated at the start, because if she wants to get the maximum value out of Valish, it does mean that Wig has to be played here. I don't think there's lethal in any capacity here still. But Blade Master Okani to round things out does mean that you can choose Minion, right? And then all of a sudden Belinda and, more importantly, Barbaric Sorceress are not playable.
I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, I think it's very, very smart.
90% of the deck is minions. Probably more than 90%, actually.
Yeah, I think that's very, very smart from Luna. I didn't see this line at all, honestly. I thought she was going to lead up into a big Bless in order to punch her as much damage as possible. But again, you know, both on her play on the mage and against the mage, I think Luna has had very, very clear identification of the power of Sorceress, right? Which, I mean, I've mentioned it so many times already, this card in this game. It's quite clearly the avenue back into this game for Prothinka, which Luna has 100% denied with this line, outside of, like, Coin, Pelican, Barbaric Sorceress.
Love that the answer to every problem we have so far in this series is Pelican.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, but what about if they just Pelicaned you? It's like, oh yeah.
Just wins.
It's huge. And again, this is one of the drawbacks of the deck, right? It is just a ton of minions, and if you fall behind, it can be hard to get back without doing the big spell thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of the things keeping the deck in check. Reckless Apprentice is going to help clean up a few things, but most importantly, the Elemental's still on board. The big minion with the Treasure Guard still on board. Did miss on the Wig, that
Right.
though, which is a bit of a shame. But there's also a Queen's Guard. There's also a School Teacher as well, which I think might be worth throwing out there.
Trying to think of any weird discovers you could go for, because obviously Naga is the expected one off Amalgam, but any weird elementals? I don't think so.
I'll just start naming all the Battlegrounds ones, because they're the ones I'm more familiar with right now.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, okay, another School Teacher, fine, just good cards.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
Maybe Bless and then Queen's Guard.
Just most stats possible. I think it's definitely the way to go. And most importantly of all, actually, again, this is a play around Barbaric Sorceress, because it dumps all the spells from her hand. And so Luna now knows that Coin Sorceress Rune is not available. She, of course, knows that Coin Rune is not available on this turn. However, because Prothinka was able to survive the turn, it means that Varden can come down this turn, then Coin Rune of the Archmage can come down. So actually, despite all these really, really ingenious plays from Luna, Prothinka is still in with a chance of taking this game.
And let's be honest, it's no surprise that you've just said Prothinka is in with a chance as the Pelican hit the hand. That's a theme.
It's a harbinger of good luck.
Unless you're a fish.
Very true. Albatross
this
is a
opens
sign
up
of
hand
good luck.
space, though.
A thing.
Isn't
Are
an
they bad
Albatross
luck?
bad luck?
Sighting one flying overhead was considered good luck, as the sailors believed that the mariner's soul the albatross carried had come to protect them from harm or bring needed wind for the ship's sails. That's
Yeah,
nice.
so it's only good luck if you're a sailor, because if there's an albatross over your head and you're not in a boat, you've got to wonder why there's an albatross. Like, where are you and what's gone wrong?
I live in Arkansas. Why is there an albatross?
His choices here.
Yeah, Illuminate. There's no real spells that are especially important. I just always feel so bad picking Wig off the Nuggle because you never get it back. Whispers of the Deep is interesting, just to get a guaranteed unfreeze. If you are expecting Coin, Rune of the Archmage, there are quite a few freezing effects. But of course, the problem is if you unfreeze one of your big minions, you're probably deleting all their stats as well because you're just silencing it.
If anything, it's like a weird play for board space, maybe. And
yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
Like to just do a trade. Good thing, again, though, as we mentioned, that the fact that those spells are in the Nagalings, it means that they aren't spells, which means that they can't be swapped. So although Prothinker can still coin out the rune, it's just not going to be as an easy potential turn or as a protected turn as it would be with the Sorceress.
Stop thinking. Come on. We know what's happening. I guess you can trade some of your minions first.
I want to see full confidence. Just do it.
Same. Yeah, 100%.
Look, if you're not confident in the game won't be confident in you.
What? The Apprentice? Okay, I guess it does get that full freeze, doesn't it? Even so. Wow, really no Rune of the Archmage on that turn. I am very surprised.
Didn't believe.
Yeah.
Or is this Samuro and the wig from the Nagaling, I guess?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Clears off the watch post and the Reckless. Reasonable to me. And just puts a good high health minion on the board, right? Or relatively high health.
All right, come on. Now we know what's coming. Boom.
I'd love it if it was Drake Fire Amulet. And here we go. It's all come down to this. 2022's answer to Yogg. And
that'll do. That will do just fine.
Water, yeah. So this is the usual outcome. I mean, the game could also end in a weird way here, but this is like the expected outcome. And something we learned very quickly with original Yogg a long time ago was that even though it casts random spells, there are expected outcomes. And the expected outcomes for Mage right now with this card are freeze, AoE, a secret, and maybe some burn, right? And look, that's kind of what happened, right? Like the freeze went off, and there's a spell there's a secret equipped here for Prothinker, which is that counter spell. And Luna now, I think, is in an absolutely horrific spot. I said this deck can go late. This is what I would call late-ish in the game, based on how many freezes and delays have been. But I think at this point now, with the card draw that Prothinker got as well, close to 9 possible.
All right, Whispers for an unfreeze, which can get you back a coin, which can activate the Crush Claw Enforcer.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
Oh,
no, wait, it can't. Dang it.
Oiled
It's such a good plan.
Just play it. I think so. I think this is right. Your opponent's on 13. You just hope you can get it done. Is going to be Rune again?
I mean, it could be Rune, it could be Belinda Coin Amulet, it could be Parrot, like, it's whatever you want.
Yeah, was that actually a little bit funky there?
Okay.
Okay. Should that have been Evoker first?
What, in
Parrot
case
could
you
have
draw them?
Could have drawn them, right?
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Just only a small thing, but regardless, it does get the job done with a Squawk. The Parrot does effectively end the game there for Prothinker. And a really close series, Derek. Like, Luna put herself in some great spots there and some really heads-up plays, actually, to negate the effects and big outcomes that the Mage goes for. but it just wasn't going to be enough because the freezes were just there. The Varden turn was huge. And then, of course, Rune of the Archmage doing what Rune of the Archmage does. So huge congratulations to Prothinka. Not, as you were saying, really consistent player, just hasn't quite peaked yet in the Masters Tours, but has been getting the work done. And also just taking a victory over Luna. Easily one of the best players in the Americas region is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, I do think that there was overall a very, very high standard of play from both players, actually. That last game from Luna was really, really interesting because the lines that she went for in one regard were very, very clever, right? Because it was to get down the Blade Master Akani in order to play around the Barbaric Source.
Right.
I think the main standout play on that turn. But the problem with that play was that it meant the actual amount of stats that she was getting online was surprisingly low, given that there was the opportunity on that turn to go for a really, really big pop-off turn. Like she had double visions to be able to see further into her deck, right? Thrive in the Shadows to be able to see further into her deck, to get those Serpent Wigs, and then Blesses as well. Like she could have put a significantly higher amount of stats on the board, but instead opted to go for the Blade Master Akani. And honestly, I'm not actually sure which I think is better, because even though the Akani did the job it was supposed to, it meant that no matter what, there was no immediate big response from Prothinka. It meant that even though she got what she wanted, there wasn't a lethal on the following turn because there wasn't enough stats online. Right. So a very, very difficult spot to be in. And I think you could definitely make the argument that Luna was going a level too deep in that instance and could have just gone for maximum stats online. The thought process was 100% there, and every play she made a total amount of sense, even if I think there was some amount of debate there.
I think it's one of those things where you have to pick a play and just do it, right? Because if you go halfway, you lose. So I think it's just one of those things where you either worry about the Sorceress and then the pop off with an Amulet or a Rune of the Archmage early anyway, or you play around that and do what I think Luna did there and just get sort of yoinked by Varden in that situation, right? Where your whole board's frozen out and you're in trouble. But a bit of an unfortunate one, but again, just another congratulations to Prothinka, who's going up to 2-0 in Swiss. But that was our first match of round 2. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up some more matches for you guys to check out. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Vashj'ir. And here with me is Sottle to answer the important questions like how many cards should be in your deck and how do you say garage? Sottle, how's it going?
Yeah, I don't know why the word with like 5, 6 different valid pronunciations from around the world has been chosen as our style guide for this event. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, I do not say garage as many people may expect me to. I do also say garage. I don't say barrage, however, which, you know, is a step too far. But no one in the world apart from Raven says barrage, so I guess we'll move on.
And moving on, we are into Dead Draw versus Mega Gliscor. It is 1 apiece, and I believe we're going to have a almost rogue mirror. It's going to be Thief Rogue versus the more regular, for me at least, the Boat Rogue. But Sottle, the big question, first chance we're going to have to ask you today, if you could have a deck with any number of cards you want, but you only get that much health, what's the right number?
But you also only get that much health. Yeah, I mean, that's the factor, right? Because I feel like we do need to start at the beginning. I feel like this discussion has tried to walk before it can run in terms of us having this argument on broadcast. Card game fundamentals, right? Less cards is better. The reason why there is a 30 card limit in Hearthstone is not to prevent people playing more cards than that. It's to prevent people playing less cards than that, because less is better. Everyone will have had the experience where you're building a deck, 27 cards you're pretty happy with. Card 28, 29, 30, yeah, swings and roundabouts, could go one way or the other. And that's kind of where you see discrepancies when we talk about different tech cards, different, 30th cards that go into decks. Generally, you would rather play less. However, if you are going to be given an upside alongside the idea of having to play more cards in your deck, and that's the right way to look at it, you're being forced to make your deck worse by playing more cards in it for the payoff of being given additional health, then suddenly we can talk again. Predictably, I am very much on the side that very, very few decks currently are better off with more than 30 cards in them. I do think 40 Druid does make a lot of sense. Outside of that, I'm going to need an incredible amount of convincing, Lorinda.
Well, I asked you for a number. Like, in the world where the card says, like, so one card is bad, you die, you're on 1 health, they shoot you in the face with a hero power. So 1 is bad. At some point, how much lower than 30 would you go?
It's probably somewhere between 25 and 28, to be honest. I wouldn't really want to go much lower than that if the health scales down with it. But certainly, like, I think 31 is already... If I have 31 health and 31 cards, I think you've already made my deck worse in most instances. I think Druid is very much the exception. I'm aware we're not talking about what's on the screen, but I'm following my host right now. Lorinda's been wanting to have this argument with me for days. So the moment that he's got me in a corner, he's asked me these questions. But yeah, I think as soon as you go 31 health, 31 cards, you've made your deck worse in most instances. The only difference with Druid is in the Prestor's version, it literally doesn't matter how many cards you have in your deck because you tutor Prestor with incredible consistency regardless. You have chains of cards, one draws the other, and they all end in Prestor. All roads, there are multiple roads to El Dorado, as a great Hearthstone caster once said. And in that instance, it literally doesn't matter. There's no benefit to you having 40 cards in your deck either, but you're getting 10 health for free. Every other class in the game, no, not seeing it. I don't think there's a level of consistency in the decks at the moment. So for me, it's a little bit of a flavor of the week that I think will be phased out a little bit over time. That's kind of where my stance is at the moment. But would you like to talk about some Rogue instead, Lorinda?
Yeah, with that all in mind, what is the key difference between Jackpot Rogue and Boat Rogue?
Do you intend to talk for any period of this cast?
I just thought, I didn't get the chance, to be honest. I asked you a question and off you went. That's kind of my... Hang on, have I been accused of not talking enough here?
You have, actually.
Is that where we got to in this conversation?
For the first time in the history of our relationship, you're actually being asked to talk more, and I don't actually know how we've led to this. So I will continue running on with this sentence so that you don't talk. Yeah, it's a good question. I think, obviously, Gliscor's deck with the Jackpot Rogue, the Thief Rogue, whatever you want to call it, kind of has that extra longevity. It doesn't run out of gas. you've made the accusation that aggro decks are kind of tuned to do 30 damage, right? And they then struggle to do 40, which is another argument that we might get to have at some point. Jackpot Rogue is kind of a deck that's tuned where if it gets ahead, it's going to stay ahead. If it needs to be, and if it needs more longevity, if it needs to stay in a game for longer, it can do that because of the extra tools that it has. Whereas the straight up boat rogue that we see from Dead Draw on the other side is kind of the more straight up classic aggro deck, which will run out of gas at some point. It's just as a matter of how much damage they can do, how far ahead in a game they can get by the point that they run out of gas.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important distinction for this particular tournament. I feel personally that the Boat Rogue is just the better tuned deck. It does what it's meant to do. But again, with the 40-card discussion, it wasn't quite as unlinked as it sounded when I asked you that. This extra damage, this extra longevity, as you call it, or you called it something slightly different because you say the word correctly.
I was going to say I pronounced it properly for a start.
Does make a difference. And we're going to go see them head-to-head, which is, of course, not necessarily why you're bringing the Thief Rogue instead of the Boat Rogue. The head-to-head being obviously pretty close, I think.
Yeah, but it's a great indication for me of the dichotomy of the two decks, right? Is you are going to see probably Dead Draw's more aggressive version of Rogue curving out quicker, getting ahead more consistently, establishing itself as the aggro in the matchup and just going for the throat really quickly, whereas Mega Gliscor is almost playing control Rogue on the other side. You'll see cards like Krakatoa, for example, just what an incredible flexible card it is. Dead Draw will be using it as a way to push massive amounts of damage. Gliscor will probably be using it as a way to just rush into the board and clear off on the other side. Not to say that there aren't ways that Gliscor can do random scammy things to get ahead early, because there absolutely are. Such is the sort of the high variance nature of Thief deck. The Thief deck is just sometimes you get given wonderful options that can just run away with a game before your opponent can get stuck.
And I mean, I've got a theory on this as well, but something that you may have missed in your adventures tonight, let's say. The Rogue is the most brought deck to this tournament. So I've got a theory, but I'd like to hear yours first. Having just given you that information, put you on the spot, no time to think about it.
As to why that is?
Yeah. No one's saying it's the best deck, right?
No one's saying it's the best deck, no, but it is a deck with extreme level of flexibility. I'm assuming when you're saying that, you mean some version of Rogue, like a
so it's something like, yeah, these two rogues are basically all of it.
Yeah, which again makes sense to me because between these two decks, you can kind of fit together in two very different strategies. I think Rogue is very flexible, very adaptable. To me, it's a very Swiss Army knife type of deck. It has tools to win any matchup. I think there's very few matchups that you queue up with Rogue and say, I can't win this. Likewise, there's very few matchups that you queue up and you're like, okay, sick, I'm 70% here, this is a free win. But I do think for the nature of Conquest, in a situation where exactly nailing the meta read is very difficult, because we've just had a huge shakeup, then Rogue just makes sense as a deck that can go into basically any lineup and do very little damage to your overall win percentage.
Yeah, that's not far from where I got it as well. You get the, you build your lineup, you probably end up with 2.5, maybe 3 decks you're really happy with, and then you just end up playing a Rogue deck because it fills everything out really nicely. So it's everybody in the tournament's 4th deck. I know that's a massive, massive reductiveness of a statement, but I'm sure that's really well worded as well. But you know what I mean. There's going to be a lot of people's 4th deck, so Rogue Mirror, something I like to bang on about and have done for about 2 years now. Very, very important if it is people's 4th deck.
Indeed. And for now, Dead Draw just 1 mana off getting that null down, which is slightly awkward this turn. He is now in that position where he's having to play from behind a little bit. But it looks like he is going to step back the Fillet Fighter. That's like garage, fillet, you know, you've got a
garage
consistent in these things, yeah.
Yeah, fillet of fish, apparently. Apparently, spelling different things different ways leads to the same pronunciation. Okay, you're oohing. That's pretty good.
It is extremely good, yes.
And we're going to see now a problem for Dead Draw. He's already kind of all in on trying to kill Mega Gliscor in 1 hit, and he's just not going to have the time by the look of this. Adding a 7th minion to the board doesn't actually set up the lethal, right? That's what he's considering here.
You can't always trust what you
5, 10, 11, 12, 16, 18. It very well could do. Keeping in mind any mechs that get to attack also do the extra damage as well.
It's plenty, though. Like, looking at dead draws, body language, hand, and general board state. Yeah, this is a lot of damage.
And 5 health minions and 1/1 poisons are exactly what you don't want to see when you have Krakatoa in hand. There is the exact opposite scenario that I was suggesting, where it would be dead draw trying to use Krakatoa to clean up here. Krakatoa is just such an incredibly strong and flexible card. When you're this far behind, however, nah, not looking quite so good.
Yeah. While we're watching Dead Draw struggle with this nightmare scenario, you alluded to the fact that we might have the discussion about 40 cards with Rogue later on as well. Just pick your brains on why you said that.
No, I think when I said you referred to how decks were built to deal 30 damage and didn't necessarily do 40. I wanted to counter that point by saying every deck that has 40 health is also less consistent. So the same deck that is built to do 30 damage against a deck with 30 cards gets closer to dealing 40 damage against that very same deck just because they've made their deck worse in the first place.
Yeah.
And I don't think you necessarily represented that factor to my satisfaction during your explanation. But I do agree with the point in general.
Buck my ideas up as the weekend goes on, so I fit your expectations, Sottle. That's what I've been doing all my life, let's face it. I stop now. Alright. Unless Dead Draw can do something spectacular next turn, we're going through the death throes here. Just a case of how you want to do this. Gives nothing for your crab pincers to bounce off if you trade here. Slightly irritating for Mega Gliscor.
Choose soon.
I think Gliscor, as I am, just looking at various Shadow Step options, what this means in various positions. As you said, the trade is required. Shadow Step does happen once the double value of the Crab Claws. I think first things first, you check your hand, you check all your random outs, you look at the Shadow Step. You're very, very close to lethal in that position. So weird Shadow Step Ashara things go through your mind. Everything in everything in the universe under the sun. Consider to make sure you're not going to miss lethal in that situation. But in the end, I think Gliscor does find the best line, and that is going to be 2-1 now. Gliscor going up.
I'm not sure that's scientifically accurate, Sottle.
Oh, it was nonsense. Utter nonsense.
The universe under the sun. Is that where we're at? That's where we're starting this broadcast? Okay. 2-1 to Mega Gliscor. And now he just has another deck remaining, which is the Prestor Druid, which is great because we get to talk about Druid once again. My argument for Prestor Druid isn't that it's not a good deck, it's just that Alignment Druid for me is a better deck in almost all situations, I think.
Yeah, and this is something I'll pick your brain on, because honestly I get the impression you played more of the alignment version, particularly the 40-card alignment version, than I have. I did put a good amount of time into the Prestor version of the deck. I do think it's very, very strong. As described, you really have no downside for having 40 health, so that extra health is just a godsend in a lot of positions. Which matchups in particular do you think you gain on with the Celestial version of the deck in comparison to going with the Prestor?
I think you gain consistency, which in a tournament I think is not always the best thing, but I think if you're considering yourself as one of the best players, I think being able to do the things you want to do consistently is important. Inconsistency, as we know, is a misnomer when it comes to decks in some degree. What it actually means is you drop percentage points because you roll badly sometimes. And I think that overall it just has a lower win rate because of not being able to always do the thing you want it to as Prestor Druid.
Well, counterpoint. When you say not always do the thing you want to, I'm assuming you're referring to sometimes you get bad dragons. Because I think we both agree,
correct.
In terms of playing your win condition card, Prestor Druid does it more often and more consistently than Celestial Druid does, right? Because specifically there are cards that tutor towards Prestor that don't necessarily exist in the same way to Celestial Alignment in the other version.
Agree. So if you're above a certain threshold, which is the win the game threshold, let's say that Prestor Druid dips below it and goes a long way above it. But the times you go a long way above it, you still just win the game. You don't get a point and a half for murdering your opponent horribly. Whereas Alignment Druid just constantly is just above that win threshold for me, meaning that you're getting a higher win percentage because you're just more often above it. So your low rolls cost you on both, but your high rolls on Prestor Druid that cancel out your low rolls, if you like, don't necessarily get you those extra wins that it needs to get you to be better. That's my opinion, and many players have disagreed with this.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, this is a debate I'm kind of happy with people on either side of right now. Like, I'm less happy with the 40 Warlock players, the 40 Priest players. Like, I don't know what they're doing. What people who are on either side of this debate, of the alignment versus Prestor, I kind of do see both sides of it. And honestly, I just didn't put enough time into the alignment version of the deck to really have a strong, fully fleshed out opinion and matchup spreads and all that kind of thing. But this is certainly the deck that I have put a decent amount of time in. This is the list that is relatively 30 card match to what I'm expecting to see.
40.
To me, 40 card, thank you. 40 card match to what I'm expecting to see. Skulker is the card that I have the biggest question mark over. I don't think Skulker is a particularly good card, and I think that can be maybe just like beaming sidekick, various other 1 to 2 drops that could be thrown in there that, you know, help you in those early game situations where you do need to fight for board early, because for me, Skulker just really wasn't getting it done in a lot of positions. But other than that, I think fairly universal agreement in what's going on in this deck.
One thing, I know this isn't the matchup we're doing now, but I know it's something I think you want to talk about, is the mirror match for the Prestor deck. I think you're on not an island, but I think you have a slightly different opinion to many people on how much skill there is in that mirror match.
Yeah, yes. What I will say is that I've played a lot of Prestor Druid mirrors, and I feel like I've outplayed my opponent in a large majority of the ones I've played. I will say, however, that before playing this tournament, because I've been in Battlegrounds mode, because I've been casting and producing and observing Battlegrounds, I haven't played a whole lot of Constructed for the latest period leading up to this patch, so my MMR is down a lot lower than it usually is, which might explain why I feel like I'm outplaying people. But I do think because cards are randomly generated, people naturally assume that this deck doesn't have decisions, and that's not true, right? Like, working out the right thing to do with randomly generated cards is still skill expressive. You can still find edges in those positions. Yes, sometimes it's frustrating to overcome what you might think is a discrepancy because your opponent's just playing Murazond every single turn and you're not. Like, yes, that happens. But I do think that, just throw your cards up in the air and see which dragons you get and see who wins. Like, no, that's not the matchup. Come on, be serious.
Yeah, and as having sent you down that road as your host, I'm now going to put you back on track. But of course, this is a really interesting start for Mega Gliscor with the double watch post here.
It is.
Is it enough? It feels like it just gets traded away and doesn't get you anywhere to me.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, honestly, this is not really the kind of start that I would like to have against another board-based aggro deck, which Wig Priest kind of is. Because, sure, you might slow them down for 1 or 2 turns in the mid-game with these couple of draws that you disrupt. But in terms of actually fighting for board, these cards don't really do anything. Your opponent just gets to choose if and when to trade over them on their own terms. So honestly, like Druid of the Reef coming down earlier, just being able to come out as a 3-1 rush in the early game, even that beaming sidekick potentially being in the deck to allow you to fight for that board a little bit earlier on, I think could have been more to Gliscor's benefit, even though of course it's not in the deck, because you see exactly that, those 2 SI7 Skulkers in hand just really doing absolutely nothing, and will do absolutely nothing for the majority of this game.
I'm really curious to see where this goes. Deaddraw thought about this a long time, hovered over the cards in his hand, looked at the curve he's got. I'm wondering if he's thinking of just ignoring these and trying to end it before Prestor comes down. But no, he is going to trade. Damn it. I think he was just trying to calculate if he could get there with what he already had.
Yeah, 40 is a big number, though. But I do really like the bring of Wig Priest to this tournament for this reason. Again, to your point from earlier, if your deck is just counting to 30, like damage goes face until opponent explodes, that's going to be a struggle. If your deck plays minions, buffs minions, makes minions bigger, plays more minions, makes those minions bigger, goes face, at that point it doesn't matter how much health your opponent has, right? As long as you are winning and consistently keep board. And that's what Wig Priest does incredibly well in these kinds of situations.
Well, it is going to likely come down to Mega Gliscor playing a Prestor and hoping very quickly that it goes correctly. This feels like the last really awkward turn for Dead Draw, and then he's in the clear doing plenty of damage.
Yeah, and likewise, this is one of the hopefully, last awkward turns for Gliscor, because he has the guaranteed draw towards the Prestors. We've alluded to this previously, but just in case you are entirely unfamiliar with the way this deck works, Capture Cold Tooth Mine can draw your highest cost card. Your highest cost card is Prestor, so you then transform everything in your deck, which is entirely cheap cards apart from that Prestor, into dragons with potentially game-winning effects. You then have Jerry Rig Carpenter that can draw the Capture Cold Tooth Mine, split it into highest and lowest, and so on. You have all these layers of redundancy that let you get to that Prestors. So Gliscor already knows that he is guaranteed Prestor in hand whenever he wants it at this point, which is fantastic because he can now form a game plan around doing exactly that.
Also super nice that Guff is your second most expensive card, just in case you draw one or the other good card in the deck as the game starts. You will also draw both a remarkable amount of the time because of that, which obviously is the whole engine for the deck. It's not just the Prestor, it's the fact that Guff goes crazy. He can play all those stupid dragons in one turn and draw more stupid dragons and then do stupid dragon things.
Yeah, for a deck that is so based around utterly random nonsense, it's very interesting how naturally synergistic some of the things are because, you know, you play your first Cold Tooth Mine, you draw your Prestor, you play the Prestor, and then you roll like a Malagos, for example, and then Malagos draws all your spells, including your second Cold Tooth Mine. Well, guess what that then draws you? That then draws you your Guff, so you can continue to press that card draw button for the rest of the game, or ramp up, or do whatever you need. Get that Kazakhstan rolling that you've generated as well. Like, there's so many nice little tied-together synergies in the deck, which I do think makes it feel quite rewarding to play.
I do think it's an incredibly well-built deck, like superb deck. Again, I just would argue maybe not quite.
It's Prestor and 39 cards. Like, how hard was it to build in the first place?
I mean, I didn't build it.
True. Yeah, fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just spotting it is nice. Obviously, I correctly predicted back a year and a half ago that Prestor would be the most powerful card in the set. So
yes,
that's good.
Absolutely.
Always best to be lucky than good.
Hey, would you look at that? Never mind, I take it all back. Skulker's actually just the best card in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
I clearly have no idea what I'm talking about.
I mean, it's going to hit the Prestor in this 40-card deck so often. Okay, that actually makes this into a Hearthstone game suddenly. I think before that, Gliscor was in a little bit of trouble in that Dead Draw was just on top of the board, but maybe it's just in time now. Maybe.
Yeah, with Aquatic Form still available, he can at least have some sort of choice of what he picks up on the following turn. Still has Innovates and such in the deck, I believe. Sometimes you can Cold Tooth Mine for lowest in a lot of situations, just to try and like grab a 1-mana dragon that will save you in some positions. You know, 1-mana Deathwing, that kind of thing. But when you still have the 0-mana spells left in your deck, that's not really an out. Highest cost card, of course, as previously mentioned, will still be Guff at this point, which is going to be a little bit slow to get anything done here for Gliscor. So you need some immediate help from that Aquatic Form, I would say.
Look at this trade versus face decision here, with the potential of a buff as well. Actually, one of the more awkward ones you're going to see, with the 5/5 that really wants to be protected, but a face that really wants to be hit. He hits the face. Of course he does. Draw cards. Do it again.
Yeah, I think it has to be. Matron not really getting there even with the Cold Tooth Mine. Although you can go Cold Tooth Mine into Innovate, remember?
True.
Which then starts to get a little bit more interesting. There's a 5/5 clean trade available on the board, and then you need to do 7 damage to a 9 health minion. Yeah, I do actually like this, I think. This makes sense. I'm gonna go first because that allows him to have the 2 attack breakpoint into the 5 health minion if he wants to go about it that way. Yep, that worked out. Ooh, 1 damage off on the 8/7 though. That is rough.
I've still got some, I don't know, problems with... I had a person play the Matron and then just fill it up with Kazakhstan, making it copies of all of them. So there's 7 of them on the board, and then just spelled me to death the other day. 1 million damage with their remaining spells. It just wasn't very nice.
Yeah, hero power it. This makes sense to me. Obviously, wildly underdeveloped.
Oh, is that it? That's it. That's lethal.
That's lethal!
Okay, I can rest this problem now. I'm much happier having seen this happen.
Pew, 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 and then another pew, 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 pew.
Okay then. And that's 2 games apiece here in round number 2. Both players 1-0, of course, so absolutely monster game coming up next. It's going to be Dead Draw's Rogue. It's going to be the Prestor Druid again. And I've played quite a lot of both sides of this, and I have won mainly with the Rogue and lost mainly with the Druid. The Rogue seems to just get there just in time, I think, if you set it up.
That has not been my experience so far. I've found this to be very reasonable for the Druid. I think everything but the most oppressive of starts. You have enough time with that 40 health just to get there. And again, like, we talk about the consistency of the deck. This time we saw it was Prestor on 5 with the help of the Skulker. But when we say, you know, Prestor gets drawn every single game, on average, I would say Prestor gets played before turn 6, right? Because all you have to be doing is be on coin, draw and innovate, and both of those things are very easy to do. And then suddenly you're not only are you drawing Prestor early, you're actually playing it early on as well. Even, you know, other routes of going about it, of coin, guff, then into Prestor, all that kind of stuff as well. So you don't really need much of a window, I would say, as the Druid to be able to get there. In my experience, this matchup has been totally fine for the Druid overall. But of course, I think there's always going to be some amount of debate around these Druid matchups because the nature of the deck, as discussed already, is just somewhat high variance.
Yeah, and I remember this when your favourite card ever, Yogg, first came out. It took a long time for the whole player base to agree, okay, this is actually good. I say that as one of the last holdouts of people who didn't believe it was good, as I'm going to be here, I suspect, with Prestor, although I loved it on day 1. But it takes a lot of games to remove everybody's confirmation biases.
That a full keep? That looks like a full keep to me.
Yeah.
Is indeed a full keep. Peasant on 1. Especially because you're looking at, I didn't necessarily know what hero power he was seeing on the other side, but since he's seeing warrior hero power, Peasant on 1 just looks extra fantastic, right? Because Dead Draw doesn't necessarily have any way of interacting with it himself.
He has to play the Cutlass, which is not where you want to be.
Does he? I like this. I like the disrespect, honestly. I think Dead Draw should be trying to get on with his own game plan.
Okay.
Again, like, to me, the Peasant is a little bit of a bait sometimes because I think when you first play against this deck, you're like, oh god, okay, kill the Peasant so they don't draw the Presto.
Right.
They're going to draw it. You can't stop them drawing it. The only thing you're doing by killing Peasant is giving them less cheap cards in their hand, which don't really matter. The cheap cards that matter are the ones that remain in the deck that get turned into dragons anyway. So for me, I don't think Peasant really does that much damage overall.
Yeah, okay, sure. It's just it's not the worst trade ever. You still have drawn another card and got rid of stuff, but trading away Cutlass with no reduction as well was just, ugh. But I understand, having listened to your lovely explanation, why I was probably incorrect, but this is grim for Dead Draw now.
Also, it did reduce, right? It reduced the Gone Fishing that he just played for 0.
Oh, because it hit. Yeah, okay, sure. At the time, though. Yeah. He drew that from the trade, right?
I don't think so. Was it
Oh,
not?
then I'm going insane. It's all right. I'm going to just plead insanity and move on.
Okay, fine.
No, but this is getting pretty grim now, having to take some action here. Because it's not just the do you draw the Presto, it's do you draw enough random garbage to kill me anyway. The deck's full of 1s, 2s and 3s. If you're drawing 2 cards a turn, the overwhelming lumps of garbage are going to get you in the end.
Yep, agree. I think the second Peasant was just a big enough indicator for dead draw. It's like, okay, well, I just lose to Aggro Druid if I don't take care of this problem right now, so... Yeah, absolutely fair enough. That is an absolute pile of bunk that Gliscor is not interested in whatsoever.
Yeah.
Cheap one.
Next turn, just play 2 more just things. Don't even look at the bottom numbers, just look at the top number. 2 2s, that's 4. Off we go. Dead Draw's current plan, I guess, is to survive to turn 6 somehow. Work it out from there. There's the pirate setup starting to happen. But 40, Sottle. This is where the 40 starts to matter.
I mean, the 40 starts to matter an awful lot when you're just starting the game behind, yeah. Which, you know, again, outside of the incredible null starts, which of course are possible for this version of Rogue, this is one of the reasons why I do like this version of the deck, is that it does go 1, 2, 3 basically every single game, because that's 30 plus cards of the deck.
Yeah.
When you take out Guff, Presto, and the spells that are just engineered to make that package happen, the rest of the deck is basically just aggro minions, which is, you know, a very strange experience to see those two sides of the deck clashing up against each other. So a lot of the time you can just get ahead against decks that would normally be trying to aggro down Druid in these kind of positions. So not only do you have 10 extra health, you might then gain another 10 extra health just by being ahead on board in the early game, which is a really weird luxury that Druid hasn't always had.
You know what's kind of scary, having just listened to you say that as well? There's 2 more sets to come.
There is, yeah.
You can actually have all the best 1s and all the best 2s and all the best 3s after those sets have come out. Rather than just at the moment, the ones you can find.
Somewhat amusing, I think, the amount of care and attention that will go into, you know, exactly which 1, 2, and 3 drops you put in this deck, just to transform them away anyway the majority of the time. But there's that small percentage of games where those are the cards that you draw, and that's your curve, and how do they all work and interact with each other? What is the best 1, 2, 3 curve you can play before you then innovate out your Presto? Like, all of that stuff really matters, and that's how decks get tuned from being 50% win rate decks to 57, 58% win rate decks where you really want them to be.
And you can see that in action right now, right? If these were the best premium 1s, 2s, 3s in the game, then Dead Draw would be in a lot of trouble. But as it happens, they're good, but they're not actually completely destroying Dead Draw yet. The Presto might do that, but these cards are on the verge of getting wiped out now.
Dead Draw doing his best, though, trying to stem the tide, but that is absolutely not what the Boat Rogue wants to be doing, because you know, sooner rather than later, the pressure is going to ramp up enormously with this Lady Presto now coming down.
Yeah, she's not that easy to deal with either, is she? Obviously, Krakatoa gets rid of it, but you're getting rid of your claws or 6 damage to your face. 6/7's a large minion.
You know when you did that, like, which are the best Colossals thing that you were involved in?
Oh, don't. I knew you were gonna bring this up.
Where everyone got everything wildly wrong, and actual professional Hearthstone professionals who get paid money to Hearthstone, that Nelly was going to be the best Colossal. You remember that thing? That thing that you did? Where did you rate Krakatoa at the time?
Really low. I don't remember how low, but really low. I got it very, very wrong. A lot of people got it right. I was one of the outliers, I think, on getting this one wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually, like, I'm not going to give you too much grief about that, because I underestimated Krakatoa as well. I never thought it was bad. I looked at it and was like, yeah, that's a lot of stuff, but, like, every time I draw this card, I just want to do a backflip. Like, it honestly just feels so good to have in your hand every single game. It's so flexible, so powerful. Absolutely love it.
No, I agree entirely.
Which, look at this hand.
The reason I got it wrong is I thought there just might not be the space in the time that Rogue was just so powerful anyway. It's like, do I want to spend 6 mana on anything?
My hand overflows.
Like, do I just want to kill people before I get there, or just be overwhelming them already? enjoying this, aren't you? Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, unnamed household assistant that I will not say in order to not trigger people's household assistants. Define irony. That was the Malagos drawing all of the spells, one of which being an acorn, which then drew another Malagos from the deck and burned it. Nicely done.
Seems fair. What is all this stuff? Don't play composting. Clue. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably just Sleepy Dragon, right? Alternatively, you could Alexstrasza the Crab if you really wanted to, but I feel like that Alexstrasza's going face this game more so than killing a minion.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a lethal setup right now. If 3 of these things hit the face, and the face hits them, counts.
They do. Yes.
That's going to be Mega Gliscor taking down one of the biggest all-time winners in Masters Tour events. 4 top 8s for Dead Draw, but he's got it to do if he's going to do it this time around. He goes to 1-1. Mega Gliscor going to 2-0 and looking pretty tidy on it as well.
Yeah, and I think lots of unanswered questions still about the Presto variation of Druid, right? Went 1-1 from what we saw in that series. Not sure if it had joined the party before we came to things, but still a deck that I think we'll see a lot of throughout. I think there are more lineups that ban the alignment version than there are versions that lineups that ban the Presto version. I think that could be, you know, potentially give some credence to your argument. There does seem to be more players that are scared of the alignment version, which I do believe is the case in this series, right? Dead Draw's alignment druid is banned out, but Gliscor's Presto version is not. So I do think we'll see a chunk of the Presto druid throughout the tournament as we go on. And certainly I think as time goes on, we will have a much more fully fleshed out vision of what this deck looks like when being played at a very high level.
I'm talking of playing at a very high level. That is round 2 just about in the books. These players on 2-0 already off to a good start. 2 points towards their Winter Championships qualification. And I mentioned it a few times, but just while we're waiting for a moment, how do you feel the system's worked out so far? Did you feel the Summer Champs produced 16 of the best?
I mean, there or thereabouts, right? For one, I know what you're like. You'll always find the narrative for whatever given player to be deserving of the spot that they have. I know that's what you do best and have done so for a very long time. I think I'm very much on the other side of that, and I think, you know, I'm very hesitant to call a player one of the 16 best players in the world if I don't think they deserve that title. Did we have 16 players where the majority of them, you could argue, were within the top 100 players in the world? Yeah, I think you could probably make that argument, and I think that is a really good turnout for what you then get down to at the end of the season. I thought it was a fantastic event. I thought it was great to see high-stakes Hearthstone coming back again. Obviously, Dead Draw in particular, a player who has long since deserved his spot at that kind of level, putting in a great performance right up until the end. And then Habu Gabu, who back once again as the trendsetter and the tastemaker, this time with the big spell mage coming around and picking up the win. So I thought it was a fantastic event, and yeah, I think the changes this year have been nothing but positive so far.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because we've got round 3 coming up in just a moment, and we're going to be having, presumably, some Habu Gabu. So back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Vashj'ir. That's my best attempt. My name is Soto, and I'm joined by Gia for round number 3. Gia, we were supposed to do this a little bit earlier on, but I had a massive internet outage with my ISP, so thanks for that. But we are back now, making up for lost time, and what a match. If anything, this has worked out perfectly, because what a match we now get to cast in place of what we were going to do in round 1. I was mentioning earlier that I do not like to throw out things like, top 5, top 16 in the world or whatever. Gia has no such concerns because she did it immediately in the break talking about this matchup that we have.
That is right. We've got Habu Gabu and Xiao Ti. This is a matchup that I wouldn't be surprised to see at the finals of the Masters Tour, at the finals of the World Championship. I'm just going to throw it out there. But we are getting the treat of casting it here in the 3rd round of Swiss. Both of our players 2-0 so far with some pretty cool lineups. Obviously, the classes in common, there's actually 3 of them here in Priest, Rogue, and Shaman. But honestly, Sodal, I was expecting that if there was any class in this tournament that most people would be bringing, it would be Druid, because there are 2 very viable archetypes at the moment.
Yeah, but I think we've learned as well at this point never to try and second guess or never to expect Habu Gabu to conform to society's norms, Gio. If we expect him to bring Druid, he is going to do something very, very different indeed, going with Priest, Rogue, Mage, Shaman as his lineup of choice. Everything looking fairly standard, but of course you always have to apply a different standard to what standard is for Habu Gabu, because for example, the big spell mage, the only reason this deck is now considered to have a standard list is because of Habu Gabu himself, who put in a lot of work in really pushing this deck as a successful choice in the metagame.
That's right, he pioneered it, and most people were naysayers on day 1, but as they tried the deck, they found out, this actually is kind of insane. And I really wonder if it was just the nerf to Naga Mage making Habu move away from Naga Mage that actually let this big spell mage become discovered, because there's nothing that really changed from the set, from that patch that nerfed Spitelash Siren to make the big spell mage better. It just moved the other mage out of the way and let this new beast take the center stage. Xiao Ti, however, has notably omitted it from his lineup. I thought mage would be an auto bring, honestly. I thought everybody would have this on their radar, but Xiao Ti is opting instead for a more I guess, standard set of decks that can be predictable as to what they're going to do every single time. The Boar Priest, something that I feel a player of Xiao Ti's caliber can really utilize to its fullest potential. You've got the Jackpot Rogue in there, which, even though it has a lot of variance to just the deck and the name of the deck, I feel when you have that added consistency of being able to replay those spells from other classes with the Contraband Stash and with Test, you can most certainly have a lot of value for the late game.
And speaking of value, Habu are really in the form of his life, having the season of his life, the year of his life at this point, and at least in Hearthstone terms, 2 Masters Tour top 8s, and of course rounding out the first half of our competitive year by taking home the title of 2022 Summer Champion, and of course the World Championship spot that goes alongside that. We just saw Dead Draw in our previous series in the wrap-up with myself and Lorinda, who was of course the vanquished finalist who fell to the sword of Habu Gabu in that one. Gia, coming into this year, you said just now to me in the break, Habu and Xiao Ti, both to you, potentially top 5 players in the world right now. Now, I would have agreed with that of Xiao Ti at basically any time you brought it up of when I became aware of him. Had I said to you on the 1st of January 2022, is Habu Gabu a top 5 player in the world, would he have been on your list then?
Admittedly, no, because he didn't quite have the big victories to back it up. He always had big results, top 8s and consistent performances. But generally, I have this bias of, if you got a trophy, you got a championship title, then yeah, you're just one of the best because you've proved you can take it all the way to the top. And he's going to Worlds for it. So I think everything is going in favor of my extra biased analysis here.
Well, I think then the interesting question, Gia, is what puts Xiao Ti on that list? Because yes, he has had a phenomenal amount of success in the China scene, but in terms of holding up trophies at big major Western tournaments and huge global events, perhaps Xiao Ti doesn't have that moment that would put him on Gia's biased list. So what makes Xiao Ti a top 5 player in the world for you?
Well, he did have a big Masters Tour win last year. So I guess it's not quite the argument for right now, but I think the winning of something huge at some point in his life, and it's multiple things, and the fact that your Shouty would extend to this point of I don't think he has ever been bad, I don't think he's ever brought a questionable lineup, and I don't think he's capable of rusting that much within a 1 year period. So yeah, Shouty in my top 5 as well.
All right, Wig Priest, which I believe was part of the lineup for Habu Gabu going into that summer championship. For me, I talked about this a little bit with Lorinda. I don't know if you agree, Gia, but I do think this is a very sensible deck to bring to the tournament because of that ability to stick boards, make large minions, and kind of get repetitive damage in a meta game that might just require you to do large amounts of repetitive damage for various Renathal-shaped reasons.
Yes, I think Wig Priest is a very good bring to the tournament. I think both you and I agreed it would not outperform necessarily, but outnumber the Boar Priest in the field, and we were right. I believe there are more Wig Priests right now than Boar. I'm not saying that the deck is better than Boar, but I honestly accept the fact that, you know, a lot of people are not pocket trained. A lot of people have to play on a certain amount of ping, and a lot of people have to play at a certain weird time of day that makes Boar Priest just not worth it compared to Wig Priest, which is at, you know, still a high power level and maybe takes a bit less finesse to pilot the deck optimally. So I think Wig Priest is definitely still a good bring with all of those technical things in mind. On top of it, having decent matchups for the field. If you're expecting Celestial Druid, I think Wig Priest is pretty good into that. If you're expecting Warlock to a certain extent, that can beat it. And it's not got too many truly awful matchups out there. Even things that on paper look like it would lose to, like Rogue and Demon Hunter, because those decks have a lot of removal and they get ahead on board. Sometimes it's not enough removal for very high health minions.
Yeah, and I think right on cue, we do get to look at Zhao Ti's option to bring Boar Priest. You said, you know, not necessarily everyone is pocket trained, but Zhao Ti is Zhao Ti, and I would trust him to pilot any high skill cap deck that he wants to go with. Looking at his lineup overall, I don't necessarily know if you vibe with this assessment, but it feels like he is sort of trying to counter 40 decks a little bit overall, right? Boar Priest, kind of that unbeatable infinite win condition that you do have available, even though it's a little bit harder to do 40 than it is to do 30, you still generally get the job done. Alignment Druid in particular, I think gives you a little bit more inevitability in those kind of matchups as well. And even the Rogue, right? Not just being Boat Rogue, being the Thief version of the Rogue overall as well. Like, do you think he has some of these Renathal decks in mind with the way he's built this lineup?
I think he has, with the exception of the Shaman. I think that the 3 decks work in tandem, or at least they're better archetypes than the other ones available to their class into Renathal decks, but they're also just quite good in the overall meta. Outside of the Druid, I think Shouty also has great matchups into other rogues, but I'm so glad that we got to start off with the 2 main priest archetypes against each other. Sorry, Tice, Quest Priest, not a main priest archetype. Because I think
yes, clarification, the only 2 priest archetypes. Continue.
Yeah, I think this matchup is very intricate. I do think it comes out slightly Wig Priest favored, even in the hands of a very skilled Boar Priest player. But there's so many things you can debate off right off the bat, because just the idea of whether you go face at all until you have lethal as the Wig Priest into Boar Priest is a question. I've seen players of the top level debating that until as recently as yesterday, and they still didn't come up with a conclusion. And then on the Boar Priest side, it's so skill intensive, the timing of when to use Shard of the Naru, because you have to make sure generally that into your Boar setup turn, when you get the sword, you need to have at least 1 shard still available, because if your opponent has built a board, it doesn't matter if you have the Sword of 1,000 Truths if you're dead on board anyway.
Yeah, and I think this is a large part of the story of the recent Summer Championships, right? I think we saw a lot of really fantastic series and a lot of super high level play, but I thought the reason why that tournament was so entertaining overall is that we also saw a large number of mistakes and fumbles and players getting caught up in the moment. And I think a lot of those positions were just players not really calculating that they needed that extra resource at the end of a game with Boar Priest. We saw a couple of players, I think, in the position where they completed the quest, if you want to look at it that way. They got the sword activated, but they just did not have the time to swing it twice without dying to the opponent's board on the other side. So I love you highlighting shard, absolutely. I think it's the #1 most important thing to look out for in this matchup overall. Zhao even going as far here to go tempo cleric on 1. How do you feel about this, Gia?
Well, it did earn a raise of the eyebrows from Habu Gabu and me as well. I was like, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen Cleric on 1. Not since the days of old Combo Priest, I feel. But with the context of Xiaoti's hand, where he did see Habu, for example, on play, not playing a 1-drop, Xiaoti can play as Cleric. And into certain 2-drops on the other side, namely Radiant Elemental, the Cleric can sometimes get a trade and then a free heal for a draw afterward. And I guess more importantly here, the fact that Xiaoti has 2nd Cleric in hand is saying that at some point he's going to hit the Pyro, and you generally don't need 2 huge Gift of the Naru turns. Just 1 and then enough switcheroos can be enough to get you to the bottom of the deck, or at least to the point where you get your boars dead and the shards all shuffled in and back into the hand.
And this is just good old-fashioned 2014 Hearthstone right here. If your opponent plays Cleric on 1, you play a Bloodfen Raptor. That's just how you deal with the situation.
Where's our Power Word Shield?
I mean, I have no idea.
Oh no.
Bring it back. That's what I say.
Yes, but how?
Well, as it happens, it is kind of awkward. Like, you really can't protect the Cleric here without expending a huge amount of resources. So for Xiaoti, I feel it's just kind of time to let it go. The Cleric didn't get a draw, but he knew that this was a real risk anyway. He can just proceed with the normal game plan of going switcheroo here. The timing of when to play Boar is also of a small bit of concern. There is the natural Najak Hexen in the Wig Priest deck, which can punish the Boar, especially if the Najak is gotten to enough health where Xiaoti can't get to a point where he destroys the Najak before the stolen Boar.
A little bit awkward. 1 health Pyromancer always adds a little extra layer of complexity for those turns where you are looking to make those pop-offs happen.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Bless looking pretty nice.
Interesting. Yeah, it's just a matter of whether the kind of draw effect, the soft draw effect of the Dredge is worth having there instead, but I think Bless is just such a universally good card in the deck.
Yeah, I would agree. With that extra 1, Habu can even use that before it's lethal, right? Maybe to just get something out of range of your expected Pyro type of clear.
Force one of those shards that you were talking about earlier, get it out of the hand, try and set up for a lethal further down the line once you've exhausted those.
Turn for Xiaoti is getting complicated. Like you said, that 1 health Pyro does make the setups with Cleric that little bit more difficult, and the fact that there's 1 health on the Murkwater Scribe makes me think this isn't the big Cleric draw turn for Xiaoti. Yes. It could be some type of setup turn instead with Thrive. You play out your boar, you can Holy Smite the School Teacher. Another gift can't quite hurt. I don't think he needs a 2nd shard here, and the prayer isn't doing much either.
It may just be worth having it just as a straight-up tradable right now, though. Just okay. Yeah, I'm on board with this. Just being able to use it this turn and then probably just allocating that last mana to the Holy Smite. I think the problem with filling up the hand too much with, if you look at his hand, Cleric, Gift, is if your opponent then decides to go the route of not attacking you, your hand stalls out incredibly quickly from that point. So I do respect the idea from Xiaoti just to float, use the mana on that turn, avoid floating the mana, I should say. Use the tradable Holy Smite, being able to clean up the newly nerfed School Teacher, of course, now dies straight up to Holy Smite, which is a very nice deal.
Off of this one, Shadow or Devour, I think, is the only real consideration. Xiaoti did spend all his mana last turn, but not on playing the boar. He could have held on to the tradable, but I think he's got it in his mind that he's not in a position where he needs to play even into the slight risk of Najak Hexen here, which I think is a fair assessment. He can easily slot that into a Pyro turn, potentially both boars now as well. It is now one of those situations as Boar Priest where I think you take this entire turn to figure out exactly how next turn is going to work, because I think it's the Cleric Pyro double boar before turn. You have a Valish, maybe can even end the turn with that refreshed mana playing a Handmaiden.
Guide my hand.
Yeah, absolutely possible. I think Zhao Ti would love a Devour at some point because that makes this turn pretty free with the Wild Pyromancer, Nausea Cleric, all that good stuff going on. But still, it's that 1 health Pyromancer that makes things just a little bit awkward at the moment.
Right.
Guide my hand.
It doesn't really stop his prospects of killing off the boars altogether. It's fine. The problem is that it would only leave, theoretically, on Shouty's side of the board, 1 damaged cleric, and so not too many targets for gift. So actually, Shouty ends up playing 2 boars here, maybe to make hand space for the Handmaiden instead, and then delay the cleric turn even later.
Habu's eyes just widen as he sees the double boar come out the other side. Then the shake of the head as he realizes that there's nothing that he can really do.
Nope. If he wants to get very fancy, he could devour a boar to put its health away from dying anytime soon, but I don't think that's the line, especially when he has a 4-3 on board.
Yeah, I was
here.
gonna say, devour the boar, kill your own board so that it can't trade off on the other side. Got him! All right, we'll win.
You sometimes do that in different situations, like desperation, but
Yeah.
this is not one of those situations yet. Habu still has a real way of winning this game outside of cheese, especially now he's found a wig. Fresh Claw going to be the wig activator, and we'll also pick up another Naga. As soon as Shouty sees 3 mana spent and knows that Najak Hexen can no longer be played that turn, I'm sure that's a bit of relief on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. Big risk taken from Zhao Ti, but this is a debate I got into with Fury Hunter after the previous event. I think it was insane. That was pretty critical of him exposing a ball to the board and ending up losing a game in a situation where he didn't have to. Fury quite rightly made the point that there is an opportunity cost to just holding balls in your hand. It does cost you something to have to do it later on in the game. You do gain a benefit by just throwing out the balls onto the board when you have the mana to do so. I think in that situation, Fury eventually came around to my line of thinking that there was no reason to do it in that spot. But Zhao Ti there, as you were saying, just opened up his hand, gave himself options for Handmaiden and so on further down the line because he is a little bit choked by that 1 health Pyromancer in terms of card draw. So he took a risk. There's no denying it's a risk, but it's not necessarily wrong to take risks. You cannot take 0 risks in most games of Hearthstone. It just doesn't really work like that.
And look at what it's kind of cost Shouty now, the fact that Habu hasn't gone face with his minions here. Shouty actually uses a shard on what I would say is a much lower impact board than you would prefer, especially knowing there is a wig in hand, just to get that Handmaiden activation. The only other spells that could have gone with the coin to activate Handmaiden were Gift and Shadow Word Devour, both of which have some pretty crucial roles in this current hand. The Devour to protect that 1 health Pyro from immediately dying, and the Gift to cycle further with the Cleric. So having to use Shard there, I feel that's a big win for Habu Gabu.
How much damage is this? It's
lot.
a big number. Because there's Wig,
4,
Priestess, there's
6.
Wigs coming
oh
back.
My,
That remaining
I can't do
Naga
this
is a
math quickly.
Bless, right? There's another Devour as well.
Let's just call it lethal.
I mean, I'm pretty happy.
yeah, I think it's lethal.
Yeah, okay. You know, you don't want to fall into
It's
the
way
trap
over.
of counting, right? Like, that's the most embarrassing thing you can possibly do. No one wants to count in this position. It's actually
Lord.
a million. It's so
This
much.
could have killed a Renathal deck. I mean,
It really
40.
could. Like, genuinely could have done, yeah.
Might have killed a 50 health deck.
Dear, stop leaking the next expansion. You've been warned about this, okay? Come on. Yeah, clean performance from Habu Gabu, biding his time. And I would say that is a fairly textbook example of how I would advise to play the matchup. Didn't really worry too much about early pressure. Just bide your time, answer any questions that are asked on the other side, and just try and build that one board, right? And as soon as he was able to do that, even with the silence coming down on the previous turn, which gave Habu the smallest base to work from, he was still able to just straight up OTK, starting with a 4 health minion for 30 on the following turn, which is absolutely absurd. And for me, that is, in my experience, the best way to come out victorious in that matchup, if you are given the time to do so. But it was a sort of slightly slow and awkward and clunky Boar Priest hand on the other side. Mostly limited, I would say, by that 1 health Pyromancer off the switcheroo.
I would agree. Generally, if the Wig Priest is going for a silence, it means they're able to clear that board that got its stats reduced on the very same turn, whether it's through Zyrella or Pyro. But the fact that Shouty kind of had to go for his clear in a piecemeal way over a couple of turns, it gave Habu more than enough of a window to get lethal, leaving any one single minion on board when you know the Boar Priest has, the Wig Priest has that many cards in hand can never feel good. But Habu here going to move on now to his Boat Rogue, and yet again we have a distinction of archetypes within the same class here, although I would say Boat Rogue and Jackpot Rogue are much more closely related than Wig Priest is to Boar Priest.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. I think it's not uncommon that you play against one or the other and you don't necessarily know for quite some time what you're dealing with. In multiple ways, of course, with the natural effect of Maestra coming into that as well. I do think they are very similar overall. No great surprise to see Habu going with this version of the deck alongside the rest of the lineup that he has, which is just overall a little bit more smooth and streamlined to what we're seeing on the other side. Xiaoti has a little bit more of the anti-control and slight clunkiness to his versions of the deck as well, which I think is far from a criticism. It's just kind of stylistically and holistically what his lineup is trying to do, which then allows him to squeeze a Tess and some Jackpots and some of those extra greedy, clunky cards into the Rogue as well. And thematically, I think it just fits a little bit better with what his lineup is trying to do overall. But for Habu, 1-0 up with the Wig Priest out of the series. Shaman's banned on both sides, which is something that we didn't really touch on at the start of the series. Gia, do you have any thoughts on the Shaman bans going into this one?
I think the Shaman bans may be to protect the rogues on the other side, because I feel Rogue into Shaman is not a particularly good matchup. Shaman into Wig Priest is a close one. I feel the Shaman comes out a little bit ahead with that persistent freeze effect, really making it a struggle for Wig Priest to get through, and then you're able to eat some of the threats in hand with Mutinous later on. So I think it's reasonable here. The big headline for this upcoming game, though, is that Habu has once again gotten himself a very good matchup, perhaps even better than the one we saw a while ago. Rogue into 30-card alignment Druid. No Renathal Spice to be found here, so no extra breathing room against this aggro deck, and Habu is still running all of the tools here. No Jackpot, no testings. He's made room for all the pirates, just as the original deck has been.
Yeah, and unlike Lorinda, I'll wait until the questions are actually relevant before I ask you questions on Renathal and 40 cards. Since we now have a 30-card version of Alignment Druid on our screen, Gia, for us to actually talk about, I know that you largely are aligned with me, pun intended, on 40-card Prestor Druid. How do you feel on the 30 versus 40-card Alignment Druid debate?
Well, I think I might be in the minority here, just speaking from the various practice groups I sit in on, but I prefer the 30-card version, just straight up. I know that the 40-card version with 40 health more relevantly gives you percent against your bad matchups, but I feel you lose enough percent in the matchups you're supposed to be good at as alignment that it's not really worth losing that consistency by running that extra 10 cards. So I do like the 30-card version, especially within the context of Xiaoti's lineup, which seems like it has a bit of a lean towards targeting other Renathal decks. And if you are alignment, you are very good at versus Prestor to begin with, and if you find the Celestial Alignment card itself more consistently, you can only get better.
Because I think that's the big difference for me, right? Like, Prestor Druid, it almost doesn't matter how many cards are in your deck. You specifically have cards that pluck Prestor out of your deck and then your win condition is online. That's not necessarily the case with plucking Celestial Alignment in your deck, right? That card can actually get buried. And yes, there's a lot of dredge, there's a lot of tutoring, there's various card draw effects that you can have, but there's nothing that, you know, in the same way just rips an alignment out of your deck in this version.
Nope. Oh, but this hand from Shouty is so perfect. It lacks an alignment, but honestly, does he even need it? If he can just, you know, ramp up to an Onyxia super early, if he finds that, that's more than enough to beat a Rogue early on, especially when they've hit such a slow hand like Habu Gabu has. No Ajaran Vessel to be found, no early Knolls. Best he has is Reconnaissance, and these are all pretty low impact options.
They are, yeah, really not what Habu would have been looking for here. Wants something probably slightly more expensive than this just to fully throw out the curve this turn. Like right now, he almost has an entirely wasted prep this turn with the way that he's played it.
Right. I think it ends up being Cookie and then, oh, okay, Mounted Raptor. So he probably daggers then to protect the Raptor from just being straight up dead to the Jerry-Rig Carpenter. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
I was thinking Cookie and then you just try and go again with the Reconnaissance, and it means if you hit a natural 6 drop off of it, ideally Mida, it's playable next turn as a 4 drop. Yeah, the hand
meanwhile,
kind of plays itself from here.
Yeah, not too much to break down on the other side for Zhao Ti. That is a 0-mana Null coming into the hand, though, for Habu Gabu, so things are looking up for our hero. But yeah, Zhao Ti will be pretty much just playing the green card for the next few turns.
Wait, our hero? Don't speak for me. Zhao Ti's my hero. I did his winner interview last year.
Did you really? I didn't know that.
More meat.
Did he do it in English or was it translated?
In English. Zhao Ti's
nice.
very, very like considerate and obviously extremely smart to be able to be fluent in multiple languages. Guff here, coin hero power. It's 2 crystals of ramp equivalent to the rampant growth, so might as well just play the Guff because you get the card draw as well and just the upgraded hero power sooner rather than later.
Not to mention the 5 armor, of course, which is very relevant in this situation when you're facing down this board.
Yeah.
And Jir, a couple of turns ago, you said this hand was missing a particular card. Can you remember what that was?
This hand isn't missing anything. I don't know what I was talking about.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yep, alignment. After this ramp here, going to be playable at 8 mana next turn. Of course, it's a little bit scary to have to leave this 10 damage on board, which will no doubt, from Zhao Ti's perspective, be augmented by, you know, very likely 6 more damage the next turn. So Zhao Ti has to count. If you take 10 and 16 the next turn, plus the dagger, you take 27. And that 5 armor keeps him alive.
Thanks, Guff. You've always got my back.
Who needs Renathal? Wait, is he not coining the ramp? Ooh. All right. It means Zhao Ti is not necessarily aligning next turn. I mean, he still could.
Or can?
But if you are committed to alignment, I don't see why you wouldn't just coin here. Maybe Okani is the consideration.
True. Yeah, no, it's a fair shout. Make sure we've got this count correct. There is now 10-16 showing down on the other side. Yeah, but it is exactly that 5 armor that is currently keeping Habu Gabu alive. And of course, the Null comes out to play as well, changing some of those breakpoints, making sure that no Wicked Stab silliness can come out on the other side either.
Hullbreaker, actually a nice pickup for Habu Gabu, even though it did give Zhao Ti pretty accurate information as to what spell was picked up. Just made sure that Habu had more resources rolling. If he hadn't had the boat this turn, I feel like the game completely slips away from him. From Habu's perspective, he can maybe still stabilize post-alignment, but we can see Zhao Ti's hand that has Anaconda and 3 pieces of Nourish. Off. That Knoll saved the day for Shouty.
Yeah, probably just going to go with the crab instead.
I like this. It technically puts more damage on board, even though you push a bit less in the immediate, and then you save Smite Gone Fishing for the next turn. It's asking Shouty to have the full board clear and healing above 13 health. Unfortunately for Habu Gabu, I think Shouty has all that and more.
It's one of those games where you just look at the history bar and like, okay, my opponent played Wild Growth, Guff,
Yes.
Alignment Knoll, and now Anaconda. Like, it's literally perfect, this game.
Don't forget the Jerry Rig on top.
Oh, the Jerry Rig, of course. My bad. I would hate to undersell how hard Habu Gabu got scammed this game.
Oh, and there's second alignment to close the turn as well, if necessary. Probably not necessary, but style on him, you know?
Yeah, why not?
This is so crazy. The earthen scales there as well. The rough part for Habu is he can't concede yet until he sees the scales, but okay, I think he can now.
I think there's a momentary pause there from Zhao Ti, like, do I have to keep playing? Okay, I do, fine. Like, I've played the scales, you've lost.
Miracle.
You can get out.
In that turn.
Anytime now. You can leave. It's fine.
Glorious. What a turn.
Winnable. All right.
Yep,
I was
not
gonna
even
square
reconnaissance
the
into
series.
Gigafin could save Habu there because the Gigafin would be post-alignment and at its full cost, literally 0 costs. 0 outs, and yeah, like you said, 1-1 there, even though I really did not expect this outcome.
Yeah, turns out when you draw Jerry, Growth, Guff, Alignment, Knoll, you're in pretty good shape, especially when you have Anaconda and 3 Nourishes to follow that up, let alone the 3 Miracle Growths and the Earthen Scales, everything else that you need to go with it. Nerf, what nerf? Earthen Scales still cost 0 from where I'm standing. Zhao Ti putting on a clinic with the Druid, just as Habu did with the Priest in the early one, and I think Lorinda will be putting another mark on his chalkboard, another notch on his desk of rogue losses that I'm sure he'll be keeping track of. I feel like he's been banging this drum for quite some time of, you know, he understands, he gets why it gets brought to tournament, but, you know, I think he always wants to see the lineup that finds the 4th deck that isn't rogue, because he doesn't have a lot of faith in that kind of thing from happening. And again, I think the more we see rogue struggle, the more we're going to have to hear him harp on about his rogue theories, Gia.
I guess 2 things to take away from that. Lorinda hates almost every deck in Hearthstone. I don't know why the rogue in particular really sets him off, but I mean, who knows? The other thing to take away is that he'll also have to chalk it up as a win for 30-card Celestial Druid against aggro, which maybe goes some way to the theory that if you are just more consistent in doing the thing that wins you any matchup, that 10 health doesn't necessarily matter.
Imagine putting 10 other cards in your deck that aren't Jerry Rig, Wild Growth, Guff, Celestial Alignment, and Anaconda. Why would you do that? You don't need any of those cards. You just need the really, really obvious ones. Yeah, makes sense to me. And of course, you will now move on to more Priest from Zhao Ti, more Rogue from Habu Gabu, the 2 defeated decks so far in the series. How do you feel about this matchup?
Well, actually, I need to roll it back a little bit from what I thought before, because I thought this was a heavy Boar Priest favored one, as recent as the last Summer Championship as well. But even having sat in practice groups of which Pocket Train, Boar Priest expert, and perhaps best player in the world is a member of, he only puts it at about 55 for the Priest, so not actually that heavily favored. And I think that goes a long way towards how the Boat Rogue understands their position in the game plan, because I think a very good Boat Rogue player knows exactly when to not overextend, when they should be playing Edwin just straight up on the board, or whether it's worth stepping, and the sort of distribution of the threats here.
That is interesting to hear, because I honestly, myself, would have had it more in the region, like closer to a 60% matchup for the Priest. Like, not an overwhelming favorite, but certainly a matchup you're happy to see. But yeah, certainly, if you're going to listen to anyone's opinions on Boar Rogue, Pocket Train is certainly the first person that I would be visiting.
And already we're seeing some difference as to how you normally play the rogue in this matchup compared to others. Just the Fillet Fighter on one, recognizing that this is not something that Shouty wants to play a Holy Smite on. He's certainly not going to commit a Pyro this early. So that Fillet Fighter, even though you can argue it gets 4 damage, sometimes 8 with a Mr. Smite later on, it can get that 8 damage at the beginning of the game.
Ready, Zhao Ti looking like he has a slightly more promising hand in terms of card draw. Problem is the 3-1 on the other side of the board that's beating him up very rapidly at the moment.
Guide my
I
hand.
don't think he has to panic quite yet, though. It is still quite a bit of healing, and I think he'll be holding onto the Pyro Cleric until he sees more minions on the other side to actually get multiple activations from Gift of the Naru here. So this is one of those situations where the boat rogues' understanding of their place in the matchup comes into play. Like, should they overcommit into this? Should they play only 1 or 2 more threats? It's a very close one. Like,
Hard to get a very transparent idea of what's in your opponent's hand at this point, right? Because when your opponent AFKs turn 3, essentially, that's no switcheroo, that's no amulets, no other tradables, no thrive, no dredge. Like, there's so many cards that your opponent just doesn't have in hand at that point that it almost pins them exactly on waiting for a Zyrella clear or waiting for a Pyromancer turn, right? With the cards that they have in their hand. So it's a fairly elementary read, I would say, on the other side. How Habu decides to deal with it is up to him, but I think he will certainly have a very good idea of what is up with Zhao Ti's hand, right?
and already you can see that he's committed more to setting up for the refill turn rather than just playing an inefficient null here. Doesn't want to go for further extension from this point on. Trying to see how much mileage he can get out of the Fillet Fighter before Shouty goes for a clear. But I don't think Shouty is going to take the bait this turn either. Probably just an Illuminate and Hero Power. With his Priest Hero Power, technically the Fillet Fighter is only dealing 1 damage per turn.
That is true. Our team more than happy to play this waiting game. Particularly if this Illuminate does find a switcheroo or similar, something that can actually help him effectively spend his mana this turn.
And generally, the thought process of whether you play Illuminate, first thing you ask is, do I have a Handmaiden in hand that needs activation? If yes, Illuminate seems a lot more enticing to play. If not, then you ask, is there any card that is something you really want to have specifically for next turn? And in Shouty's situation, I don't think there is, so he can pretty happily still hold on to it here. And now Habu starts to ask, how much longer can he wait? He does have 3 development options here. Boat coined out, just Aegwin, or the Wild Pawn Null. I really dislike the Null among those other options because he still has Recon that can get it cheaper. So maybe Recon Null is the sweet spot here. Hullbreaker again.
Hullbreaker does seem to be the most useful of those options.
It's come at an unfortunate timing where the prep really falls off in value here for Habu because he will, from next turn forward, assuming he saves the coin, have enough natural mana to play Boat and Dredge. Goes for the Stealth 4/4 instead, though, which has that upside of the Death Rattle, making a Zyrella clear a bit more awkward for Shouty in theory.
True. It does also require 4 straight-up AoE this turn, even to deal with the large body, because, you know, not targetable by Holy Smite, for example, if that's the kind of turn that Zhao Ti was waiting for to go along with the Pyromancer that I'm sure Habu Gabu is incredibly suspicious is in hand.
Right. Really starting to become a game of chicken here, where if Shouty keeps waiting, Habu gets his incremental damage and inches ever so much closer to the Shadowcrafter scabs, which then allows Habu to have that hero power that lets him put forth way more burst damage in a single turn than you normally expect from a rogue.
Yep. And it is a very weird stalemate, because normally a combo deck in this situation would be happy to say, okay, you pass a turn, I pass a turn, you're pushing 1 damage, 2 damage, whatever, that's absolutely fine. But the problem is Xiaoti's not spending those turns drawing cards. He's spending those turns passing. He's only drawing 1 card a turn, which means he's still so far away from the win condition right now.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate draw for Shouty. No switcheroos, not even amulets for him to trade to at least get somewhere close to the many boxes he needs to tick before he can get that boar combo active. No boars dead, no amulets traded, hardly anything cycled from the deck. It's really dependent on how Habu Gabu reads the situation.
There is 1 amulet traded on either turn 1 or turn 2, I believe. I do think that Gizo managed to trade 1 so far this game. But yeah, no, your point absolutely stands. Like, he has done almost nothing this entire game up until this point. And Habu says, all right, fine. I blink, let's actually play some Hearthstone. Here's a 3rd minion, what are you going to do about it?
Well, that means 2 minions can be damaged. If Shouty wants, he can go for a double cleric turn. But I think it ends up maybe being... Okay, the order is Pyro, Shadow Word, with 1 cleric on board, and then you play the other cleric and gift? Gosh, does that overdraw?
Is someone injured?
No.
Okay, he's playing both clerics immediately. Okay.
Is someone injured?
No. Okay, he's doing the order that I thought.
Yeah, this is what you said, right? Yeah.
Sorry, the animation made me think that both clerics hit the board before the Shadow Word Devour, and I think that would have made him overdraw. But this looks very good. Finally gets to make up for all those turns of not doing anything. And the Valish to top it off. And he got all the actions done.
Leash for Smite, whatever else you want to go about. Plenty of mana left for tradables on the amulet. Yep, clean looking turn.
This leaves a 2-1 stealth, which is not a big deal whatsoever. As double Handmaiden here. Very easy to activate with that Illuminate as well. So Shouty, with only 9 cards left in deck, in the blink of an eye, has made up for about 5 turns worth of nothing.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think coming out on top of the game of chicken on the end. In the end, Habu, you could see kind of visibly getting a little bit frustrated, particularly more so with his draws, I would say, than with the state of the game. He was just drawing, gone fishing, prep, gone fishing in a row from that point. Not really the level of consistent minion refill that he necessarily would have been looking for. No Mr. Smite, which I think would have given him at least a very consistent game plan going on. He did choose to blink in the end. He dropped down the 3rd minion. Xiaoti's patience absolutely rewarded. Many of those things that Gia was marking off, the check boxes that needed to be ticked for Xiaoti, many of them were achieved on that turn.
And the point you brought up about Shouty not doing very much in the early turns while they were in that game of chicken can also somewhat be applied to Habu Gabu, where in the turns where he was being very patient with his minion setup, he would have loved to have his own card draw cards. Shroud of Concealment being the main one, even Edwin, and then step it back to hand, so you have that setup for scabs and potential smite later. But he doesn't have those check boxes ticked off in case he needs to get to the point where all the burst has to come from hand. So he is committing to board here. Not fully. There's still another gun fishing that could have found something else, but certainly going to be a trivial matter for Shouty to clean up.
Yeah, picked up crab over the boat as well off the first Gone Fishing, which, again, I'm a huge fan of Krakatoa. I continue to... My fandom but increases with each passing day of this card. I think it's such a powerful addition to the deck. I think it's such a lifesaver in such a variety of situations. No great surprise to me to see Habu see that on the bottom of the deck and go, nope, absolutely not. You're coming up here.
Only downside of this crab is that we can't eat it.
I mean, you could try. There's nothing stopping you.
No, I can't try. It's digital. It's not even a physical card that I could attempt to consume.
Now that I think about it, you raise a good point.
What it does do, though, even though it doesn't seem necessarily good against Boar Priest because you don't need the trading tools, it's still, if there is any one minion on their side, allowing you to push 4 damage while creating heavy minion threats on board. So I think it's a very reasonable pick here for Habu. But Shouty quickly deciding that this board isn't nearly threatening enough for him to commit his second Pyro to. I like this assessment a lot. Won't even necessarily need the switcheroo this game. Okay. Ooh, this is 10 cards in hand for Shouty. Potential to overdraw the other amulet. Scary stuff. It's a 1 in 5 for Habu to straight up win the game next turn.
Habu making the, I think, less consequential decision of whether he wants to Hero Power replay a minion this turn, and if so, which minion. But really, we are just waiting for that end turn button to be hit at this point.
My hand is...
Oh no! We saw it! Disaster.
It is a disaster. It is a disaster for Zhao Ti, and I think it's something that he could have at the very least considered. And again, it's those arguments, I would say, in Boar Priest matchups of like, how far ahead am I? Can I afford to play around with situations like, you know, coin scabs, burn a card? He did have a very specific hand that was very difficult to do that with, I would argue, because everything he needed was either a crucial piece he needed for a board clear, an actual combo piece, or something that just drew more cards anyway. So I'm not even entirely sure if there was a route that Zhao Ti could have taken. But still, Boar Priest, really difficult deck, very punishing deck when moments like that happen.
Zhao Ti still in the game, I think, trying to formulate a very fringe scenario win condition, which is maybe clearing this board, having a Pyro stick, and then trying to play your Zyrella hero and every other turn dealing 5 to Habu, but quickly realizes that those numbers do not add up in his favor. Habu draws far too many cards that can get himself back on board there, so Shouty throws it down. And that means that Habu's taken another he's taken an unfavorable. So it feels like there's been a win in the opposite direction of what's expected for both of our players so far.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, based on the news we heard from Pocket Train via Gia, our undercover correspondent, that matchup might be a little bit closer than we were expecting, then maybe that's not perhaps as surprising. But still, it's a matchup that I would expect to go the way of the Boar Priest more often than not. And we will now move on to the one remaining deck, Gia, for Habu Gabu. It is the big Spell Mage, the new flavor of the month deck that Habu Gabu is injecting into our meta game, once again coming along and injecting our meta with a lethal dose of poison. He's not satisfied with breaking the meta once, he has to do it all over again with the very same class.
I feel like Habu just needs to come up with 29 other signature decks that quickly become the top of the meta, and then he can open an ice cream shop. Perfect. Big Spell Mage with the double parrot 1 spammy. Okay, it's a bit of a greedier list. I've seen others go for double spammy 1 parrots, but you know, if you're doubling down on the rune, then I like just going all in on that game plan. Obviously, the Sir Finley Sea Guide is, I think, the most debatable card in the list at the moment. There's some people that are huge fans of it, others that say it's just not good enough here. It's a reroll on your hand that lets you find Belinda maybe more of the time. But, you know, if Habu, the pioneer of the deck himself, is running it, I feel that the naysayers maybe need to take another look.
Yeah, I don't mind it because in my experience with this deck, it is a deck where your hand can just break sometimes, right? Like if you swap spells and it doesn't go well for some reason, if you do just have a sequence of like fairly bad draws in a row, your hand can just kind of get ruined and it's hard to recover that piecemeal via top decks. So I do somewhat like the choice of being able to reroll. However, it is largely hypocritical of me to say that because I have very loudly and very vocally made fun of people that thought, you know, Plot Twist on a Stick was going to be a playable card for some reason. I think, you know, in the Dredge Warrior, the Scam Warrior, the not Control Warrior, glad to see everyone's finally on board with this, by the way. I may have had no internet, but I was still able to listen to that conversation. That deck in particular, of course, the bottom of your deck is cheap and tempo-y and scammy, and you want access to it in particular. Without that specific motivation, I personally don't value Sophinli particularly highly, but again, I would echo the end of your wrap-up, which is, who on earth am I to argue with Habu?
Flip side, though, is most people who don't run Finley instead run the Pelican Divers, and that's a card that is a fan favorite, caster favorite as well, I'm told, and I've just recently heard. So certainly both creatures are things that I think have their own merits here. But perhaps the more interesting thing is this rogue matchup into the big spell mage, because I'm of the opinion that boat rogue is a slight favorable into big spell mage. But the jackpot rogue, I don't think is where you want to be at. It leans less into the early game beatdown, and that I think in theory leaves it more vulnerable to the mage's toolkit in the late game.
Yeah, I do agree. I do think it is also one of those situations where sometimes we will talk about these kind of matchups, and there's two versions of a deck, and they're like 24 cards the same. We're like, oh, well, this deck just doesn't curve out as aggressively as the other deck. And all those kind of cards are still there, right? I think the most recent example of that was like Naga Mage versus Naga Ping Mage, right? Where all the tools were still kind of there in the Ping Mage to do things as quickly as possible. But if you were the glass half full kind of person, you say, okay, I still have all the early curve tools, but I have the addition of this extra late game as well. And I think that's the way that some people, I think, look at this version of Rogue and say, well, I think I have very little downside. I'm not cutting many of the early game tools. Maybe just Philip, I guess, is the big miss in terms of being able to push early damage.
And in the late game, this might be missing, because Reach is still something to consider here. The mage does have armor from Deepwater Evoker, but they're not running ice barriers. It's not infinite necessarily.
Oh.
Do have a double null start from Xiaoti, which is absolutely amazing. This might not be one of the games where this interaction I'm about to mention comes into play, but there's also the way that Barbaric Sorceress interacts with Jackpot to consider here, because it can sometimes clog the rogue hand with spells that the mage actually doesn't want to swap because they'll be high cost as well. And the Swift Scale Trickster only brings them to 0 on your turn. So that's something that Xiaoti can consider if he finds room to use the coin and Shadow Step to be stronger against Barbara.
And that is... And that, sorry, that's really tickled me. And I think that's exactly what you are seeing him do, right? This is minimal Shadow Step value, I would say, but Xiaoti just working as hard as possible to get those cards out of hand as quickly as possible. You see this as well with like the Innovates and so on in Druid when you play this particular matchup as well. Just do not leave 0-cost spells in your hand under any circumstance, because that is Barbara's favorite food. I am reliably informed.
And Barbara's weirder than me trying to eat Kravatoa, the digital card.
Go round, go, go
All right, Ram Commander for Habu Gabu. Not a huge impact this turn, but more important to get the 1/1 tokens in hand to maybe trigger a spammy clear on the next turn, because he definitely has one of those situations where he doesn't have the time necessarily to set up a sorceress, nor the guarantee that it would be good for him, and it's not a Belinda hand either. Shouty with the pickup of Horn of the Ancients, though, even going to slot in the Trickster for maximum tempo, even though that Trickster could discount a lot more later on. Neptulon is a pretty good outcome.
Oh, no. Look at this board.
It probably is just the best outcome, isn't it? It threatens the most damage.
Throw in hands, Gia. That's what we're doing.
I can't even talk about Font into Varden as an out, or Varden being in the deck for Habu Gabu.
All right, so let's count the spammy clear. You trade in with the 1/1, then there's 1, 2.
The same
Okay,
if you
next
just leave
plan.
it alive as well.
Yeah.
Next plan, there is no next plan. Next game?
There might well be a next game. Yeah, you got to try, right? Yeah, Habu smiles. He knows the deal. I think you can see from the way your opponent played that they don't have zero-cost spells in hand, but I do think that was probably the out that Habu had to go for in that position.
Oh, Kravatoa doesn't have room. Wait, if you trade a 4/2 and you get 1 claw, is it enough? Or... I think so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So I had no conviction about this, but... Yeah. More than. Didn't even need the claw swing.
Plenty of damage going through in the end.
Trade of 14 would have worked also.
I mean, it's Neptulon, right? So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily going to work out how you expect it to. But yeah, tons of damage in the end lined up for Zhao Ti. Really, that was Big Spell Mage just not really looking like a deck, just absolutely suffering. This is something I am also curious to see as the tournament develops, because I think in a lot of spots, Big Spell Mage wins because of players' inexperience against it. And I do think there are little niche situations, little beats, little patterns that the deck falls into that can be exploited by good players, particularly chief among them. And I think this is something that you'll see more and more as the tournament goes on. This dumping of cheap spells from the hand by any means necessary. Shadow Step used for incredibly minimal value, Coin used rapidly straight away. Even the Horn, as soon as it went in the hand, it came out the hand the very next turn. Like, spells were just not being left in the hand whatsoever from Zhao Ti. And that effectively neutered the entire deck from Habu Gabu on the other side. Although I will say, the Shroud into the second null probably had something to do with it in the early game as well.
Yep, that is definitely an above-average outcome for this Jackpot Rogue, and it's weird to say that without the card Jackpot itself being involved in that game, but it does lead us now to a final matchup between Big Spell Mage and Boar Priest, which is one that I cast at the very beginning of the day as well, which I did, say that I think it's a Boar Priest favorable, but there's certainly a lot of things the Mage can do to mess them up, on top of the usual just straight up win the game type of draw, which is early Belinda into Drakefire Amulet.
Yeah, there is, and there's enough going on there just in terms of random outcomes, huge taunts that can come after shards have been used, extra health that can be generated from Ice Barrier, all sorts of things that can happen from Rune of the Archmage as well. There are enough routes to victory to be found. Even Blade Master Okani, I would say, is a niche win condition. What you don't really see is Blade Master Okani on the board, your opponent just plays a boar or an amulet or whatever, right? And then you lose the game to it being countered. What you might see from not a very experienced Boar Priest player is they play every other minion in their deck apart from the last Pyromancer and the last Boar that they need at the end of the game, and then are unable to play one of those two minions because then the Okani is played in the last game, in the late game, sorry. That's something that you can forget about and not keep track of if you do get into those situations. So yes, it's a selection of 40 to 42 different 1% outs, I would say, for the mage in this matchup that can all just vaguely find you a way of getting out of the game. But yeah, I do very much agree. Heavily favored, or at least a decent favorite for the Boar Priest in this one.
I like the way you put it. And honestly, the fact that there are so many sort of gotcha interactions that the mage can pull off to beat the priest, on top of the fact that the priest is just base deck, so difficult to play optimally. It can be a lot for one person to process and keep track of at all times, but I'm sure Shouty will be up to the task. Whether or not he was up to the task against the rogue and playing around scabs is something we can debate. I wasn't necessarily sure if he had a good enough line that left him at 8 cards instead of within overdraw range, and it was still a 1 in 5 that he had to lose. Pretty unfortunate, but that's the real sort of difficulty of playing Boar Priest. You have so many situations where, because the deck needs to tick so many boxes, because there's so many moving parts to the combo that can be disrupted by your opponent, you need to decide which of those, if any, are worth taking the risk on them being disrupted, and whether those risks are worth avoiding at the cost of just making the overall flow and rhythm of your combo take longer.
Yeah, I think the best illustration we had of that was it yourself and Daruk that was casting Tice Quest Priest that had Najak Hexen and Mutinous in it. So then as Boar Priest playing against that, you're like, well, where are my boars supposed to be then? I have no idea. I can't put them on the board. I can't have them in my hand. What am I supposed to do? That's kind of the rhythm of playing against this deck from Habu Gabu, is you have to keep in mind which particular scams Habu is indicating, as well, of course, as keeping an eye on just the giant threats that Habu is able to throw out on the board in some particular draws that are available.
Just kept Drakefire Amulet as well and found the Barbara, so it's looking good for Habu so far. Obviously, the quality of spell that you swap on average is not going to heavily disrupt the priest. Obviously, Amulet is the extreme high roll here because that's the one that actually is necessary to get the sword online. And if your Amulet costs 10, you cannot generally kill off the boars on the same turn that you summon them. But even disrupting something like Gift of the Naru, which is very important for cycling, or a switcheroo, that can be game-winning for the mage as well, by virtue of the extra turns they buy themselves.
That's right. Feel groove.
Which makes it very important, I would say, to not leave amulets sitting in your hand. It's rare that you will do so really anyway, as trading amulets is kind of the very first thing you're trying to do in a lot of situations.
Oh no, I've just realized there's a card called Amulet for both players. Oh, what a struggle.
There's a tradable card for both sides called Amulet.
Oh my, make it stop. And they could swap costs and will be like the 10 cost amulet. Wait, the original 10 cost or the current 10 cost?
One that costs 10, Gia. I don't know why this is so hard to grasp. Come on, keep up.
Just completely refusing to use the other words in their name.
I mean, imagine actually reading card names.
Couldn't be subtle.
It couldn't, no.
Okay. Treasure Guard keeps the curve rolling. Habu most likely just considering the order of proceedings here, because we are expecting a turn 5 sorceress for Habu here. Ideally, if he could get the mailbox dancer to die on the same turn, so that there's higher odds of Habu Gabu getting the Drakefire to 0 by virtue of a coin being in Shouty's hand from that point. That could be pretty good. True.
Yep, looks good. Does have Pyro in hand, but already has the Gift of the Naru to go with it here anyway. I believe the Handmaiden is already active, so no real merit to other cheap spells in that situation.
I'd agree. Between Handmaiden and Switcheroo this turn, kind of close actually. Because the Handmaiden really doesn't have much upside of being on board. It does come at a turn where Habu can't necessarily manipulate the coin he knows would enter Shao-Ti's hand, because Barbaric Sorceress wouldn't be playable even with Habu's coin next turn. So maybe this is the turn to try to weave the Handmaiden in.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards, because I think over the next 2 turns you probably want to play both Handmaiden and the Switcheroo, and if you do them in the other order, then you'd have to be playing your Handmaiden as alongside some kind of Pyromancer turn, where you then killed the Mailbox Dancer in the same turn, use the coin. You don't have the Cleric that you'd want to do that with anyway, so this order just does seem to make the most sense.
Habu not bothering with the attacks, doesn't want to activate Gift of the Naru or Zyrella. Sense. Shao-Ti starts with Switcheroo. He does have to end the turn dumping one of these other cards, which could be Illuminate. I do like this being played because even though Switcheroo is the most expensive spell, I feel it's the most painful one to be made to cost 10 because it's so crucial towards the cycling game plan.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And there's no risk, again, currently no amulet in hand. So there's no risk when you're playing Switcheroo, you're drawing specifically 2 minions, so there's no risk that you know, instead, if you went with the route of just playing tradables instead, you might end up with one of those amulets in your hand with no mana to spend in that spot, which would be a potential disaster since you are, I would say, what, 90+% confident that you're getting Coin Barbara this turn?
This is one of those Barbaric Sorceress situations where Habu knows that he is unlikely to disrupt a very crucial spell to Shao-Ti, but he is just setting up for a Drakefire the next turn, and those dragons sometimes have too many stats on them for Zyrella to get through, especially when Shao-Ti is still at 30. So it's still a decent setup for Habu Gabu. Now it's on Shao-Ti to find a way to create hand space while still maintaining enough spells for an eventual cleric with his Pyro Gift turn, and most likely enough healing to activate his Zyrella because now he knows there's a Drakefire amulet in hand that costs 2.
Yes, which is what I'm eyeing, is if worst comes to worst, how do you have like a Pyromancer gift turn that enables you to then have an 8 damage Zyrella, right? Like saying 8/8 dragons come down, for example, and I think it's still a little bit too difficult to do overall without access to that additional coin coming off the Mailbox Dancer first. So yeah, I think he's just going to be able to clear all this up.
I think finding Valish would be ideal to get in that scenario where you're able to clear that many things. Goes Handmaiden, needs to dump one more card. Coin Hero Power, okay. I honestly
Nice to be coin, yeah.
didn't know which spell was least valuable here for Shao-Ti. I was even thinking maybe one gift can be used, but it's just too relevant with Zyrella because he knows these big dragons are coming.
And that's the other thing, like he didn't want to use like a Devour or a Pyromancer or whatever to try and clear the board because he wants those 2 injured minions to remain on board so that he can heal them next turn to potentially be able to get a clear with the Zyrella. I was counting in 8s. Unfortunately, Habu is of course an absolute god and so rolls the 212 health Deathwings, which is going to make life even more difficult.
On top of Shao-Ti still not having Valish, so he hardly has mana to work with for the Pyro Zyrella turn. Like, as it stands, he can't even play Gift of the Naru with those 2 cards altogether.
Yep. I think the 1-1 always trades here just because it has the largest buffer of restorable health on it, I suppose.
True.
Play around the disaster and then no attacks.
I like this a lot.
Yep, I like this.
Right, gift heals 1, death wings 11 more.
So you trade the 1-1 in and then you spam the arc in it. Nope, no, still doesn't work.
I think he's going for a cleric turn, which needs to happen, right? Vashj'ir is the only way this board ever gets anywhere being cleared, so he needs to dig for it. Alright, cleric gift gonna cycle for 5 cards. 5 healing in the pool so far. No Vashj'ir. 1 more tradable for it. Okay, 2 draws with the flash heal. Any Vashj'ir? Nope.
No time.
He is not dead on board.
Does, however, have 10 cards in his hand, 2 clerics on the board, and what are these 4 cards remaining?
Hold on. Desperate Prayer, Vashj'ir, Elwyn Boar, and Zarella. Pretty sad that the Vashj'ir was bottom 4 here. Well, at the very least, another Drakefire can happen from the Magister Dawngrasp here.
Yep. I think importantly, this is actually the only way in hand to push extra damage right now as well. Upgraded the hero power.
Abu is in one of those situations where he knows that all these cheap spells have been expended. A lot of them were healing. And at this point, Vashj'ir is very, very hard to activate. But the one way that Habu potentially loses is if there is a clear with Zyrella and healing. So he's going to Starfish to remove the Pyro, which helps with the clearing part of that long checklist of things Shouty needs.
Hey!
Wasn't necessary, Soto. Like, Kabu already won. But it's just funny.
I mean, when you're the Hearthstone Summer Champion, that's just how your games go, you know? Like, 26 cards drawn, no Vashj'ir that would clear your boards of 12-12. You roll the 2 12-12s to begin with, and you burn 2 cards over the course of a series, and it's an amulet and a boar. Come on.
That's just what it's like to be Habu Gabu. 3-0 so far here in Masters Tour Vashj'ir, on his way potentially to another Masters Tour top 16, potentially a win, another huge championship appearance. It's just like completely on a roll. It would be nice to see him just not taking any slack on the way to the World Championship. It is still many months off, but it's nice to see that Habu is still putting in all the effort, making sure he's at the top of his game for that eventual World Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
now.
Habu really putting his name up there with, you know, the absolute greats of the Masters Tour system right now. If you want to throw Summer Championship into that as well, the top 8s that he has in actual Masters Tours alongside that, like, it's only the fact that, you know, Gabby's won 2 of them. And I don't know if you've heard about this, Gia, but actually Bly's won 2 back-to-back. I don't think we've actually talked about this enough. Yeah, unbelievable. I really think we should talk about that more often. But it's only those incredible feats that, you know, stop Habu Gabu from being right up at the top of the echelon. He's an incredible player, honestly, and he's a player that really emerged onto the competitive scene very rapidly, as to my point earlier of like 1st of January 2022 is like Habu Gabu one of the best competitive Hearthstone players in the world. I think it would have been a stretch for a lot of people to really put him in there, but he has been a fantastic performer. But Gia, before we move on to some more round 3 action, do you have any final thoughts on the series that we just watched?
Maybe just for people to watch out for Wig Priest versus Boar Priest a bit more, because certainly that was a big beating on Boar Priest. It's not to say it's a bad bring into this meta, but we are seeing that there are a lot of counterplay to it, and the Wig Priest is yet another deck that I think has gotten more popular ever since Habu Gabu. Wow, who'd have thought? Piloted it to huge success in recent months, and now it's just finally overtaken Boar Priest in popularity. I wonder if those numbers will actually support its win rate as well.
Well, on that note, I believe we do have a little bit more action left in the round, so we will go for a quick break. You can go for a quick break, get yourself a glass of water, get yourself a snack, but rush back because there is plenty more action to take in here at the Masters Tour. Do not go too far because we will be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to jump into more games from round 3 of the Swiss. I believe we're going in at Casey versus Raphael at 1-0. But been pretty interesting so far, Lorinda. Been a little bit surprised, at least on my end, at how many we've seen a lot of similar decks, but a lot of different lineups and sort of different interactions between the decks. So it's been kind of cool for me so far. How have you been finding it?
Yeah, the lineup started off looking kind of like I expected, and then Shaman came to play, and Shaman has been in everything. It's only in something like 20% of the lineups, I think, but it is going well. It's getting banned a lot, and for me at least, it's one of the surprises of the tournament. But I think the power is that it's really good against those expected sort of 4 decks, the Druids,
Right.
the Mages, etc. It's just got the matchups against those. So the people who brought it, I think we might see a lot of Shaman going into tomorrow.
And I think the deck right now just has that flexible effect of it can play aggressively and it can fall back. If there's a deck that's more aggressive than it can fall back and play defensively, right? So as long as you know which one you are in any given matchup or which one you're supposed to be, then you can sort of react and play the deck in that fashion. I've been playing it over the last week or so, and it is pretty good, right? Because you're not just shoehorned into one thing. You can just flex it and change a little bit if needed. But as I said, we are going in at 1-0, so we will be jumping in at game 2. And I believe game 1, if I triple check, it was a Rogue beating up on Druid in game number 1. So Casey took the win with the Rogue against Raf's Druid. And I believe now we're going to go into a Shaman versus Mage matchup. Take a look. This is the Shaman me and Lorinda are talking about. And as you can see, you don't have any like strict aggro tools, but you can find yourself very easily playing an aggressive opening. 1, you have Wildpaw Cavern, and 2, you have Clownfish, which can actually dump a lot of cards on board nice and early with the help of the Amalgams.
Yeah, and the return of Bloodlust. I know that's one of Sottl's absolute all-time favourite cards. I'm sure he'll have something to say about that at some point in this tournament if this carries on. But yeah, just a nice closing card because you make so much just garbage stuff as you're going along, ready to make those massive Guardians and so on, if you haven't already won with your garbage stuff. So, interesting looking deck. I think this is much better than the straight Murloc version. This has just got that sustain that we've talked about it, 40 health on the other side. You kind of need to have some sustain, and it's just a really well-placed deck. I'm not going to call it a good deck right now, even though I was a big fan of Shaman previously, but I think it's very well-placed for this tournament, at least.
Right. I think it's a good deck. I think it's very, very strong right now because it's just... I think as long as Snowfall Guardian and Macaw are in the game, there will be a Shaman deck because that effect by itself is just super strong, right? Anytime there's board focus, and we've seen the game shift to a very sort of minion board focused game style. So we'll see how it goes this tournament. I'm sure, as always, by the end of Sunday, we'll have the numbers and work out whether Shaman was actually good, or maybe we just thought it was good. But going from one of the decks I've been playing a fair bit to one of the decks you have been playing a fair bit, I believe, Lorinda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is the big Spell Mage, a new Lorinda favourite.
Yeah, and it's unlike me, as Gia said, unlike me to like any decks. No, I'm not really that miserable, I promise. But yeah, Mage at the moment is probably my favourite deck. It's not as particularly versatile deck. It does one thing, it does it incredibly well, which is play the same 2 spells over and over and over again until you win the game of Hearthstone with them. The rest of it is all pretty much fluff in there. You can just ignore a large chunk of it. I know you're a very big fan of playing Belinda as early as possible, Raven, but that's not all there is to the deck. You can do a lot of trickery by swapping spell costs. Heard Sottle talk about the top players trying to dump their really cheap spells. That's all well and good, but some of these decks just don't have the ability to dump all those. If they do, you can still sometimes trick them into taking a coin, although again, if they're smart, they'll just dump that coin as quickly as possible. So interested to see how this is played at the top level, and we are going to get to see a pretty tasty looking start from Casey though over on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? And this is where it's very clear, or at least initially, that the Shaman is more of the aggro deck, right? We do see Schooling played on turn 1, which is going to give, weirdly enough, the Fish are going to give the Pelican the trouble here because just one of these takes out this 4-1 and there's still more where that came from. So pretty nice overall for Casey, just being able to lock down this 4-1 without too much of trouble whatsoever. And yeah, I think Casey's going to be playing just the aggro approach here, going to drop that Bolner nice and early to probably set up with the Clownfish follow-up here. And it's all looking solid because, again, one thing that this mage kind of struggles with, especially in the early game, they're very much a one-card-a-turn kind of deck at the moment, right? Which means if you build a board and then play Okani into Minion, because you just are going to pick Minion against Mage, like, look at these shenanigans already. Look at this pop-off. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been playing a handful of this in the breaks today and at the start of the day because I didn't know what I was doing wrong with the deck. And now I know. I'm not playing a million clownfish on turn 3 and just winning the game. This might be over, Raven.
Well, that's it. What's the response from this mage deck to this kind of board, right? Like, the best draw would have probably been the card I always forget the name of, the armor. The draw spell and armor.
Yep, spell and armor, man. 3-4 for 4, yeah, to get 10 armor. Pretty handy.
Oh yeah, my tracker's definitely... Oh yeah, my tracker doesn't work right now. So I'm looking at that. Yeah, anyway, regardless, as we blink... And
Deep Water Evoker, I think you'll find it's called.
Deep Water Evoker, yeah. That's like, okay, you gain some armor and soak not even half a turn's worth of damage, I suppose, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, game done. That's Casey going up 2-0 so far in the series. And again, it does show the weakness of that mage and why. Obviously, that was a ridiculous power level of turn, right? Don't get me wrong. But as I was sort of saying before Casey well and truly popped off, was the mage is very much a one card a turn kind of deck for at least the first, 6-7 turns of the game. And it's why I do think there is an element to aggro doing, getting something done in this meta.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these decks, they are very, very strong, but they don't have much game early, right? Which is why I know Sol keeps talking about, the Prester Druid. Well, it plays a curve that's 1 to 3 drops, so that does contest things early on, which is maybe why we'll see that stick around a little bit longer than most. But just like that, Lorinda, we are moving on to game 3, and Casey going to be jumping over to his final deck to take the series with, which is Wig Priest. And I know you've not been playing a ton of this, but just at a glance, what do you think of the Queen Ashara? Because I've seen a million decks that don't play it, and I've seen a few players, at least in this Masters Tour, that do.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a response to, again, talking about 40 health and stuff, just a little bit extra stuff, or if it's just a 30th card for people to slot in. But I don't know. What do I think of it? I think it looks fine, but that's because I tend not to build my own decks a large part. So if the deck's in front of me, I'm going to say it looks fine because I have nothing particularly to add constructively, but it is just a bit of extra stuff for a deck that is very easily stopped early on in some situations.
Yeah, I think I've not played too much of the Ashara version, but even just glancing at it, one, it's a Naga, so it's another card that can proc the Wig. Also, one of the there's the Colossus that you can get, obviously.
Exactly.
You need more oomph, but really there's the additional spell, right? The Spell Mimic, which can be another Wig, so you can end up playing 3, which is very, very powerful indeed. So it's maybe some extra late game push, but he's going to be going up against the Pirate Rogue here. Again, we've seen, I think, multiple times today, the true sort of big early turns of like Shroud into double null and then go, which has definitely been one of the super strong early openings, with double null just taking over the early game and then the usual follow-ups from Rogue. So again, tricky one, I think, for both players here. The Rogue can get ahead, but the second the Priest starts dropping wigs on Naga, it's weird sentences, right? It can create minions that are a little bit too big for the Rogue to deal with comfortably.
Yeah, I think, though, that the Rogue does tend to get the best of the start, personally. Again, it's another matchup that I've played a lot of one side and you've played a lot of the other.
It was Druid by the looks of things.
Superb.
Never mind.
Okay, well, Druid, huh? Cool. Well, Druid's going to struggle. It is the Celestial Druid, I believe, the 40-card version. And this is one of the games where you're not so keen on your extra 10 health and diluting your deck, because if the Priest gets on that board and starts hitting you for chunky damage, your health total almost doesn't matter anymore. So this is definitely one of the situations where you wish you hadn't got your extra 10 cards.
Yeah, and definitely a matchup where, again, I know you're a big fan of Celestial, but I believe in this matchup you would prefer to be playing Prester, right? Because you will have minions on board right now, so you can actually try and contest. Whereas this is very much the sort of ramp Druid style. Doesn't mean that the matchup's unwinnable by any means. We all know how powerful Druid is. There is Guff into Scale of Onyxia available for Raphael, so there's still opportunity to really go off and put pressure on, but we'll have to see how it goes, because so far Casey hasn't really got sort of good playable Naga until now with the Amalgam.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine though, I think, here. Just about going already. Devour, yeah, I mean, the trouble is, like you've just described, there's no real way for the Druid to slow this down. Look.
All is interesting.
Yeah.
But there is an argument here, actually, for Okani's spell, right?
Yeah, I think Okani's spell's very tempting here.
Because it's very likely that Wig's the only spell in hand.
Yeah.
Or maybe not very, it's likely that Wig's the only spell in hand.
It's 100% likely, Raven, because we can see it.
Ah, that's how it works, okay.
It's definitely how it works here in the Americas region. And Casey might have to do this the slow way if he can't find a way to deal with this. I wonder if it's worth him actually bumping into this.
Oh, yeah, this is... Yeah. Minion was better, right? Because Minion procs the Wig, whereas if it gets countered,
Sure.
the Wig can't be replayed. Yeah, okay.
Get to the alignment and do much.
More bones.
He can. Got a lot of mana next turn with the Nourish split or the Nourish itself.
A really nice play, actually, as well. I think it is very tempting to just slam Guff on 5. But Raphael showing some restraint here and getting really good trade, getting rid of the Elemental. Setting up for potentially Guff on 6 to then go Celestial afterwards.
Pick me! Pick me!
It goes back to what you said a minute ago, right? It's you've got to fight for the board. Well, you've got less tools to do it with here, but you can still do it, and that's what Raphael's showing us. Raphael's played all 3 Masters Tours this year, 5-3 finish in all 3 of those.
Okay.
One of those players who just needs to have a bit of variance in the results, and we'll see a lot more of him.
Yeah, I mean, 5-3 means if you hit him 5-3s across 3, then you're on the right track, right? You need to do something a little bit extra, but you're not, 5-3, 2, whatever.
It's his 15th event, and I'm pretty
whatever.
sure he's had a finish, but I couldn't find it in the 2 minutes we had to have a look. I'm pretty sure he's had a finish of some sort, but it's his 15th event. He's running at 59%, which is about the same as Casey. He's obviously played them all. Actually, I think he's missed 1, but yeah.
Casey is piling on the pressure, does have Bless, does have a Neptulon for some extra late game punch if he... There's Starfish, pretty big deal.
Yeah, kill me now with your 1 mana or go home.
Well, I mean, Casey just says okay and plays Neptulon.
Yeah. So, here comes the mana. I mean, there's Starfish, there's Scale. There's another Nourish to get some more mana before you do any of that.
There's like Starfish, Scale, Lock, right? Although it's not active.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Miracle Growth afterwards?
Sure.
Okay.
Lock. It's fine, right? Takes
yeah.
damage.
And suddenly,
Yeah.
there's a huge problem.
Plenty more card draw for Raphael in hand as well. 6 mana next turn to work with. That's basically the whole deck.
This is so close to a concede right now, I think. Here, Casey does have like Minion Wig, Minion Wig, Minion Wig, but the problem is, as soon as I guess like this Enrich into Miracle Growth gets played, I think this is a big just get out of the game.
Do you think he's played this before, Raven? The turn's been going for 3 seconds. He's drawn about 7 cards, played about 6 cards, and yeah, absolutely spot on with the speed on this. Oh my goodness, this is disgusting as always.
Yeah, I think Casey, of course, is continuing to play, especially last turn, because it wasn't guaranteed, right, what was in hand. But I think now, with the 2 taunts from the And the Miracle Growth plus scales, like back up to basically 30 health, 2 massive taunts on the board. This Blade Master is just not really going to cut it, although there is Blade Master and Bless. But it just dies, right, anyway.
Yeah, curious he didn't realign there, but I guess he doesn't want to waste all the mana build-up he had because he has got no more real quick mana acceleration now.
Okay, so Blade Master Devour Bless. Could actually use Silence as well, right, to just hit on one of the other minions. So it doesn't have to actually put the Blade Master into the 10-10. Oh, no.
Okay.
Wait, this isn't lethal, is it? I'm not being stupid here.
Doesn't look lethally.
No, there's not enough. Nowhere near enough health. I didn't know if I missed like a second Devourer or something.
Yeah, it looked like it's clear to me, but we'll see why.
Bless.
Oh, it clears nearly everything, and you hit them for 17 this way.
I think at this point it's worth playing the other wig, yeah. Clear everything.
Yeah.
Protect the treasure guard. But the problem is...
lethal. Yeah.
It's another Starfish.
Starfish number 2.
And that was basically Casey's last push, right? Both Bless used. 1 wig guaranteed gone.
Still curious why Raphael didn't realign there. I'm sure there's a good reason, but I can't see it at the end of his last turn. He had a mana spare. He chose to just drop something extra on the board.
The problem is if he did realign, he would also be more or less down to 1 card a turn, right?
Sure. No, that was the reason.
No ramp.
With a whole board of 9/9s, he just felt like that was locking it out. Saw how close Casey came with 3 mana there. But yeah, either way, it's going to work. Again, I'm sure that Raphael's better at this than Casey gives it up. It goes 2 games to 1. And the Wig Priest there didn't get it done in quite a big favourable, which is going to make this match a lot more interesting.
Yeah, 100% there. That's a pretty rough one because I think Casey was piling on the pressure, but again, just getting hold of the Starfish. And we saw exactly, I know you said the problem, and I guess it's only a problem depending on which side of Druid you're on, but Druid specifically being a Renathel deck, look how many cards were drawn. Like, just drew through the deck anyway. It just didn't matter, which is why Druid is, at least at first glance, the deck best suited to dealing with having extra cards in the deck, because you could cycle so fast. Like, we saw double Starfish drawn, we saw the Nourish split happen, Guff was there, maybe it just lined up well, but realistically, Druid does that pretty often, which is why you can run these kinds of 40-card decks very easily compared to some of the other decks where we do see the sort of gap inconsistency kind of punished a lot of the time.
And I'm going to make the reductive and irritating argument here that Casey got Raphael down to 10 there. So, you know, the extra 10 health.
Getting down to actually 10?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
He hit 19 on this turn when Raphael was on 29. So, you know, extra 10 health, doing the job. Obviously, that sample size of 1 game completely proves everything.
All you need to prove it once, and then it's true.
That's it. It's true now.
That's how science works, right? It does mean, though, now, let me just although I shouldn't check because we were wrong last time, but it is going to be Priest versus something, that I kind of promise you. But still, I think Casey in a good spot because the Mage is going to be right.
I think it's the Mage.
Yeah, all this is it's Mage or Rogue, right? Because it just won. Yeah, something's going on here, but it's fine. We'll try and keep up. But yeah, if it's Mage or Rogue, I think versus Mage especially, it can be very, very tricky. Yes, there's potential freeze, but really, if you just get going with the Priest early enough, there's just no real way that Mage is going to answer. Because again, for the first 5 turns, Mage is just dropping a minion per turn, whereas as the Priest, you're building up huge minions early on. And now, there's we took a quick glance there at the Najak Hexen, which is kind of interesting when you think of stealing the buffed Belinda.
I am going to disagree with you a little bit on this. I do like the Mage in this matchup, even though the obvious things you've said, the Naga can get absolutely huge. I think they do give you a little bit of time in the Priest deck before they really get rolling. I think the Mage loves that extra time. But again, It's great that we are in disagreement about things this early in the meta because it means we haven't worked it all out yet. And when I say we, I don't just mean me. I mean, I don't just base my opinions on what I've done, although sometimes I do when it comes to Rogue especially, but base it on what other people have said, and you do the same, and we've come to separate conclusions. So let's see who's right once and for all, obviously.
Oh, well, the stats say Diamond through Legend is Mage favoured, which is fair. I'll give that one up. I think people are bad at playing Priest.
I mean, I was going to say that, like, joking aside, I think the Mage deck is probably a little bit easier to play than the Priest deck, so you can give the Priest a little bit extra, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile...
I'm not trying to fight my own corner, but the Mage feels like a bit more of a paint-by-numbers deck, right?
Yes.
But Casey's doing a great job, right? Piling on the pressure. There is the Starfish being played now to silence everything out. But that's the thing with this deck. Even silenced, well, if you're wide enough, you're still getting to swing face.
Casey... trying not to walk into a spammy here. Yeah, doing a really good job of it. Making sure there's no 2 for the spammy to trigger on. That was all that trading he did there. Otherwise, he just loses the whole board and probably the game, right?
Casey just not messing about either. Jeez.
It's Casey. We haven't seen him for a little while, although he did make the top 16 at Onyxia's layer. I think he was not the featured match there. And, yeah, forget how fast Casey plays sometimes. He's going to trade here once again to play around that spammy.
Yeah, he is going to keep the wide minions because when it's not spammy Arcanist, it's an extra minion on board. But now there's the 0 mana ping, can't really do much about that. Spammy Arcanist is going to clear this up.
Yeah.
We have plotted long enough.
And this is the Queen Ashara that we were talking about at the start. Just having to be played as a 5/5.
It does tickle me that the way Casey plays the game sometimes, it's just fun to watch because he's just like, yeah, now I do this. Yeah, now I do this. And he's just playing. And it's not even the speed, it's just the conviction he has on certain turns is great.
So, this is so obvious. I just play my 5/5 that does nothing. I'm just going to play it. He just knows, right?
Oh, okay. School teacher. Was that Illuminate?
Was.
Sense. Casey really just needs to get this Handmaiden active.
Yep. Doing what you're saying. Getting as close as you can to it.
Yeah, the thing here as well is Raphael's hand is actually quite clunky right now. He does have the Pelican to trade off, but this hand isn't great.
It's been a really weird hand, actually. Drawn no spells, no way of swapping. It feels like he's drawn nothing, and this deck doesn't do that often because there are the 3/6 drops that are usually useful, but yeah, drawing no spells at all. Not that it would have helped that much overall, because Casey then wouldn't have taken the Devour, obviously. Like you say, he's just taken it to activate the Handmaiden.
The Amalgam going to offer some more juice.
Yeah, instantly trades away the spell as well to avoid any disasters from these sorceresses.
Oof. Okay. Barbara, apparently. What we're calling it now, in hand.
Yep. And this is more like no spell mage right now.
It's just minion
mage. Minion mage, bad minion mage. This parrot just doing nothing.
Interesting, right? Oh, bless.
Oh,
Project the 3/7, yep. Oh no, Stormpike aid station. Oh, he's got a whiteboard, right? So you'll want to just buff as much as you can. This makes sense. Protects the Hexen a little bit as well as the taunt.
Just keep the shard in hand. So if a spell is drawn here for Raphael, maybe. No.
Oh, but if another taunt's drawn, how much damage is that?
Job's done.
11. Oh,
Yep, 11.
That's just lethal, right?
That is lethal because you're going to get the +6 on the
yeah.
3/9. That is 17 exactly. And Casey goes to 3-0, joining Bunny Hopper, joining Habu Gabu, joining Alutimu, joining Give Please on 3-0. And One more round to go in the day to see who gets those 4-0 spots, but very impressive there from Casey. Very rapid Casey work, and just like that, 3-1.
Yeah, really good lineup, I think, from Casey, and one I like a lot. Again, I like the mid-range Shaman. I've talked about Priest before we even started the weekend, to at least you guys. And Rogue, I don't know, but it's Casey, so he'll make Rogue work anyway. So yeah, really, really good win there for Casey. Raphael still in a good spot, being 2-1 after 3 rounds. And also just some of the names you listed, especially obviously the European players. Really good work for those players, because I know not everyone's like me and has a very normal person sleep schedule. Some people can handle being up all night a lot better than I can, but they are still competing at a high level in odd hours of the day, right? It's now 5:30 in the morning here in the UK, so like 6:30 in Germany, where Casey I think he is, and through most of Europe there. So really good job for those players, just sticking it out and still performing well. Not that we expect anything less, but still very, very good indeed. But I believe that is the end of the coverage for round number 3, which means there's only one more round left for today, which guess what? It's round number 4 coming up after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the day here for Masters Tour Vashj'ir. Some very exciting names making the way up to the 3-0 scoreline. Habu Gabu, one of our most successful Masters Tour players of the year, up at that scoreline as well. I believe potentially making another run at the Fall Championships as well as the Summer Championships. And joining with me for the final round of the day is Sottle. How has the tournament been going for you so far in terms of play, the players, the metagame as well? Has it been living up to your expectations?
Yeah, bad, then rapidly better. I had no internet for the first round and a half, which made it A, very difficult to do my job, and B, very difficult to follow the tournament. So I actually have very little to say on the first round and a half, but what I've been more involved in since then has been pretty much what I expected. The right mix of 30s and 40s, of believers and non-believers, in terms of the 40-card decks, of aggro trying to do their thing, the same sort of fringe decks that we've been seeing and arguing about for quite some time in this metagame of what the good third and fourth decks are. So I think it's been an interesting clash up until this point, and I think that will continue with this series, because I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong if there was something like this in the first round, this is the most polarized matchup that I've seen in terms of lineups that are just so markedly different from each other going into a match.
Yeah, pretty much. The first round was a little bit spicy, but nothing on this level. As I think for you and I, especially Sottle, it's going to be an effort in not getting fired while talking about Nemutage Nakuma's lineup, because there's an awful lot of a new card in there that I am, I believe, alongside you in being yet to be persuaded on.
Yes, quite fitting, because I believe loosely translated, Nemu's name is Sleepy Bear. Nemu means sleepy, Kuma means bear, although Akuma means like devil demon, so I'm not sure where like the compound breaks down. So I think fittingly for a 5 a.m. for us series that has, 150 cards in one of the lineups, I think Sleepy Bear is about as appropriate a name as you could possibly be given it at this point.
And I love as well that, he's clearly committing completely to the Renathal theme in his decks, but he's like, okay, Control Paladin, that's a bridge too far. We are calling it quits there. That needs the streamlined draw package, 30 cards in there. Whereas, bloody Mage, and I don't even know what to call this. It's not Big Spell Mage, it's some other monstrosity.
All the Paladin needs is the warm hands and the cool embrace of Lightforged Carriel. I'm not putting any other cards in my Paladin deck that stop me from drawing the win condition. Yeah, I mean, I get it for sure. I mean, if anything, I don't think what we should be doing here is criticizing the Paladin for not playing. If anything, I feel like we should be going in on the other decks for playing 40 cards.
Yeah, I am right there beside you. But with that said and done, it does mean that the Paladin is actually panned away. So very fat cat saying the one real deck in the lineup is going away, and we are in the very wee hours of the morning going to be going through the full Renathal lineup from Nemutage, which I am very much here for. I think it would be cool to see, again, the debate that is raging on be taken in a wildly different direction with, again, a very, very different lineup indeed from Nemutage, even from Tice, who had his Quest Priest on the earlier rounds of the day. To start things off, though, however, I believe... Sorry, as I get up the matchup. Oh, we don't have the games lined up yet, unfortunately. But in terms of them overall, I'm kind of trying to think about how it works out in favor of both players, because the decks that Nemutage has, I do think are, for the most part, a little bit vulnerable to what Very Fat Cat has going on. That Shaman is, I think, the really, really interesting one, because it's a deck that, weirdly enough, is quite vulnerable to Renathal, mainly because the opponent just has so much value in their deck that the Shaman can often not get to a position where they're winning the game quickly enough. And there's not actually that much value in the deck. You can gas out fairly quickly. And so I wonder if that's part of the game plan from Nemutage, and potentially a weak deck, actually, for Very Fat Cat, despite being overall very powerful.
Yeah, I think the lineup overall is interesting. The fact that it is so wildly different from what we've seen. Obviously, Mage being banned out, but no Druid in this lineup, which kind of pushes it towards the same line as what Habu Gabu was going for example. I think both myself and Gia have been big fans of, firstly, Prestor Druid, which is not in the lineup, but secondly, Wig Priest as kind of the best deck right now to punish inconsistency, which is what you can do if your opponents are going to fill their decks with 40 cards instead of 30. Wig Priest is a very threat check kind of deck. You play a board and your opponent needs to have the specific thing that deals with that situation, or they die. Then you do that again, then you do that again, then you do that maybe one more time, and then you lose if they've had those 4 answers from that point onwards. When your opponent kind of has the built-in inconsistency of having to play weird redundancy of cards that sort of do the same thing but not really, it's almost like a Reno deck, right? Playing 40 cards in your deck overall, of like you have this redundancy of cards that do the same thing, but you're a little bit less consistent in doing the actual of what a pure 30 card 15 2-ofs deck can do. So for me, I think Wig Priest was first name on the team sheet for this tournament. I think it's a really, really strong bring. I think Rogue kind of does the same thing, but worse, but similar thematically to what Wig Priest is trying to do in punishing that inconsistency. And then support that with Big Spell Mage and the Shaman, I think is a little bit more interesting. And this is where, as I was saying earlier, the debates about third decks and fourth decks really start to come into play as to like, what do you actually trust in this metagame? Particularly in a lot of relatively untested matchups, I would say, right? Because who has a 100-game sample under their belt against 40-card Mage? You know, like I just don't think that's a thing that people have tested extensively going into this tournament. So I think it's really interesting to see where players have landed on these last 2 decks.
I mean, I think Shaman very much fits into that same kind of category that you're saying, of just kind of generic good decks. It's less of like a threat check deck that forces your opponent to remove stuff every turn, but it's, you know, as Fino was saying when he was bringing this deck, or rising this deck up in fame, it's just if you spend your mana, you kind of just win with this deck, it feels like, especially with the Clownfish in these early games. We saw from Casey what Bolner in combination with that can do. And I think as long as you're not running what I think are the 4 most upsetting words in the English language for Sottle of one of Bloodlust, you are in a very, very good spot with this Shaman.
Wait, 4? Isn't Bloodlust all one?
Oh, 3.
In
3,
Hearthstone?
sorry.
Yeah, right, okay. I was going to say. I know as soon as I look anywhere near that card, I do just projectile vomit across whatever room I'm in. So I haven't spent a lot of time looking at the card Bloodlust, but certainly. Remember when you tried to argue with me and said that people would be playing Bloodlust in their deck again, Derek? Can we talk about that? Do we remember that happening?
It wasn't this deck, it was a different Shaman deck. And there's a time and a place, man. I'm just saying, it's not now, but it exists.
All right, fine. Yeah, very fat cat. Control Murloc Shaman is the words on the header, but I'm not really sure that paints the picture in the way that this deck plays out. We saw, for example, I don't know if you caught it in the Casey series, where it was just Bolner stuck to the board.
Oh, yeah.
And then just Clownfish, 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 Gorlock, 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 full board of Murlocs on turn 3. There's so many different routes, so many different passages. Even the Piranha Swarms, you can just turn into such an incredibly fast aggro deck if you're able to get all that kind of stuff going, particularly if you find it from a school teacher as opposed to just, you know, doing it naturally kind of thing. So there's a lot of different methods, but get used to that Prince Renathal graphic for this series, because Kuma, he's packing a lot of cards in this lineup. That's one thing. Can't speak to the quality of them, but there's a lot of them in there.
That's kind of what I was saying. They don't really need to be good. They just need to be there. And that can kind of get the job done against Shaman, because I'm still relatively new at this deck. I've been doing remarkably well with it. You know, I climbed pretty high up before the ladder reset, for a caster at least. But I found that against the control decks, I was really struggling. You know, in any matchup where it's just play your cards, do the strongest thing each turn, sure, it's pretty easy, and I thought it was fairly powerful. But against the likes of Quest Priest, couple of control warriors as well, you really do start to struggle. You have to be very, very disciplined with your your resources, how you are choosing to develop as much value as possible. Admittedly, my matchup, I felt like it got a lot better when I put double School Teacher in, which Very Fat Cat is playing, as I believe is the standard list now. But the main point is just that I think Bolner is a card you have to be very, very conservative with and save it for one of these big pop-off turns with School Teacher, or arguably even Amalgam can be a decent card to go with in combination with it, just to give yourself enough value to overcome all the removal that Warrior has.
Yeah, and I do think this is something that I expected to see a little bit more of. You know, I can rinse other people for saying Bloodlust to be playable, but I was very big on, like, the minion curve deck with a Bran thrown in there for anti-control tech. Like, I thought that was going to be a much bigger thing than it ended up being. Which is very much the school of thought that this Shaman falls into. Like, you know, day one Mech Mage, for example, that was kind of the build back then, was just, you know, this like smooth aggro curve, and then the amount of value that you could find from Bran and the battle cries if you needed it, with, of course, Amalgam of the Deep being a big part of the engine that went alongside that. So there is the option there to find a lot of high value things, but, you know, Bran is a one-of in the deck. You've got to A, find it, and B, maximize it when you do actually decide it's time to go for that big Bran turn. And I do agree. I think overall, I think this Shaman might just be the weak point for Fat Cat in this series. So we'll see if he just chooses to beat his head against the wall with it 3 times here into these decks from Kuma, because I think it is going to be the tricky one to pick up a win with.
Clownfish, just pretty much always the card you're looking for in the starting hand. It allows you to do the truly broken stuff that we saw from KC in the previous series, and also it's just kind of the best tempo card in your deck, so I'm very much on board with keeping that. And the schooling as well. Against Warrior, it's a little shakier, but I mean, to be honest, I think it's actually a reasonable shot that they just get him for a lot of damage. I think that's something that I kind of underestimate in myself, is yes, they can be fairly efficient removal in the tempo matchups, but it really is a lot of damage if they don't have some AoE effect in the early game.
And honestly, I was delighted. I can't remember who posted the screenshot, but when your boy Hunter Ace gave the sage advice to everyone of, like, here's how you play against these 40 card decks. Don't play around anything. They don't have it. Just play your things and go face. Like, that's 100% what I've been doing in these kind of matchups. Just treating it like a Reno matchup and just saying, yeah, they just don't have it. I'm just going to play much more high risk against this variant of the deck. And I think, yeah, absolutely. Just going, you know, Piranha, and trying to push as much damage as you can early. Absolutely. Let's do it.
I mean, that's definitely the most intelligible thing that I've heard Hunter Ace say to me so far this weekend, aside from his DMs to me yesterday, which were, Derek, this tourney is actually a first. I'm feeling it. Glug me, dude. Actually bringing real decks. First time in forever. You got it, buddy.
Never change, Caspi.
Well, anyway, jumping in, it is, of course, as I was talking about, that nice aggressive start to the game for Very Fat Cat, which I think is plan A. You know, I talk about going for huge amounts of value later on, which you do need to consider because Brucan is most certainly not a one-card win condition against these control decks. But if you can get there with just these nice aggressive starts, then that's definitely the way you should be approaching it.
Frostbite Sleepbreaker seems like the cleanest way to spend your mana this turn. And yeah, I do like your assessment, or Pheno's assessment that you co-opted, I suppose, of this being kind of a true mid-range deck in style, where you just want to spend your mana every turn. Your cards are efficient, your cards are powerful, your cards have good words on them. So if you spend the maximum amount of mana each turn making those good things happen, you're going to win a lot of games of Hearthstone. I think so far, Very Fat Cat is well on board with that strategy.
I mean, now we're really starting to... Oh, actually, no, I'm going to take it back. I was going to say we're starting to test how much you want to play around stuff, because Command the Elements is the... Oh, sorry, Command of Neptulon, sorry, is the obvious play on this turn, just to get the most stats online, but it would be making so if your opponent has the Brawl, then you are leading yourself to a pretty strong clear. But that's not a possibility because of the Frostbite. So I kind of was on board, actually, for Very Fat Cat of just getting stats online on this turn, because the removal available was actually pretty limited.
Who here can spell Zimjari? Anybody?
Wow, okay.
Not bad, though.
Yeah, successfully killed a turn there with the Akani. Do you think Kuma was willing to throw that out there just to break the minion, or was he expecting it was spell on the other side? I think you would usually take minion in that position for Fat Cat, right? I think Kuma kind of knew what was up in most situations.
Yeah, and I was going to say I probably would have expected the Frozen Buckler plus a Shield Slam to clear it off. But having said that, actually, he does have a pretty good amount of card draw plus Dredge as well, right? So I think there's a reasonable expectation that he'll be able to hit the Shield Shatter to go alongside that, even if his hand is quite expensive right now.
Very early Bran usage here from Fat Cat. I was talking about this as a real potential, crux of the matchup is when he would choose to throw out this Bran. Throughout very early, doubled up the Clownfish, doubled up the Amalgam, did find himself a Mutinous to go alongside that. Whoa! Is a very nice pickup, but now the Bran lives! Oh no, that's a disaster! This Mutinous is gonna go to town for Fat Cat now.
Oh my god, it's a very fat cat and a very fat Mutinous as well, with Mutinous into the Brilliant Macaw for 4 chomps. That's every minion in the hand deleted. You have to do it, right?
Yeah, real talk though, what are we thinking about? Why hasn't it happened yet?
Come on, it's
in his belly.
Your first time on stream in a big tournament, you have to at least pretend you're thinking for the integrity of the game. Oh my god. Good luck finding your other brawl as well, you 40-card noob.
I mean, the other way you can look at it is this 40-card Chad might have had 4 cards eaten, still has 36 remaining left to play with. Checkmate, atheists.
Okay, well, we're going to need to see it right now. And this time, if you did see the brawl, you'd be praying that the Bran survives, because the other options are absolutely terrifying. Oh, man, you can't even gain enough armor. You could only get up to 12. Oh.
What now?
What do you even look for?
The Queen's trove is
I can't think of anything for that cheap, right?
Like, second Buckler, no, it's way too much mana. Even if you found more armor gain from the other Naga, it just doesn't even work out.
So that's a double activation on this as well. So you hope for fire or lightning, right? Because then you
want
can
AoE
get through.
again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Imagine saying that the shaman is going to struggle. Imagine.
Oh yeah, of course. I think we were both in the same headspace of thinking of it as like the repeated battle cry with a parrot or something, but you literally just get to pick twice because it's Brad, right? Like you're actually in full control of all the options. You just go double AoE, double 6 damage, and it's guaranteed lethal in that position. So yeah, Fat Cat gets the shaman out of the series straight away. Turns out when you just throw your Bran on the board, get a Mutinous out of it, and then your Bran survives the 1 in 6 brawl, that actually puts you in a pretty good position in the matchup that we were thinking was going to be quite difficult.
Indeed. I mean, it's kind of a symptom of Renathal, but I think more so it's just a very solid indication of where Warrior is right now. Whether you play 30 cards, whether you play 40 cards, that kind of thing is going to happen. This is what Control Warrior was like supposed to be in the last meta game, but obviously it never actually played the fair game, because the fair game looks a lot more like that, where you're just trying to find the correct answer instead of actually getting ahead on board yourself. And so for Nematage, it feels like that's a pretty tough loss, but I will say that I think the Warrior is still in a reasonable spot, because that kind of game plan of just clear stuff every turn is not bad against Rogue and against Priest. These are two of the most vulnerable decks to just being exhausted out of their resources, because they do very powerful stuff very quickly, but they don't have a tremendous amount of follow-up most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. I do think Warrior, you know, having just obviously our prediction record saying Shaman will struggle is crushing it right now, Derek. But I do think to follow that up, the Warrior will be the deck that does the best against these style of decks. I describe them as sort of threat check style decks. They make a number of boards and then they run out of resources. Warrior does kind of have the redundancy and removal to be able to clear them up. Armor gain to stall, brawls and whatever else. Shield shatter combos to be able to take care of board states. However, I do think you can underestimate the resiliency of Wig Priest in capable players' hands. You know, we saw Casey, for example, in that last series, sat there with like one card in hand for 2 or 3 turns doing absolutely nothing, eventually just pieced together a couple of spells to activate a Handmaiden and suddenly was off to the races and found lethal out of almost nowhere. Like, this deck can really pull out some surprising situations, perhaps not to the level of we've seen in the past with Powered Shield, Divine Spirit, Inner Fire, that kind of stuff, but it still has the spirit of that deck inside it. You know, it is able to steal wins away from nowhere as soon as a single minion is left up on one side of the board.
A very good point, but I will say that for Nematage on the other side, if we want to talk about, again, the consistency of 30-card versus 40-card Control Warrior, looking through his list, most of the cards in there are actually not that bad, and it feels like the cards you're really stretching to fill up a list, like Treasure Guard. It's okay in this matchup. The Priest is going to want to kill it off anyway, so it's likely to draw a card. Smothering Starfish, a fantastic tech card against Wig Priest. And then you're fitting in like the second Forged in Flame, which wasn't in a lot of the old control lists. You're getting in double Igneous Lava Gorger as well as the Onyxian Drake. Like, these are all strong either draw or removal cards. And so I think, you know, in terms of the list that the decks that we're talking about that can happily fill out 40 cards, weirdly enough, despite being such a weak deck in the metagame right now, in my opinion, Warrior does have 40 quite reasonable cards to play in a control deck, I think.
The Queen's Trove is forbidden!
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. As you were talking, I'm sort of scanning through, like, yeah, what is the worst card in this deck? And I think, you know, like playing, you know, 2 of copies of tech cards is a little bit weird. Not really used to seeing that. Obviously, the worst card in the deck is just kind of the Spider Tank that you have to play, but you can rule that one out. Outside of that, yeah, you know, like if you saw any of these cards in a Control Warrior list, you'd be like, oh, that's unusual. There's a Blacksmithing Hammer in here, or there's 2 Starfish in here, or whatever. But you wouldn't necessarily say that the deck was built terribly. So sure, you can probably just about get away with it.
And it's a respectable little hand he's getting for himself here. The card draw from the Treasure Guard will be nice, of course. And Nodin, I want to say, is a reasonable way to go. I don't think we're at the point of Fires of Zinashari being the way to go. Yeah.
Pick me! Pick me!
But overall, it's got a decent amount of removal and some value as well.
I've got plenty of mojo to go around.
The rush working quite funnily there against Nematage.
Yep. Always a cute interaction, always something that you do want to look out for with your Najak Hexen. Try and get some value out of the minion immediately, because particularly in situations like this, where it's not like a steal a ball, win the game immediately kind of situation, right? Like, you know that minion's going back, so the more value you can get out of it immediately, the better.
And what better representation of our poor overwork teachers rushing back and forth literally in this game to meet everyone's demands. You're the real heroes.
Sorry, I've just remembered my mother-in-law is a teacher, and in case she's watching, I should agree with that vociferously and wholeheartedly. Yes, you are absolutely correct, Derek. Well done.
Yeah, that's the only reason why you should support teachers, because you're related to one.
Yep.
I like that he's clearing out some of the space in his hand as well. His Nematage here with the Forged in Flame in hand, and some of the card draw from the weapon as well. I think it's just a case of cycling through his deck as quickly as humanly possible. As you know, I think really I should be focusing more on Very Fat Cat, who has the slightly more interesting go of things here in terms of how he has to approach this, where he obviously does not have the wigs, which makes this game an awful lot harder to get through, and therefore can't even activate most of his hand. He has a decent amount of value, like his hand is quite full, but it's really doing very, very little right now.
Yeah, agreed. It's always a weird deck to pilot when you don't find the wigs early, because obviously you do want to continue, kind of the spirit of the deck, you do want to continue to try and be aggressive a little bit. You want to present threats, you want to, you know, create problems for your opponent to solve. But every time you do that, that's a Naga you've played from your hand that is not then refreshing the wigs that you're going to pick up later on. So finding that balance, I think, is a really difficult tightrope to walk in a lot of situations.
And Nematage is really not giving him the time that he needs to be able to make this work, because his next few turns are looking really beefy. With Bran into School Teacher into a Nagaling as well, or just Mutinous on this turn, or just Captain Galvangar and punch them in the face for 9. All of these plays really turn up the pressure.
Yeah. I think sometimes you kind of lose that card in the hand, right? Because you're so used to just waiting for charge combos and the like. But I think, yeah, absolutely spot on in this situation for Kuma, just to say, you know what? Nah, 9-9, go face. Does pull out the Blade Master on the other side. Finding these creative Blade Master clears is key to being able to pilot this deck, just noticing all the various breakpoints. Fat Cat does that very nicely there. Combination of the Bless and the Devour, able to clean this up very nicely. But this is looking still very elementary for Kuma to deal with.
And he's really not slowing down. A very, very fast pace of play indeed. Clearly showing a good amount of familiarity with the deck, which again, admittedly, is fairly similar to the more powerful mid-rangey sort of warrior from the previous balance patch. But still, it's good to see that he is up to scratch with the deck that he is bringing. For Very Fat Cat here, it kind of feels to me like it should be a Stormpike aid station rather than the Call of the Grave, even though it's very, very tempting to get that extra value off of that on the following turns. The extra 2 health on all of your minions can actually make it much, much harder for Warrior to get an efficient clear, especially with the recent nerf to Shield Shatter.
I've never not picked an aid station, and I never will, Darren.
That's more like
it's the best card in the deck, even though it's not in the deck.
It's actually true. It was the best. It's the best card in this deck, and it was the worst card in Miracle Priest. I hated getting that. So expensive.
Yeah. Was that a Nagaling conditioning, by the way? It's a very minion-heavy hand. I'm not sure if it was the option that was taken up. But that is a big old chunk of tempo. I'm going to assume if it's not happening here that it wasn't taken.
Probably not, yeah. Did go for Call of the Grave. Wow, okay. We need something big. Humongous owl.
Humongous, one could say.
Bang. And then concede.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the only one that does pretty much anything.
Urge to recite entire Monty Python Butterflesh Wound sketch rising.
Okay, something is happening here, right? We're looking, of course, for Valish to really make this turn something that can fight back against this board. But the amount of hand space, the amount of mana available, it's all starting to look quite awkward, actually. Go for Wig, Shard into the Handmaiden. He's really digging for the village. No such luck. It was a decent turn, a very, very threatening minion generated indeed, with most of the board dealt with at the same time. But there is obviously a clear for Nemutage. And honestly, there's like almost lethal available as well with just Rakara. With 10 on the board, 6 from the weapon. Not quite there, but not a million miles off either. Oh, I wanted the owl.
Wait, was his Bran already silenced before his Starfish?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Damn. Not even close, it felt like there. The Warrior doing pretty much what it did in its previous form of just deleting everything the Priest does. There was just nothing for Very Fat Cat to do there, I think, in a non-wig game. The final turn was a little bit more complicated, but honestly then, he was just already lost board.
Yeah, and I do think it's the Starfish that really pushes that matchup over the line, or Starfishes, I should say, with 2 of them being in there, because otherwise, that strategy of what we saw from Fat Cat, which is just don't die, hang in there, stay competitive. Cool, there's my Wigs, there's my Bless. Just make like a 25 health minion and leave it on the board, right? Like, that's really effective against Warrior in a lot of positions. Normally, you're not quite expecting them to be able to stack 30, 40 armor in the early game when you're supposed to be the aggressor. So you'll be keeping that armor carved down a little bit, and then making that 1 minion with a massive health total will quite often present some problems. They might have to get lucky, win a 50-50, 33% of Brawl, that kind of thing. But the double Starfish being in there is just such a beautiful problem solver for those kind of situations, because Fat Cat would have had to have done that same thing twice more minimum from that position to really have had any hope of getting anywhere in that matchup. So yeah, I guess first real test for the Warrior outside of that bizarre opening matchup against the Shaman, and yeah, passed with flying colors, I would say.
Indeed, as now it's going to be the Boat Rogue, the Pirate Rogue, the most standard list available of it for Very Fat Cat. We know it well. I think you gave it a very good rundown earlier on in the day as just a very much jack of all trades kind of deck. It's going to be decent against a lot of the tempo decks because it does have these tricks that it can pull off with Wild Paw Null, obviously Vessel into Dredge in order to get a lot of pirates, and then very, very easily able to deal with 30 damage in order to close out the game. Where it gets a little bit tougher is, in my opinion, where Renathal comes into the equation, because even though I know you were saying that aggro decks can deal more than 30 damage, this rogue deck often feels more like a burn deck in the games where you don't get off to a really good start than it does like an aggro deck where you're just hoping to get damage face with the Tooth, the Wicked Stab, and the Mr. Smite as well. But against this Renathal Ping Mage, honestly, I just don't even know what to say.
What is this abomination? I mean...
Yeah, this is really going a bit too far. Come on now.
Yeah, and so, you know, sort of pulling the same trick, right, of like, what's the worst card in this deck? Well, now suddenly you're looking at an Arcanologist, you're looking at Talon Fordring, for example. Like, there's a lot of cards where you're suddenly like, okay, yeah, I'm not quite so sure about those anymore. And the quality and the diluting of the draw, particularly in a deck that I think does live and die a lot of times by... Wildfires and Reckless Apprentices, for example, in the early game, if you're going to be drawing that combination less of the time, and particularly, I would say, with this deck, the overall amount of card draw is fairly low, I would say. I think the primary argument we have in favor of Druid is just the amount of tutor and the amount of draw that that class has available to it, making it very little downside. I think the reason why Warlock is the other debatable deck, even though I'm not a huge fan of that deck with 40, is just, again, the amount of card draw, the life tap, you know, Rod, all of these interactions where you can be rewarded for drawing a whole bunch of cards. This deck, I'm just really not seeing it.
Well, let's see if we can pull it out of the bag. He has not drawn the Wildfire, unfortunately, Kel Surprise in this instance, which means his ability to fight off these early turns is going to be somewhat hindered, but he does have still a decent number of answers to these early boards. Obviously, in the form of First Flame, the Reckless Apprentice is not bad. Double Fire Sale, despite being, I think, one of those 31st to 40 cards slotted into the deck, is pretty decent against Rogue, just because it can clear off the stealthed pirates from the vessel. As Very Fat Cat is presented with the first real question of the game. If he was to go coin into Shroud, I believe he would be able to play any nulls that were presented to him, which is probably where my head was at first of all.
Rat King's pretty interesting there, though.
That's not bad. Ooh.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Goes out the curve nicely and contests this Treasure Guard wonderfully.
Yep, but a decent turn in response for Nemitage, who I think is just looking at like, okay, wants to go for the card draw. I was saying it looks like First Flame ping Wildfire in order to get it online for the Reckless, whilst also clearing off the board.
Job done.
Go prep Shroud now, looking for some options to play immediately. Philip, not really the one, knowing there is the threat of Reckless Apprentice coming down, but again, it's that question of how much do you care about the potential punishes your opponent's 40-card deck has against you? And I certainly respect the lack of respect from Fat Cat here, just throwing it out.
You always respect a lack of respect.
I do, that is true.
All right, so the Talan is always drawing Mordresh Fire Eye, which is a decent draw, actually, to be fair, given that he has the Wildfire online, Reckless Apprentice very easily activating the Mordresh at some point. So I do think Talan is a fairly high priority play at some point in the near future. But that makes things a little more complicated. Yeah, I do like it.
I'm 7 moves ahead.
Rare for me to see a turn where Krakatoa is legal. Want to play Krakatoa, but this is one of those turns.
Well, you haven't told me personally on cast why you love Krakatoa so much. I've heard it secondhand from both Lorinda and Gia's cast, but go on, give me the goodness.
Wait, you actually need this explained to you? It's just nuts. It's like there's no great mystery here, Derek. It's just an incredibly good Hearthstone card that's good on basically every turn you draw it.
No, I know what you're going to say, Sottle, but I just love to hear you say it. It's like watching the same movie 50 times over.
Oh,
I know what's going to happen, but I still love it.
Just turned me into your own personal version of The Simpsons, me at the classroom. Say the thing, say the thing. Krakatoa's good. Hey! Have we ever talked about the extreme irony of that? Like, the fact that people use a meme to make fun of, like, people just saying a thing, like, reciting a populist opinion just to let people hear the thing that they're used to hearing. Like, that's literally what memes are, and you're responding to something with a meme, saying, stop doing this thing that just is twanging nostalgia bows. It's really weird. It just doesn't sit well with me. Sorry, it's incredible tangent.
We've gone too deep. It's time to burn it all down and start again. Like, my ancestors built things, and that's what we're doing. It's not right.
We all know that that meme culture peaked with the Derek Brown Hearthstone BoJack Horseman crossover. Like,
naturally.
Yeah.
Well, a reasonable enough clear for Nemitage, and a tough choice here, actually, in the form of second Wildfire versus Volcanomancy. Probably is the Wildfire, because bridging that gap from 2 up to 3 is a very, very big difference. But Volcanomancy, it does very similar things. It's a very, very good card versus Rogue.
It is still some very chunky damage coming through, though. A potential stealthed edge.
has not been seen since the days of 2013. 2014. Whenever Edwin had stealth.
Whenever Edwin had stealth. Yeah. No smite in hand. Just wondering whether you're ever lining up the forbidden Edwin Shadow Step lines, buffing it in hand, trying to set up some kind of smite line in the future. But you still only have 15 whole cards left remaining in the deck, and smite buried in there somewhere. So I don't know whether that's a plan you can necessarily build towards.
Apprentice Ping available. It's probably still better to go Apprentice Ping rather than double Apprentice. Just because of how valuable the second one is. I think I'd value that more so than the tempo. But if you're going Sir Finley, things get a lot more interesting.
Finds an ice barrier, that's a big deal. Archaeologist will represent the second ice barrier as well.
Man, this hand's not very good actually for Nematage though, is it? You kind of think that by going Finley for almost a full hand, you're going to get something threatening. But this is not that.
Yeah, it's weird because the hand he had originally was quite threatening, right? There was a second Reckless Apprentice, there was a lot of damage. There was the Talon, which draws the Mordresh, which is a lot of damage. Like, this to me is a very conscious decision from Kuma to say, no, I actually want the defensive cards in my deck because I don't actually have any of those anymore.
Right.
And that's kind of what he's found. He's found double ice barrier essentially through, you know, one draw and one Archaeologist.
How are we proceeding here for Fat Cat? It's approaching the point quite rapidly where if he were to find Mr. Smite, lethal is very, very reachable. So how does he best move to get to that position? Like, card draw is very tempting in the form of Gone Fishing. Edwin, as well, of course, can get the job done. But I guess with this hand, he's setting up even more so down the combo route, I would argue, by giving himself the possibility of, like, hero power Edwin, maybe shadow step it back again as well, when if you're going for the Mr. Smite lethal is the one acceptable time to shadow step an Edwin. Ran Finley.
I can take him.
Nope. We've been there before.
Yeah, he knew this was going to happen with the apprentice going back.
Yeah, looks like this is the plan for Fat Cat.
Stone by stone, Stormwind shall fall.
Before first draw Smite? No.
Okay. Yeah, let's just keep going, right? Like, you just slam everything off the top. I think. Like, you could make the argument that you want to play a Jaren Vessel in order to set up for Mr. Smite off the top and being able to just go Mr. Smite plus Gone Fishing. Okay, yeah, this is the one deviation I think is acceptable.
Yeah, I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's fine. Back we go. Ooh, okay.
Finds the Mordresh naturally.
The benefit of not going for Mordresh on this turn is, like, you can still clear the board and you get to fit in card draw as well in order to try and find the Magister Dawngrasp, which is looking pretty important.
I wonder.
But honestly, maybe just making an 8/8 is the way to go. Like, you know, yes, you're obviously very afraid of dying, in which case maybe it's Reckless plus Talon.
Yeah, I was going to say, you also get to play a Divine Shield taunt if you just slam Reckless Apprentice, which is, it's something.
Yeah, but he spends the 1 mana on Wildfire instead, which allows him to ping. Okay, and then set up for ping Mordresh for lethal.
Mordresh next turn. Decent. That's Smite off the top, though, I think. Yes, it is.
That's got to be lethal, right?
Stone by stone.
27?
Wait, what happened? Sorry, why is Edwin a 4/4 right now?
Because he stepped it after buffing it a bunch, as opposed to
sorry,
it first and then buffing it. Like, it retains the enchantment of being able to gain buffs, but it loses the stats when you step it back to your hand.
Right.
Yeah, like if you're going to step it, you should do it first, not just halfway through the turn. That's probably the criticism, is that Fat Cat just kind of changed his mind halfway through the turn, which is being punished for a little bit here.
That'll be the face palm he gave at the end of his turn. That makes sense.
Hear that sizzle?
And this is mega lethal that he just missed. Is this lethal anyway? Okay, he gets it
Lethal
anyway. I mean, yeah.
What was the lethal beforehand?
He could have gone Smite, Coin, Gone Fishing, which would have got him charge on Edwin plus the the pirates at the bottom as well. But he gets there anyway. It's a different way of going about it. But still a remarkable amount of damage that he was able to get through there.
Yeah, went about it in a different method by not interacting with the ice barrier. I do think the turn before was probably a little indecisive from Fat Cat, but largely what I expected to happen against that deck, right? We can argue about the execution, but I do think the idea of, you know, the mage just kind of meandered along trying to get through their bloated deck while the rogue just threw some damage at their face, and I think that was about as smooth as we could have seen it from the mage. Early Wildfire was found, 2 Treasure Guards found early, double Reckless Apprentice, options. He could have just continued to play like the Talon Mordresh curve. He chose to go with Finley stuff instead, which was his choice to go with at that point. So I think overall, you know, a reasonable draw for the mage, but still just kind of that extra bloated factor that it does have, despite some, let's just say, indecisive and probably suboptimal moments from Fat Cat on the other side.
Yeah, some slight, as you said, just inconsistencies with the deck, maybe not quite comfortable with it on the big stage. But it does mean now that he's left with only the Big Priest left. Oh, sorry, the Wig Priest, not the Big Priest left to go.
Big Priest.
Big Wig Priest. That is a deck I would play against both the Mage and the Druid on the other side, which is just the pretty much straight down the middle Celestial Alignment Prince Renathal Druid, double Best in Shell in there as well, as a little bit spicy. But for that and the Mage, I do think that both of these decks should probably struggle, I want to say, against the Priest. The Mage may be a little bit less so because they do have the double Starfish in there, and if you're able to get ahead on board at the start or juice up your hero powers a lot, then you can very easily kill off most of the things that the Wig Priest is playing. But aside from that, the Druid in particular, I like where Fat Cat is positioned going into the rest of the series.
Which is just an excellent sentence when removed from all context. Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been very critical. I'm not a huge fan of these Renathal decks overall, so I have been very critical of Kuma's lineup. Obviously, Kuma is 3-0, so first of all, joke's on me. They're 3-0 in a Masters Tour, and I'm not with this lineup. But to give some credit, I do think, you know, squeezing in all these Starfishes wherever possible is a smart addition. Because it's a decent counter to the biggest problem style of decks that you're going to throw up against him, right? Which is particularly this Wig Priest that we're seeing. I think this Wig Priest would have been long gone out of this series, and Fat Cat would be 4-0 celebrating if it wasn't for the sheer amount of Starfish.
him at 4-0 in the series. Like, man, that is impressive. This deck is great.
Yeah, it's just the extra rules. Like, okay, you get to have 40 cards and 40 health, but if I beat it, I get 2 wins in the series.
Does that make a difference? No. But you suck.
But the mental damage is just incomparable.
Well, it's a decent start. What was looking absolutely disastrous for Fat Cat with, well, the 3 cards that are still in the left of his hand being his starting hand. Things have turned around quite heavily with a Wig being found, a couple of Nagas as well, in order to smooth out this hand much more cleanly. The onus is very much on Nemutage to remedy this situation, which he can do, to be fair, with Flurry, with Varden in order to stall out the game, and then that Starfish in order to really reset the board and get things back in position, ready for Magister Dawngrasp to start juicing up in power.
I've got plenty of mojo.
Very aggressive Hexen. I don't hate it though, because if you kind of look up and down the deck, there's not a great deal of like straight up AoE removal. The way these boards are going to get dealt with, as we've talked about, is just with Silence and Starfish, and this does seem like the best way that you can really try and punish that in this position. Make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Fire Sale really the highest you're reaching up to in these early turns, which, like you say, plays around that pretty nicely.
Well, those were not the shots, actually.
This is a triple, I believe, on the draw. But boy, are these terrible cards to be drawing. Ugh.
Unfortunately, it's a triple draw, but you draw 3 cards that are in your deck. In this case, is very unfortunate.
It's the one place he didn't want to draw from.
Would much rather use his triple to discover a 6 instead in this instance.
Speaking of Battlegrounds, it turns out in the game that I was playing in the break and then it ended a little bit quicker than I thought, after skipping 4 turns, I got a 2nd place. So good job me.
I know. Yeah, nice. Good job. You're proud.
I am. It's better than I normally place when I'm paying attention, which I don't know how to process. But.
Dawngrasp.
Yeah, looking that way. You get the freeze replayed, right, which is the very important one. Drawing 2 cards as well off the Arcane, I believe, so you are going to overdraw here.
Stay where you are.
He wants to hit that 311 for safety. Okay, very nice.
Okay.
Yep.
Some of the wildfire as well, so that's a 4 damage ping, I think, now at this point. Not bad, in all honesty. If he can just find himself a Reckless Apprentice, this is okay. Oh, so with Belish plus Bless, can't really get that high, can you, with that freeze effect? It was so backbreaking.
Yeah, the freeze is so brutal here.
Gonna take a chill again. Ugh. Fine. Ten cards in hand and he has to trade to find something playable. Oh no, okay, he's just going for Varden.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Yeah, Varden, really big deal in this spot. Being able to delay for that 1 extra turn. Very, very feasible lethal situation with a 13 health board. As 13 health minion on the other side of the board. Obviously, of course, there is the Starfish available. That can be used to just pull the trigger. But I think more than willing to kind of stretch these resources out for as long as possible.
Vulnerable kill targets available, which is fine by Nemutage, as he's able to, I think, activate Mordresh, whilst also getting back his Renathal, restoring its 1 health that it had taken away by the Shadow Word Devour, and just leave himself ahead on board. These are the turns for Wig Priest where you have exactly 1 turn to swing the board back, or the game just ends on the spot pretty much, because your opponent just spends all their mana on minions every turn and you lose. But thankfully, the Samuro is the perfect way to keep the dream alive for Fat Cat for the moment.
My blood boils for war.
The wigs are being used on the treasure guard, then it would seem that the bless is being used
Tell me, Minnow, have you done as I asked?
on the Samuro here instead.
No?
No.
Yeah, I think you just want to get the damage through here as much as possible for Fat Cat.
Okay.
Raiders
Fine.
no answer. I'm just saying the board honestly just doesn't really matter. I don't know if this is what Fat Cat was thinking when he started the turn, to be perfectly honest.
No, I don't. I'm not really sure how we ended up here of all
Yeah.
places.
But it's where he ended.
Like, your Blade Master's on boards without having done anything, which is your only real comeback mechanism against, you know, big freeze turns or a Mordresh turn or anything. Your Valesh didn't really do anything for you that turn, and yet it came down anyway. There are many questions and few answers.
Oh, Wildfire again to get up to 7 if you wanted, but I guess the ping is big enough as it is. Mordresh plus Flurry was available, but clearly there are other plans for Nemitage, which could be Flurry, which could be the Snow Flurry plus the ping as well. Just, you know, as long as you're spending all your mana here and not allowing something to attack face, you will win this game from here on in.
Yep, for sure. Trying his best to keep that minion alive by whatever means possible, but I think at this point he is fighting a wildly losing battle.
The Flurry up to rank 3 at this point, honestly, you could just push for lethal, right? I don't think there's really anything that the Priest can draw that would stop you from killing them next turn. But sure, this also is a pretty much 100% win.
Play some cards until your opponent concedes is pretty much the only line you had available to you that turn. And it was executed beautifully. Yeah, I think some questions, again, from the way Fat Cat played him out. Obviously, Fat Cat, not a player I'm massively familiar with, is 3-0 in the Swiss, but not a player that I have seen have a lot of experience with being streamed in feature matches in round 4 on day 1 of a Masters tour. I don't know how much the impact of being on camera is getting to him, but certainly we had questions in the previous game a little bit about some of the lines, but that one in particular just did not really seem like there was a plan going into that penultimate turn from Fat Cat.
Yeah, agreed. I think some of the turn ordering fundamentals that you can honestly let slip on ladder and probably do fine, but in tournament play, when every match is so important, you really do just need to make sure you're planning out every single part of your turn. As you know, I think this will be the biggest hindrance for Fat Cat, because like you say, he's not very used to being on stream, not very used to playing in Masters tours. This is only his second one so far. So a 3-0 start for him is obviously fantastic, and I think overall his play has been very good, but just mopping up these sequences that you need to have in a Wig Priest of all decks, a very, very clear plan at the start of every turn on what every single one of your points of mana is going to be spent on. You can't just get away with saying, this looks good, and then playing stuff, even though that is the only thing I do with the deck. That's why I lose a lot.
Well, Here we go. 40 alignment druid going up against the Wig Priest on the other side. Cat versus Bear, Wigs versus Stars. There's all kinds of Hearthstone nonsense going on right now, Derek. But I do think this is going to be the most difficult matchup that Nemotage Kuma has potentially left in this series certainly, but possibly beginning in this series as well.
Yeah, I think that's very true. But the fact that he's nodding here, I think, tells us everything we need to know about how this game is looking with Jerry into Wild Growth, into the Rampant Growth as well in order to get the mana up to Celestial Alignment. This is the smoothest curve that you could ever ask for, and it's basically just all in on Fat Cat here to be able to fight back, which he is going to do in the fastest way possible with Coin into Bless, turning up the pressure. That 10 extra health might be the difference maker here.
It very well might be, because this turn is a fat pass. It goes straight back over. 9 showing already. Handmaiden active just based off that previous turn to continue to juice up the hand. This turn is now a pass as well, arguably, if he's going to choose not to react with the Park Panther, which he does instead. Momentary diversion here.
Wow. I mean, to be honest, for Fat Cat, even though some of the board is being answered here, it's kind of job's done if he's putting on so much pressure that it takes a full extra turn away from his opponent before the alignment can even come down.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
Trades? Oh. That'd been 9. They tank 3 if they trade there. Might have just had lethal. If they play just Nourish, they kind of just die there on that turn if you go face.
There's the Reef, I'm sure, rushing here, trying to take some damage off the board, but that's still 11 more showing.
Oh, man. Bless is not lethal, so I don't think there's any outs for lethal right now for Fat Cat. Probably just starting Wig no matter what. Yeah, let's just get these played.
I like it, yeah. Is it even a school teacher turn?
Yeah, agreed. I think it's just Queen's Guard again.
Make another Spider Tank, push 2 more with the other Wig.
I mean, what can your opponent do here? What are their answers? It's like Lockhalar, I think, specifically, in order for them to have any real chance. Maybe Knowles, if they somehow manage, if they've drawn both of them off the top.
So, with that in mind, are we actually playing around Molten Giant here? Is that a thing that we're doing?
I think I would be more so inclined to go like Queen's Guard Wig in that instance, because it maybe not, maybe that's too far. I was thinking like if they have Lockhalar plus the Earthen Scales as well, but it's a 40 card deck. You're not playing around that.
Yeah, agreed. Best in Shell traded, Best in Shell played, and I hope for Fat Cat's sake. Oh no, Best in Shell traded as well. Okay, I was about to say, I hope that was a shard picked up from Fat Cat on the other side as Kuma goes quick portrait mode just to round things off. Fat Cat able to get over the line. I think in the end it was probably Lockhalar that was being traded for in the end. I think he just as a better out in that position. We saw the shard get offered from the school teacher, which would have been able to blow through those turtles if they had come down. And yeah, in the end, even though it was growth into ramp, into alignment possibility, we could see, just because all Priest had to do was draw Bless, and that was just too slow at that point. Would have been pushing lethal if Nemu had just gone through that curve, so had to divert, had to try and do other things. And in the end, yes, the lineup is 3-1, but as far as we've seen it on stream, it does look like a failed experiment from where I'm sat. Sample size of 1, Derek, that's all that matters. If it failed on stream, it's nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, they didn't look that bad for the most part. Like, the Warrior had 3 good matchups, I would argue. You know, the Shaman maybe a little bit closer. The Mage, yeah, I think I would rather just bring Big Spell Mage. Give me the chance to high roll with the Belinda instead of messing around with all this ping nonsense. But the Druid, I think, is, you know, pretty agreed upon archetype as being decent. So, even though I'm right there with you, I am not a believer in triple Renathal in a Masters Tour lineup. I think Nemitage, if you were going to do so, has found 3 reasonable ways to try and approach it. And then let us not forget just a Paladin slotted in there as well, which was banned as well.
2 reasonable ways of approaching it, and then a Mage. I'm not standing for this Mage being called reasonable, Derek. No, you're not sliding that one past me anytime soon.
Fair enough. But that does mean the Very Fat Cat in his second Masters Tour is up 4-0, a market improvement from, I think, his 2-5 scoreline that he had at the end of the last one, which is fantastic. You know, this is the start of the second bunch of Masters Tours of this year, so getting a good finish here is very, very important for your chances of getting through to the full championship, and just, of course, the glory and the prize money that comes alongside winning a Masters Tour as well. So best of luck for Fat Cat tomorrow. We are, I believe, warming up some of the other matches that were going on around round 4 here in Masters Tour Vashj'ir. So without any further ado, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, wrapping up the last of the action for day 1 of the Masters Tour.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to jump in some more games from round number 4, the final round of the day. I'm Raven, and joining me is Gia, and I believe we're going to jump into Melody versus Mighty, a double M matchup, I guess. But we're going in at 1-0. Gia, what have we got coming up in terms of lineups?
We've got 2 Renathal decks on the side of Melody, who's on Team VK, by the way. He's got the Prester Druid, very fun, and then Curse Warlock, a deck that I have been vocal about, not really believing in its power level, but I do think it's a pretty fun one to watch. And rounding out his lineup is a Boar Priest and Jackpot Rogue. So aside from the Boar Priest, 3 decks that can get pretty out of control depending on certain outcomes of generations. And then on Mighty's side, we have a full aggro lineup, something for everyone. This one's for you, Raven.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was playing in this tournament, my lineup would look very similar to Mighty's. I would probably end up, even though I'm not a huge fan, I'd probably end up like begrudgingly playing the Rogue, even though I very much think it's the 4th deck, at least for me. But we do see the bans as well. The Priest being banned away from Mighty, I think makes sense based on what Melody has. And then the Rogue being banned away again on the other side of that kind of makes sense because it's like the more aggressive version or the more aggressive out of the lineup that Melody has. So already though, Melody 1-0 up with the Druid, which unfortunately was the Prestor Druid, so we don't get to cast that. I know it's a deck you're enjoying at the moment, or at least you have a lot of respect for, so we won't be seeing that. But I do believe the next game up is going to be the Warlock versus the Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter did lose to the Druid in game 1, so that's something to bear in mind. But yeah, this is the Warlock, Gia, and what do you make of this deck? Do you think it has legs? Do you think it's just not quite there yet?
I do think some people brought this in their lineup thinking that it was the deck that would benefit from Renathal the most. I think once Renathal was announced, people were theory crafting most likely Curse Warlock can get the most sort of benefits from this because it really requires that extra health to get rolling with the curses, and especially given that your hero power is also damaging you until you play the Tamsin hero card. It just seemed like it was pretty good. Warlock would draw a lot, so you still see most of your deck, was the theory. However, I feel like the deck still kind of struggles even with the 40 health. Certainly its matchups against Rogue and Demon Hunter were helped, but I don't think that the Warlock becomes favored to the point where it justifies bringing the deck all together. The Wig Priest on the side of Mighty, I'm super unsurprised to see that banned away because I think that Warlock struggles against decks that can play singular tall minions as well, which is something that is not really available to Demon Hunter though. So hopefully for the sake of Melody, he's able to get the AoE on time against the many board developments from Mighty.
Yeah, and after seeing it played a little bit over this weekend, and of course in the weeks leading up to this, even though it's received some more nerfs recently, I'm still a fan of this Demon Hunter list. I think it's really strong. Even if decks are running 40 health, I still think it's got enough damage in there to make it work, as we've already seen on stream so far today. So this is definitely a deck I'm a fan of. It can suffer just a little bit with things just costing a little bit more. Now, there's not like the second Colossus in the deck or anything like that, basically. So it's a little bit worse, but I do like the addition of the Bone Glaive to help make up some extra damage that was missed.
That's right. I think even without the Carrier in there, the core of the deck that is very streamlined damage output and card draw, and the curving up to Jace is still something that Warlock can struggle with. And the fact that the Warlock has had to add another 10 cards to activate Renathal and that extra 10 health, it sort of upset the balance that Warlock needs to hit, which is lots of removal in the early game and then hitting all of their healing in the late game. Most importantly, the Spice Bread Bakers to stabilize. But beyond all that, the singular most important card for the Warlock is Dreadlich Tamsin because it helps them stabilize. It's a board clear, often lets them get ahead on board because of the Fel Rips being churned out every other turn or so. And that is where they usually turn the corner against Demon Hunter. But of course, that hero card is harder to find when you're searching for it in a deck of 40.
Yeah, that's the sort of weird issue, isn't it? Like, on paper, as you sort of laid out earlier, the Warlock having more health and more cards when it's a life tap deck makes sense, right? But then you realize a lot of the time with the curses, you kind of want to machine gun the curses, right? To just stack them up quickly at one point, maybe with a Bran and so on, to really get the maximum benefit. And you're just less likely to be able to draw them together anyway, so it does have that slight issue. But already jumping into game 2 here, Mighty off to a decent start. We're just getting the sigil down and going to make the next few turns a little bit smoother with some more card draw and make them a little bit cheaper. Whereas Melody does have some of that early removal and some of the heal as well, so at least as an opening, not looking too bad, especially because Prince Renethil himself is just a reasonable card, right? It's just a spider tank you can just throw out there.
Yeah, not too bad. Mighty, though, gets a pretty good outcome off of that Sigil of Alacrity, making the Metamorphin come down alongside the Chaos Strike. Ideally, Melody would have Drag Below to remove this, but next best thing is counter development here. Although we saw Mighty kept that Dread Prison Glaive to make sure that he can remove any threats on the other side while also doubling up on damage. He doesn't have cards to buff his attack this turn, though, so he's going to use the Fel Barrage instead and play second Metamorphin, and already this is the shape of board that Warlock struggles to deal with prior to turn 6. The big AoE from Warlock is Abyssal Wave and Entitled Customer and Dreadlich Tamsin, all of which competing for that 6 mana slot.
And you can see here already inefficient removal usage, right? Double touch used on one minion, which means it's only going to heal for 3. And there's 2, decent removal tools used up already. And those are just the 1-drops, right? There's still going to be more where that came from. But Mighty going to switch gears a little bit and coin into the Bone Glaive. Huh.
And gets not the greatest options off of the Dredge. Like, seeing the Jace is nice, but it's going to be unplayable for quite some time here. And Mighty already has to contend with the idea of, is this going to be a Jace game? If he doesn't take it here, though, it's likely he will never see that card because that Bone Glaive only affords him 1 Dredge, and I think it's the only Dredge card in the deck.
Yeah, I think even though that wasn't really the best set of choices, I think the Jace feels correct against this Warlock deck. I think because he's got at least a couple of turns worth of play right now with the Kurtrus especially, that just getting the Jace not at the bottom of the deck is probably worth more than the issue you have of not having the ability to even play it over the next few turns. So even though it looks kind of bad, I think it's okay for now.
I'd agree. It does make for an awkward turn 5 for Mighty, but he can certainly bridge the gap into Jace with the hero card on curve. Melody finds a pretty nice window to go for counter development where the mistresses are relevant on board and also going to heal him for 8 total. The problem is his hand is double Rune Mithril Rod, which I think never finds the time to get played if it wasn't last turn. So he will need a top deck Tamsin ideally, but any other sort of further card draw would help him after he gets this healing.
Okay, so Mighty just going to push as much damage as possible. Does get the nice Glaive follow-up here to push even more damage. Really nice play, actually, and something that maybe wasn't, initially obvious straight away that it could be done, because it always gets a bit weird when you swap in weapons out to work out the damage. But yeah, really nice play from Mighty, pushing max damage. He knows that his opponent's going to heal up to 8, 8 more, but still looking worthwhile. Gets the extra attack in to help out with the Kurtrus demons as well. Mighty's looking quite strong now, especially with the Setheno pickup.
Yeah, I would completely agree, especially looking at Melody's hand, which is far too slow, nowhere near getting the Rune Mithril Rod active, and even if it does get the first proc, it's hardly discounting anything relevant. Baker, not much healing, but at least it's something to play alongside that Drag Below. However, Mighty gets the 6/4 to stick on board, which is essentially an 8/4 because of the refresh on the hero power. That curse works as an activation for Lady Steno even. That's crazy.
It's pretty solid, yeah. It's kind of a funny interaction. Also just locks in the predation as well.
Right. I do think he ends up skipping on the curse, though. Just go Barrage and Predation because that's 2 more Fel spells loaded up into Jace the next turn and maximum damage for now.
I think
he's too off lethal.
Well, he could save the Predation anyway and just cast it next turn, right? But yeah,
Could.
yeah. This is still fine though. Just
Right.
gets it
Yeah,
all through anyway. Put him down to 2 and Demon Hunter does damage.
A lot. It's done 38 more than because there was the spice bread baker as well.
And the 8 from the mixtures, right?
True. Yeah, Demon Hunter just deals infinite. Renathal, no problem whatsoever. We are starting to see the problems with the Warlock as well. I think this matchup was bad to begin with. I don't know if the Renathal helped it that much. But this was, you know, to be fair, not a great draw from Melody. I don't think Rune Mithril Rod is a keep in the matchup if you can help it. He just kind of ended up playing it because there wasn't any other real option. But this...
Right.
I think is guaranteed lethal for Mighty because he has multi-strike there at the minimum. So even if the predation hits a minion, he still has 2 attacks, one that can go face and one through the taunt.
Yep, the Fell Barrage as well. It's just, it's so lethal on every single level. And Mighty evens up the series, getting a win with the Demon Hunter, looking very, very strong. And I'll say Warlock, not looking so great. Yes, maybe not the best matchup for Warlock, of course, a bit of a tough draw. But the problem is, how often is your draw not going to be that great with that many cards in the deck, right? It doesn't feel quite as consistent. So, yeah, tough one there for Melody, but I'm sure he will be able to fight back. But yeah, just really solid for Demon Hunter. And honestly, like, the people sort of questioning whether Demon Hunter still got it are just wrong because they got it.
Well, against Warlock, it's certainly fallen off against some other decks, I would say.
Nope, it's great versus everything, I've decided.
Okay, continuing the Warlock narrative though, if we look at the archetype of Rogue from Mighty, it is still the Mr. Smite variant, which I think the Warlock doesn't gain that much percentage against, even with the Renathal in there. I think Melody would much rather see the Jackpot version on the other side because you're not under as much threat of burst on average. However, I do think the Warlock gains a lot of percentage due to Renathal against this Beast Hunter, which does take a bit longer time to really get online unless they hit the early curve. Not super consistent because there's only 4 1-drops in here. But if the Warlock can stabilize thanks to the extra time of there not being too much burst damage compared to, say, a Faced Hunter, I think that the curses can stack up and really counter pressure.
Yeah, I definitely think that's true. This is one of those matchups as I mean, they're all kind of these matchups as this Hunter, but you really want the early aggressive openings of like Slither Spear straight into Biscuit and just start piling on the pressure, because outside of exactly that opening, you're completely right. If you start drawing a Mountain Bear on turn 2 or 3 and things like that, like you're so slow that it actually does give Warlock the time to get there. And a lot of the removals actually a lot better versus the Hunter than the Demon Hunter, because the Hunter just relies more on minions, right? So this is the AoE, the Drain Soul, as you can see there, is going to be looking a little bit better. But looking at the mulligans now, Mighty kind of average in there with a shake of the hand, the Clocker and the Biscuit. So tick those boxes, but then the other two, not fantastic. Because again, with the Okani's always okay, but against Warlock, you kind of expect them to have a lot of just throwaway cards.
Okay, Ani. It's in the name.
Yeah,
it is fine. Yeah, Mighty, I think, correctly evaluating the hand as so-so. And I think it's worth mentioning that if a player like Mighty is bringing Beast Hunter over Face Hunter in a meta, that just means that Face Hunter is really not where it's at currently, because Mighty is one of the most aggressive players to grace the Masters Tour system. He qualified through to Grandmasters off the back of aggro lineups on several Masters Tours. Hasn't had a top 16 or 8 that I can recall though in the Masters Tour, but he did qualify through to Worlds already throughout the APAC Grandmasters finals. So it would be nice to see him add a Masters Tour big win to his accolades.
Right. And that was a good pickup as well. He got the Saber from the first Harpoon swing, which means there's a good chance he can get that going, maybe even holds off on the swing, but then again with second Harpoon he can just swing anyway after playing the Saber. Whether it dies or not, it's likely to die afterwards anyway.
Still prefer the Okani on curve though. I think it's more than okay here.
What about just coin and play the Saber as well?
Reasonable. It's just more pressure, especially if you expect the Okani to just block the entire turn from Melody. I didn't quite see the pick here, but I was thinking Minion would make sense because Null seems a bit scary at this point. Yeah, I did pick Minion. Melody gets the clear, valuing the card draw over effectively 2 healing, which I completely agree with. Or is he gonna greed the tap? So the key thing to note here is obviously clearing the Okani means he's free to play a minion next turn, but what minion is impactful enough to justify this many spells used? I think the answer is Vashj'ir. You can take that and immediately play Tidestone if you want. More likely take Ring or Horn. And then at least the customer's playable even if it only deals 5 AoE next turn.
Right. Here though for Mighty, gonna go for Naga's Pride, does have it with the Murkwater Scribe, of course. So not looking too bad here. Nice little fitting that in. The only issue I thought about of just playing the coin to get the Saber out, which I think again could have happened this turn, is that I don't think Hydrolodon is something you necessarily need to coin out in this matchup. So I think it's definitely the weaker. If there was a Mountain Bear in the hand, or of course a King Crush, we can definitely talk. But yeah, I still think this Saber could have just been on board. Maybe he gets to attack face once, and he can cash in some damage.
Who actually does take Tidestone to be completely mana efficient and
40
fill out the
cards
hand
wasn't
a bit
enough.
more.
45.
45. You run Malkazar and Renathal, all the princes here. Right, I was about to make the argument that Coin Hydrolodon at least works pretty well into this turn, whether you expect Vashj'ir or Customer, because it's board refill alongside clearing whatever they've played on the other side. But
Right.
he's actually going to delay the Hydrolodon a bit longer in order to get this Saber, the Sunken Saber, down at the bottom of the deck. He can dredge it to the top, and next turn guarantee himself one of the big beasts popping up as long as he has something to trade the Sunken into.
Melody, though, is starting to piece together a hand size, actually, and has a solid AoE in hand if wanted. Oops,
Conditioning's
that's gonna
not
be-
bad.
Yeah, you'll take it, right? It's the one thing that all these sort of tech minions have in common is their stats are normally pretty bad. So if you can give them all +2/+2, yeah, I mean, suddenly 6 mana 5/4, clear the board. I'd play that.
Alright, so King Crush probably superior to Mountain Bear in this situation. Mighty lands Mountain Bear, which was the more likely outcome. Picks up
Snap
another
pick on
one.
Mountain Bear, yeah.
Yeah, for 4 mana next turn. Her
actually
Melody's still looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, I didn't actually see what was in the Nagaling.
Me neither. Oh, sorry, I can see the text. Quick shot. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and in this Nagaling, the Unstable Shadow seemed pretty good if he wanted to use it this turn, but actually the Null just gets a value trade, so yeah, this is probably even better.
Yeah, I actually think this conditioning's huge, right? Like,
amazing.
look at the size of the minions. Like, Melt is able to just contend with this board, and even if he gets pushed off, he has Tamsin with Touch, he has another customer for AoE, has a Bread Maker for heals again. Like, Gigafin if all else fails, you know, like, this is looking very, very solid indeed, actually. And still on 24 health.
Yeah, Melody very far in the lead here. Make no mistake about the Hydrolodon. I don't even think Gigafin should be looked at as a last resort because against this specific build of Hunter, they don't have cards to snipe off a 7/4 that's hiding behind a 4/7 taunt.
Right.
There is Quick Shot in the Nagaling, but that's 1 damage short of actually being able to kill it. Like, Mighty just doesn't answer Gigafin, I don't think.
Yeah, the contrast between certain classes and ability to deal with Gigafin is huge, right? Some classes can just do it every single time without any real worry. And some classes like Hunter just simply just can't. They just don't have good ways. It's really rough.
You're going to finally use the coin to weave in a ping here. I think it makes a lot of sense. No reason to trade off because from his perspective, except Gigafin, every other clear on his board would also symmetrically clear the school teacher. But he's going to get the bad news that Melody sets up lethal with this play and there is nothing Mighty can do about it.
Yeah, there's not, is there? And even with the null, the
Now he
Tamsin. Oh, okay, yeah.
He can take a risk with Shell Shot for extra damage, or he can take the guaranteed clear with the Dragon Bane alongside the quick shot Nagaling that's already in hand.
It's still a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because the Hydra heads won't have rush,
True.
right?
Yeah, all he does is get his board back, and he's still staring down 10 damage on the other side of the board. So it might be Shell Shot to try and high roll killing the school teacher as well.
Pick me! Pick me!
If you Nagaling Dragon Bane on the school teacher, do you get a new copy of Dragon Bane if it's from a Nagaling? I've never actually done that.
I've never done it, but I would assume you do. But that is just me guessing. Because the spell still has honorable kill, right? Like it's
Right, yeah.
it's not like something you casting it makes it have honorable kill. Yeah, as you said, the rush not going to be there. There was only one head anyway, so it wasn't really going to make a huge difference. But customer number 2 coming down. And this was the problem, right? Look at that clear again. The heal comes out for a reasonable amount as well. There's now the curses there. There's still touch. There's an emergency null if required. And Mighty is a long way off dealing with this board.
And I think this is where we're starting to see the Renathal really come into play against the matchups where the opposing deck to Warlock doesn't have a lot of reach. If they're completely board-based, Melody uses that 10 extra health to tank that board damage in the early game. And then after he stabilizes, there is not much that the other player can do. Not necessarily the case for Rogue and Demon Hunter because they do still have reach, but in this matchup, Hunter is forever struggling.
Yeah, and that's just lethal, right? That's just enough with Tamsin, and that was the problem. Just all the resources in the world were there for Melody in that sort of mid to late game scenario. And that looks like more than 11 from where I'm looking at it. And Melody gets the win with the Warlock, and honestly, looked pretty one-sided. I know that was a one-game sample size, but Melody looked like he was in good control for the majority of that game. We can talk about whether that was because of the conditioning or just having the 2 customers in hand early enough that they could get that good AoE clear. But either way, that's a win with the Warlock.
Yeah, very nicely done. I do think the conditioning played a pretty significant part in speeding up the pressure from Melody for an earlier lethal because he was able to get that value trade with the Knolls. But overall, I think the game plan of just not taking too much damage in the early game, clearing boards while still managing to draw cards, and recognizing that Giga Fin is so uncontestable under normal circumstances from the Hunter allowed him this victory. And even though Mighty did manage to clear off the main body, it was not removing enough damage on the other side.
Yeah, it was just a little bit rough there. I do wonder, just looking back, that coin was used for a hero power on like turn 8 or something, I think. And like if the saber was just coined out earlier, then maybe just pulling the minion could have been a turn earlier and so on. Like maybe that helps. It might well not, but it's definitely something that could have changed the game potentially. But moving on, Melody does have the Boar Priest as his last deck to try and get a win with to take this final series of the day. And what do you think of Boar Priest in this tournament specifically, Gia? Because we've talked a lot about the Renathal Priest. I think you were casting Tice earlier when he was playing it. There's Boar Priest, which we've seen, in previous metas, of course. But there's also the Wig Priest as well. Do you think one's a better bring than the other now that we've seen a bit of the overall meta?
I would actually wager Wig Priest is slightly better because Boar Priest is kind of suffering, in my opinion, to the prevalence of certain tech cards in the meta. Like Okani, for example, also is good against Wig Priest, but I think just the density of ways you can mess with Boar Priest, which is like trying to have Mutinous, or if you're big spell mage, swap the cost on one of those things, makes the deck a bit vulnerable, on top of it being one that is really difficult to pilot. I feel like Wig Priest is very similar in win percentage to Boar Priest, and its matchup spread works out well for this current meta. So I actually do like the Wig Priest bring a bit better, but talented Boar Priest player, I think, can bring this deck in almost any meta and it'll be fine.
Right, yeah. The positive factor, at least in this matchup, is there is only the Okani that really messes with anything, right, to do with getting rid of the boars in some respect. So we'll see how that one plays out. But Mighty's opening hand with Mountain Bear and Hydra is very, very rough indeed. It's not only that you want to potentially pull those out of the deck instead of play them from hand, but also it just means the opening curve is often a little bit weaker. K9 though, it's going to help just pile on a bit more pressure for Mighty.
Just recalling the mulligan from Melody, I believe he kept Pyro and Cleric and then drew into Gift, which is why we saw the mini pop-off from him there. That is the perfect card to complement it. Mighty gets a decent Dredge here, one of the few one-drops left that allows him to get extra value from the K9 but Melody is just waiting for a couple more spells and he can make quick work of this board and draw a whole lot of cards. However, this Okani is going to throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, it really is. I do think as soon as you have Xyrella in a matchup, specifically like Hunter, you do feel a lot better, as long as you have a heal to go with it, of course. But the Okani, always a problem. Gonna test out the Cleric, throw it away, and then move on with his day.
Got Devour, which is among the best outcomes here, but Melody is not going to play it yet. He says, let me tank this damage and then set up for a bigger clear on the next turn.
And now, like, look how it's weird. Mighty's really ahead on board, of course, with a pretty solid opening, pushing Melody all the way down to, what's that, 8? But that was just a skip turn 5, which is not the turns you really want to skip with this Hunter list. And now we're going to see Havoc, basically, with that Desperate Prayer pickup.
Right, so thinking about the order on this, so if he does Devour, that kills off the 2/2/2s, so there's 6 damage minions on board and then his face, so he'll draw 7 off of this gift. Oh my lord.
Oh, this is a backbreaker, this, isn't it? Like, Mighty, I've been in this situation so many times. You know you're against a healing deck. You know you're against, like, something that you can't give it time. You're so ahead, you put them down to 8, and then they do this, and you want to cry.
If Melody wanted, he could even end with Xyrella to clear the Okani, but I think this is more reasonable. Just get the Handmaiden down, get the Boar as well, because he knows that this version of Hunter doesn't have aimed shot, doesn't have very much reach at all. And now Mighty already has to contemplate if he is on the back foot. Does he need to go for a Tavish line here, or can he get away with just pulling the first half of Saber from Pet Collector?
Oh, it's so scary because there's no Dredge. So the first half of Saber's, you know, it's a good play, but how do you even find the second half? It's pretty rough. He's going to go Tavish to try and get some of these secrets online. Improved Ice Trap, something you've always got to look at against a deck like Priest, but the problem is they have, especially after drawing most of their deck now, they have so many cheap spells that they can just cast into Ice Trap and then just ignore for the majority of the game. That It's never normally that much of a problem, but sometimes it's just what you have to do to buy time.
Yeah, I like that Mighty goes for that combination of Ice Trap and then Explosive. He prioritized Ice Trap over Explosive on the first pick specifically, which I think is a good call because he knows Melody can play around Explosive pretty easily here. Mighty, it's just about him buying time to land the Hydralodon safely and then praying that it doesn't get cleared. But with this many cards in hand for Melody, it's a long shot for Mighty.
Yeah, at this point, when Boar Priest has drawn the majority of its deck in by turn 7, and can obviously draw more if they want to, they can just do whatever they want, really, can't they? Especially when so much of it is heal. There's so much heal left for Melody that he's sort of choosing to be at 14 right now. He's not like, oh no, I can't get any higher. That's completely by choice. And even now with the Gifted Naru, draw more cards, heal more, and let your opponent worry about what to do.
Oh, that Handmaiden, he would overdraw, okay.
Yeah, I was just about to say, from first viewing of Melody playing Boar Priest, he looks very confident with this deck, and then he hovered Handmaid. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't make me sound stupid now.
Yeah, he caught himself though, which is the important part. Has all of the setup intact and basically at full health again. Mighty starting from scratch.
Oh.
Almost nothing he can do to contest this.
This is the problem you get to, right? With so much of the deck drawn, you know there's Xyrella, you know there's another Devour, you know there's the other Pyro. So even playing Hydra this turn and like double trading into the Pyromancer, it looks cool. You've got a big board for a few seconds, but you know Melody will just obliterate it next turn.
Right. I think Hydralodon this turn, and then in the world where it baits out a Xyrella, if Mighty can then follow up with somehow a tutored out King Crush, that's potentially a line that lets him get there, because King Crush, you know, even if it's silenced, is still an 8/8 and it's going to deal a lot of damage on the following turns. And if Mighty can try and build that board state into the sword activation turn for Melody, that's maybe an out, but he's so far off from getting the King Crush off of Pet Collector in the first place.
I think even though it's going to start getting difficult, there's even a plan to just play Hydra, assume it gets cleared, then revive Pet Hydra, and then revive Pet Hydra, and and just keep making as big a boards as possible and see if that works. But it's definitely a desperation time for Mighty right now, as Melody just going to be doing the quicker mental gymnastics you have to do sometimes to make sure everything's clean with this deck, because as you sort of mentioned earlier, when you're good at Boar Priest, it's great, but if you slip, you probably lose a lot of the time. So just making sure things are clean, gets the boar killed, so it doesn't have to worry about that now.
It's a very punishing deck. And already, all those turns that Melody deliberately chose to leave up the explosive trap are coming into fruition here. Just getting that immediate boar kill activated without having to expend a Pyro or Shadow Word Devour. Xyrella cleans up nicely as well. And now Mighty knows he is only a few turns away, maybe next turn, from dying.
Yeah, and there's nothing he can do, right? Because it's not any other matchup where you can try and outlast them with Mountain Bear, Revive Pet, Mountain Bear, Revive Pet, so on like that. Because once that deck count hits 0, you're probably dead unless something crazy goes wrong. The Mountain Bears can help with the weapon, but because there's been, I think, 0 shards played, maybe 1, I'm not sure, that they can just silence away the taunts and just hit you anyway.
Yeah, I think there was one played towards the beginning of the game. Not 100% sure, but yeah, Melody's under almost no pressure, back up to 30, and it does look like Mighty might have to go for the play you're recommending of Revive Pet, which is not guaranteed to find the main head of Hydralodon at this point, but it is getting to that position where he's desperate enough to maybe do so. About it.
I think it's likely he has to start using these hero powers as well, and just hope to build a board that way.
Could be. Yeah. Leok and Huffer both pretty good here. I don't think Mighty has to bother clearing the Xyrella. The bear protects whatever minions he summons anyway.
Right.
Okay, gets the main head. You can potentially give one of them rush with the doggy biscuit, but that's probably not relevant at this point.
Yeah, and Misha's fine as well, right? Especially, maybe not at this split second, but if you're expecting the to go into that weapon turn, if you've got Mountain Bear and Misha, that's like some glimmer of hope, right? It's still not great, but it's something.
Ooh, okay, but that's double amulet with the Pyro now, and they're both at 0 mana. I don't think the switcheroos draw anything. Maybe Valish, but it's just not relevant. They're honestly just 3 mana activate Pyro one more time here.
This is just reminding me of the spammy Arcanist from earlier, where like the head's just sort of, it looks good and looks resistant, but it's going to die.
Just need 5 procs to kill the main head, and then all of these fringe wow, they're all on the left now. Yeah, Melody.
True, yeah. Gonna be the final one, gets the swing in, and suddenly there's a whole lot of nothing to do for Mighty. That is going to be game, and that is going to be the series. Melody going to end day 1, 4-0. And again, shout out to Mighty, 3-1, not a bad way to end either, honestly.
True, especially with a lineup that I think, to Mighty's own admission, was not one that he spent a lot of prep time on. The time zone for India is horrendous on this Masters Tour, so it's been an uphill climb. But obviously, congratulations to Melody. 4-0 is an amazing score. And doing that with a Warlock in the lineup, no less. That's very impressive stuff in my book.
Yeah, it really is, and I do think especially we've seen a lot of Ball Priest over the last few months, but he looked very, very comfortable indeed on specifically that deck. Would not surprise me if we found out he'd jammed like 1 million games over the past, the recent time it's been in the meta. So look good with the Ball Priest there, which is something you always want to see. I think decks like Ball Priest, when players do make mistakes, they're so brutal that it's actually a little bit painful to watch sometimes. So I'm glad that that play was very, very clean indeed.
Right. That already, I think, kind of shows to a certain extent why players are moving away from the 4 aggro decks lineup, because that 4th deck is kind of hard to fill out. You were saying Rogue is a shaky 4th. I honestly feel like Hunter is a shaky 4th, because I feel like a good aggro deck in this meta needs some form of spell-based reach. The reach from the Hunter is weapon and sometimes King Crush based, which is a bit difficult to curate. So I feel that this is a deck that can be abused by the Renathal lists in our field.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help. But that is going to be the end of day 1 with 4 Swiss rounds done. I believe we have some stand-ins to check out as well, just to see where everything's lying now, because as we said, there's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss overall. After those 8 rounds, which will end tomorrow, the top 16 get cut into single elim. So there we go, Gia. Some names that obviously scream out here. Habu Gabu, 4-0 so far. We've got Alutamu at the bottom on 16 as 4-0. Yu Ying as well in there too. Some really good names actually. Give please. A lot of strong APAC representation.
Oh, I'm glad you pointed it out, Raven, so I didn't have to do it like I do every single time and annoy people again. But another couple names that jump out at me is, apparently we've solved the cats versus dog debate. We have a very fat cat 2 whole ranks above a German Shepherd. I guess that's what that's short for. Off of tiebreakers, I guess. But obviously everybody here is lossless so far in match score and in prime position to not only potentially make top 16 or top 8 throughout this Masters Tour, but because this is the first MT of the new 3 MT season, they're starting off with a very clean slate and a amazing score to propel them potentially to the seasonal championship.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen the level of play that's required to make it to a championship, and then obviously place well in that championship. But going 4-0 already, even if they can just win, let's say they go 6-2, right? And maybe, they don't make the cut into top 16. That's still great, because ignore the 2, you've got 6 wins, and that's 6 more than a good chunk of people, 5 more than a good chunk of people. And if you can keep that up throughout the next 2 Masters Tours, you're looking really good to get into the championship. So yeah, really good job for those players. Obviously, things can change a lot tomorrow, as there's going to be another 4 rounds of Swiss. So people who may be struggling a little bit could make a last-minute attempt. But yeah, keep an eye on those 4-0s. But we are done for the day, and I am very much going to go to bed, because it's just 20 past 7 in the morning, and I've been awake all night. So yeah, thanks a lot for watching, everyone. We appreciate it. We hope you'll tune in tomorrow, I believe same time, same place, to go through that second set of 4 rounds of Swiss. We'll see you then.
Habu's like, there's no shot. No shot did he just BM well played me when he's actually about to win through something incredibly scammy right now. That was just an incredibly diplomatic and well-mannered concede from your opponent. And Habu, we can break the news to you right now, my friend.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
Can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory.
That is why we do this. That is why we play this game.